connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Hi, I'm Scarlett, and this is my best little buddy, Penny. We are just out for a walk in the neighborhood. Hey, Penny.
Yeah?
Do you know what we should do today?
What?
We should go on an adventure.
An adventure? Where are we going?
The Sutter Butts. Those mountains right there. They're the smallest mountain range in the world.
They look huge to me.
Let's go check them out. Come on. Wow, Penny. This place is amazing.
It's like a giant playground.
I wonder what type of creatures live up here.
I don't know if I want to find out. Wait, do you see that?
Is that a cave? Sweet.
This might be the coolest thing we've ever found.
Adventure level maximum.
It's kinda spooky in here.
I like spooky.
Whoa.
What is this?
Scarlett, do you hear that?
Yes, I definitely hear that. That's a rattlesnake.
What should we do?
Let's get out of here. Okay, Penny, that was way too close. I officially vote for adventures with no snakes next time.
Hey there, what are you doing up here? We got a call that there was a kid wandering around up here alone.
I'm not alone, I have Penny. We were just exploring the beautiful Sutter Butts, and we found a cave.
But then there was a rattlesnake in there.
I think you mean the Sutter Buttes. A rattlesnake, huh? Sounds like you two had quite the adventure. But the sun's going down soon. You should probably head home before it gets dark.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, folks, to this, what are we at here? The Sunday, the August the 23rd edition of the Yuba Sutter Freebird Sports Update Show. We're coming at you here a day late, but not a dollar short. Joining me here on the show, Brett Bloomfield with the, I call it the front office at the ball club here. How you doing, Brett?
I'm doing great.
Great to have you here. The Freebirds have been on the road for the last week after, well, how do you sum up the last home trip for the home stand for the Freebirds before they went on the road? It was they had a little bit of spark when they played Boise, right? They won a couple of games there when Boise came into town, and after that they kind of ran into a buzzsaw with the Oakland Ballers. Then go down to Long Beach and play a few games down there. They lost They lost all three down at Long Beach. They come back and play the Roadsters, and that was kind of a bright spot to really get them going. They won 2 of 3 against the Roadsters, who had come into that series, only lost one game the entire second half of the season to us. And then they end up losing 2 more games in that series. What do you think that does for the Roadsters leaving, kind of having their hats handed to them here?
I don't know if it really does anything to them. I mean, just think about any great team that has an amazing season, or in this case, the second half. Like, I don't really think it diminishes their record or what they're doing in the second half.
What do you think why is it that a team that has so much success against every other ball club second half of the season, they've only lost one, it's to us, and they come in, is it just, are they just not seeing the ball well? Do you think maybe they came in? I can tell you the first game against the Roadsters, the first game of that 3-game series, I was amazed at how the lack of concentration on their part. There were a lot of mental errors, just throwing balls over to first base when nobody's covering first base. A lot of stuff that seemed very uncharacteristic. Could it be that maybe they thought it was going to be a walk in the park at the end? Are they coming in after a long road trip on their own? Were they tired? What is it about our ball club that seems to, well, for 4 games at least, 3 games, we had their number?
Well, our park is pretty difficult to play defense in, and I think the shortstop and third baseman kind of like proved that throughout the series. Not to knock on them or anything like that, but I think the most impressive thing on our end when it came to playing them was we had that big turnaround where the guys had to get on the bus at like 6:30 in the morning, get off the bus at the park at 2 o'clock or something like that, and then turn around and play, when these guys still just got to make the 2-hour drive up to our field and play. Yeah. But in terms of what Modesto, I think that their head coach not being there really played a part in it, in terms of, like you say, focus. Yeah. Like, just take a head coach away from any team, and it's impressive if they continue to do well without their commander and staff. And we also didn't have our coach.
That's right.
For that too. But I just really think that those games that we played them, especially after coming back from Long Beach, again, like we're playing the number 1 team in the league and then playing the number 1 team in the second half, and that long trip and turnaround, like, we were all, I should say, as fans, were kind of like worried and just how it was going to go that day. And I mean, we jumped on them. I think we hit extremely well that series. And they just made errors at costly times.
That was so. It was so uncharacteristic, because they've been here before and they just seemed to be fundamentally sound out in the field. But there was one where they throw over to first base and nobody was there.
That was a weird play. Yeah. That was a weird play. Our Diego, our guy who does the stats, the live stats, was like, "What do we put for that?" Like, is that a hit? Is that an error? Is that a defensive indifference? Like, what is it? And I think we just put it as a hit and just like an RBI type thing. But I think our guys that didn't walk a lot of guys those 3 games, I think we kind of figured out how to pitch to their better players. Yeah. Especially Osiris Johnson. They just seem to really like throw a lot of the off-speed stuff. He still hit one out on a hanger one of the times, but
one of the odd things that with Osiris Johnson is he didn't play he wasn't in the starting lineup for the first game, which was odd.
I was going to mention that he wasn't in the starting lineup the first game, and then I think Boyd is his last name.
Yes,
Justin Boyd. Justin. He also wasn't in the lineup and is hurt and played. And then you text me and was like, "Hey, like, what happened to the infielder? Why tell?" Well, he got hurt after his first AB running the bases or something like that. So they're kind of banged up in terms of their infielders and their top of the lineup guys. But since we're on the Mosers, their catcher Dunhurst, I think is his last name, owns us. Oh, he has. I think he has 12 home runs this season, and he must have had 7 or 8 of them are against us.
I mean, if I was him, and the offseason comes up and folks are looking for a new home, if he isn't signed with the Roadsters, I would think that he'd be hitting us up, because I just love hitting in your ballpark. We put him, he was our first beer batter on our game when they came into town, I think in the second half, and he went like 3 for 5 with 3 home runs or something like that. And we were just like, dude, like, what are we doing? Like, let's not pick this guy ever again for beer batter. Does it feel like, and for those that are watching, the beer batter player of the game is that we pick one guy in the lineup, and if he strikes out, then it's what, $2 off or $2 beers for the next 20 minutes at the
blonde ale, the Freebirds with Sutter Brewery. It's $2 for the next 10 minutes.
It just feels like every time we pick a ball player to be the beer batter player of the game, that's the night that he has the career night.
I think we're losing in the battle on that. We've had a few good ones. We had one where a guy struck out twice by the 7th inning, but every Friday or Saturday when alcohol's open for the whole game, and we've only gotten like one strikeout or no strikeouts. But it's really funny because we think about it and we try to go into it, and unfortunately when you look up the stats, the best hitters have the most strikeouts. Yeah. And the guys who don't have the best average, well, they don't have as many strikeouts as these other guys, which is like, okay, well, so, but on that point, the funny thing is like in college ball, it's really common to have like a beer batter. And so the joke was in certain places, and from my experience, is like some guys, they'd go up there and they wouldn't swing. Like they even with 2 strikes, like they wouldn't swing, because if the pitcher walked him, now the fans are going to be mad at the pitcher. Yeah. And if you striked him out, you made everybody in the park happy, or you go up there and you just bunt the first pitch every time, or just swing at the first pitch, put it in play, like
just to tick off the fans.
Yeah, and like you're trying to do, obviously, like guys in college ball and in independent league, they don't think about it, I don't think, but it definitely is a mental aspect, like deep down in the mind of just like, oh, like dude, like I don't want to strike out.
Well, I know it just felt like whoever we picked was having their career night, and Bob Fischetti leaned over and said, maybe let's just try making one of our guys the beer batter player of the game, and they'll have a career night.
So that is an idea that we have for next year, of like we have a beer batter for the away team, and then we have a beer batter for the home team. Yeah. And if they get not a hit, but like if they get a double or an extra base hit or something like that, then it's also like $2 beers for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And it increases the fan turnout and everything. And on that note, so the first game against the Roadsters, actually it was the second game, if I remember correctly, we actually went down, we came back, or both of the games against the Roadsters were walk-offs. In the 9th inning, the first
both by Chamizo, yeah.
Yeah, it was 6-6, I think, in the bottom of the 9th inning in the first game. Chamizo comes in, doubles, knocks in the guy from second, and then was it 9-9 in the second game, and we had come back in that one, and we had come back to tie it at 9, and Chamizo comes up, but the credit I give is that group of kids. There was a group of kids at the game.
Tarps off.
Yes. Yeah. And they started with the Let's Go Freebirds chant in about the 5th inning. And it was nonstop. And it started off in front of us, and then they moved over to the right field bleachers. And there must have been 25, 30 kids out there chanting, Let's Go Freebirds. The boys had their shirts off, and they're spinning them around, the tarps off stuff. That was just awesome.
So we had a pretty good turnout Friday and Saturday, and there was a lot of kids Friday. I mean, like a lot of kids. And like you said, they were up by us in the press box. Press box, we have our windows open, and like watch the game. We shut all the windows. So finally, somebody came up and was like, hey guys, like go over there and start doing the Let's Go Freebirds. And we were just like, thank you so much for doing that. But it was 4 innings straight. We almost came back on the Sunday game as well. Yeah. And we came, 8-run deficit, something like that, and we lost by 2.
It started going through, and I remember thinking, oh my gosh, if we do it again. And that takes us back to the thought that I had before. The thing about the Roadsters is they're such a good ball club, and we see this on our side. First time through the lineup, you'll see a little bit of success, but the second time through the lineup against the same pitcher, that's where they start making their adjustments. Yep. You leave them in for a third time, and that's where the real run scoring starts, because now everybody's made their adjustments, and it seemed like the cure to that was, starting with the second game, I don't recall any pitcher facing any batter more than twice in the game. They get through one time through the lineup, start the second time, and we were having a new pitcher come in. And they really started running. Now, obviously, you can't do that for the whole season, but there seemed to be some success with that.
It's the hardest thing to do as a pitcher is to get a guy out 3 times in one game. Yeah. If you see him. And it happens more often in 9-inning games, but the thing, again, like I said earlier, that I just think they kind of figured out how to pitch to those guys and get them out and minimize the damage. I'm sure if we go back and look at the walks for those Friday and Saturday games that we didn't have that many walks. And if we did, it was early on in the game with the starters, and the bullpen guys didn't really walk anybody. And Sunday, the walk bug kind of got us a little bit, which hurt us in the long run. But like the hitters, Kirchner is, absolutely killing the ball. He has half the ABs as Chamizo, and he almost has the same RBIs. Like I think we found the RBI guys, and last time I was on the show, we talked about how Chamizo gets the inning going and hits really well and just refuses to get out. And then now Kirchner, who hits behind him, really just starting to just like drive guys in when it matters.
You had talking about the walks there and figuring them out. You had mentioned something the last time that we were on the show that I paid attention to, started incorporating in the on-air broadcast for the games, talking about how the ABS system tends to favor the hitters over the pitchers. And explain why that is.
So my thing is when you're pitching, you throw a ball, and a lot of our guys will look back up at the ABS system. Well, if it's out, high, low, or in. Like maybe on the corners, you might want to take a look, but like it's a mental thing if you're looking at that to have some confirmation of where the ball is. Like you should know as a pitcher, and I'm not criticizing our pitchers by any means, but it's just like a mental toughness kind of thing where if like the pitch is really close, like almost touching the zone on the outside corner and it's a ball on the screen, don't look up there. Great pitch.
Yeah.
You missed by half of an inch. If you watch an MLB game, they show you the decimal points and and the reason it favors the hitters is because especially Modesto is great at this, and it's super annoying when you watch them hit. But like Osiris and Tyler Williams, they go up there and they just calmly just sit there and they just take the first pitch.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, well now if it's a ball, like I have the upper hand of the count. And it's like the ABS system makes it to where you definitely have to fill up the zone, and makes it difficult as a pitcher to just deceive guys, I would say. Because if the pitch is close and it's a ball, if you're a really good hitter and you have a good eye, now you know that pitch or any pitch that's further away than that is just automatically a ball for the rest of the game. It's not a buffer zone, or some of these umpires that we see on TV. Long Beach, don't want to talk a lot of smack this episode. I talked a little bit of smack last episode. But I will talk smack on the umpires.
Did you get grief for that?
No, not too much grief. I looked it back a couple times and I was like, I was a little bit negative on some points. But I will talk smack on umpires that have bad zones, because I played, it's tough. It favors the pitchers. And when we were in Long Beach, a few of our batters got hosed on really bad calls. And to where it's like now you have us, we have ABS system. Modesto now has ABS system for the rest of the season. And
they have ABS all calls, balls and strikes?
Yeah, so Al, the guy who works for our company, went down to Modesto and set it up for him. Their guy came up and recorded me how we set it up and what goes on and stuff like that. And so he set it up to where now they have it all the games. But now, like I was going to get at is, you go from a park that has ABS, you play 6 games, 9-game homestand, and then you go to a Long Beach and it's up to the umpire.
Yeah.
And if you burn your challenges,
you're done.
You have to battle. You got to defend. It's a completely different game with ABS versus out of ABS for the hitters. So ABS pitcher favored umpires, I would imagine, hitter favored pitchers at away games for us. I would imagine they do better because they have those umpires that are going to be a little bit more iffy on the corners.
Well, you had mentioned that the last time. I really started paying attention to, and we'll get to a stat that I think you and I both agree is just killing us, the number of free passes that folks get on base and where our ball club sits compared to everybody else. But I really started paying attention to how close the pitches are that are being called a ball that are leading to the walks. And I noticed out there, I think it was Valdez, he's just missing just a little. His game is painting the corners, and I'm looking at his frustration. I know he's thinking, if I'm not here, I'm getting those calls. If I'm not here, I'm getting those calls. And now I got to alter where I'm pitching and how I go for pitching at my ballpark versus on the road. I'm going to get that call. And it forces me to come in a little bit more. And I could see there how it favors the hitter, because he was walking guys, but he was so close. It was just missing by just a fraction of an inch, and it's calls that I know he's getting on the road.
Yeah, and like if you watch the road games, like they don't show it on the scoreboard or anything like that, but you can tell, especially with like hitters' frustrations or stuff like that, if they strike out on a borderline pitch, that it's just like at our park it's a walk.
Yeah.
And like it's a walk. And the free passes thing, I said before, it's like kind of like a bug. And like the 2 games we played against Modesto, Friday and Saturday, we didn't have the bug those 2 games. And then Sunday it seemed kind of like a bug to where it just kind of got batoned off to the other guys.
So let's talk about that. By free passes, we're talking about walks and hit by pitch.
Yes.
And just any time where a person gets on base, either by way of a walk or a hit by pitch, and you went and looked at the numbers about where our ball club stands over the season compared to a few other ball clubs, and where are we at?
So hopefully after this we'll go into a more positive.
Yes.
note. Okay. So I checked a couple weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, and we broke the 600 mark. And then the past 2 weeks, we've now broken the 700 mark. And the math in terms of like innings pitched versus walks and hit by pitches, we're giving up almost 10 plus free bases on average a game. Now, we might have a game where we only walk 4 guys, but throughout the entire season, we're pretty much giving up 2.5 free runs worth of base runners. So when you go back and look at it from a fan point, a coach point, it's just kind of like a thing where, well, do we pound the strike zone and then now our pitchers have worse ERAs or worse this, worse that? And it becomes a thing to where we're at 730 walks now and hit by pitches. And the next closest team, I think, is 40 below us when I looked up, 50 below, something like that. And then the next team is like 100 below us. So it's like we're definitely like a big step ahead of the top 10 teams in the league in terms of like pitching, in terms of free bases.
Now, what I'd like to do, and this is all analytics, and I don't have this stat, but the stat I'd like to see is how do we compare road versus home with all of that? Because how many are we walking on average at home versus how many we're walking on average on the road, given that the strike zone is a little more hitter friendly at Bryant Field?
I personally believe that our pitchers pitch better on the road.
Yeah.
I think that since I'm at every home game, you're at every home game, we kind of have like the bias of we walk a lot of guys at home. We've played 83 games now, and we're almost at 10 walks a game. Mm-hmm. If you look at it, 83, 730, like it's nine walks a game pretty much. So I would imagine it's close to being the same here or there, but in terms of away and road, like we have a really bad road record, 9-29, and I think that comes back when I go and look at the scores. Like we only scored 2 runs, 3 runs, but then recently we just won 3 games on the road, and they hit the ball really well. And one of the games we lost was a knockout round, and it was 9-9,
yeah,
10-10, something like that, and so. I think when we go on the road, it kind of plays into the factor, like you said, of like our hitters kind of struggle a little bit because we don't have ABS. And then I personally believe we don't have it to any way to pull it up, I don't think, unless you go and look at like game splits for the away games. But I really believe that our pitchers do pitch better. At least our starters normally do. And the bullpen guys are the bullpen guys. We've had a lot of guys who are doing a lot better out of the bullpen. We got Pfeiffer back and is healthy and pitched really good. I think Sean Weiss competes, but a lot of the guys get put in tough situations, and sometimes they succeed, and then other times they just kind of let the ball roll down the hill. But I do think that we're playing a lot better in the second half as a group than we were in the first half.
Well, you know, and look, what we've been talking about, and we've been focusing a lot on the pitching and walks and hits, but the games have still been very close.
Yes.
And the reason why these games have been close is we have an offense that can score with anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, our hitters can score with anybody. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the top performers that are hitting. You talked about Zach Chamizo, but the one that I see that's been really coming on, and you mentioned, is Kirchner. He's only been with the ball club for a little over a month now, but
yeah, 29 games.
29 games, and he's already nearing the team lead in home runs. He's had several multi-home run games. Let's talk about what he's doing
in home runs.
What's that?
He's leading the team in home runs.
He's leading now?
Yeah, unless Chimizo hit one the past couple nights.
So Chimizo hit one, I think it was last night. So he's got 13 on the season, Chimizo does.
Yeah, Kirchner's got 14 on this list. And this was excluding this afternoon's game that was wrapping up.
So right now they're playing in Ogden. They're playing the Ogden Raptors. Well, I say right now, they just finished their series against the Raptors. They'll be on the road tomorrow, they're going to Idaho Falls to start a 6-game set against the Chuckers. And what did they do against the Ogden Raptors? Let's see, what did they do here? On the 19th, they won 12-6. Mm-hmm. That was a good game for them. Trying to see who went yard in that one. Cooper Hext and Andrew Kirchner both had home runs in that game. Christian Castaneda, Isaac Nunez, Zeb Rose all three had doubles. Just a great game for the offense there. You turn to the 20th. They ended up losing that game 20-7, and the real blowout. I don't know what happened in the bottom of the 8th inning, but that was an 11-run inning for the Raptors.
So when I looked it up, and it was just a walk thing. And I want to stop saying that so badly, but it's just one of those things where we just start walking a lot of guys. And it turns into, I think, like a 8-run inning or something like that, 8 or 9 runs in just one inning. But the thing that we have going for us is, especially two of the new guys are from Fullerton, Max Ortega and Eli Lopez. And one of the cooler things that happened, I don't think it was the Modesto series. I think it was the following series. But first professional AB hits a home run.
That was Eli Lopez, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Eli Lopez, first professional AB, first pitch he sees, hits a home run. And for those who are at home or for those who haven't seen this guy yet, he's like 5'7", $175, $180, like a pretty smaller player, really fast, but just goes first pitch bomb.
Wow.
In his first professional hit. And the two, I was growing up West Coast baseball guy, and Fullerton was always a really good baseball school, and they always had really good baseball players. And even if those players didn't play that well in terms of their college career at the end, or they didn't have like amazing stats and they don't get drafted, like they're ball players. And the cool thing where I'm going with this is we have 7 guys now who are all hitting above 300 that are in our starting lineup.
Wow.
And Lopez is a new guy. He's only had 10 ABs, but he's got 6 hits. One of them was a home run. The Ortega guy has been really hitting well, almost 400. He had a great. I was high on him last time I was on the show. And then you got Kirchner, Chimizo, Zeb Roos, and Duarte. And then you have another 2 guys who are right around 300, 291, 296. And it really, I think, helps a couple of the guys who are banged up that have been getting a little bit less playing time, especially Diego Aragon. I don't know if you noticed in those 6 games we had at home, but he, I think, only caught 2 of the games.
Yeah.
And Ortega
was in a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think he's banged up a little bit. I don't know for sure, but he's caught. How many games has Diego played in? He's played in 54, and of course Chimizo's played in 79, but besides Castaneda, and some of these might be pinch hits, by the way, but Diego, Castaneda, Donahue, and Devin Dixon are all almost at 70 games, and Chimizo too. He's at 80 games. But like those 6 guys have played almost every game of the season. We played 83, and Chimizo's played in 79.
Well, we do have I do have some updated stats here because the second game. So what happened with Ogden's game? The game against the Raptors last night was suspended due to rain, so they finished it up today.
By the way, I forgot to tell you earlier when I went back on the broadcast and nobody really said if the game was over. They called it the last minute of the broadcast before they go to the break. It was pouring really badly, so it stopped because of lightning, but then the camera, you could tell it was dumping.
Tristan Wolf, I think, uploaded some video of him and I think it was Devin Norton, where having fun in the rain. Let's put it.
Yeah, yes, I saw that. I saw that.
Running around. So they finished that game up today, and the Freebirds, I think, won that 12-9. And then they won the second game 12-9. Chamizo hit 2 home runs in the second game. So after that game,
so he's leading. He's taking the lead. Back
he's at
over.
15. He's at 15 home runs. Kirchner is at 14. Kirchner homered in the first 3 games in Ogden.
He can hit, man.
But you just look at he's hitting 359 on the year. Chamizo's hitting 343. I don't know where our offense would be this season without Zach Chamizo in the lineup. I mean, he has been an anchor to the offense.
I think that there's a few guys that you could point out that we've had. I mean, and we're down to, I think, like 7 or 6 remaining guys, and or nine, and 5 of those are position players, and all 5 of those position players are just the anchors of the team in terms of production and getting on base. And
who do you single out in that group?
Chamizo for sure. I'm a huge fan of Aragon. I mean, for
Yep.
how many games he's caught, and just he coming out of Colorado last year and Frank bringing him over, he didn't hit very well. I think like 250, 260. I could be wrong. And this year he's above, almost at 300. He's hit home runs at our home park. He puts the ball in play. His big thing that Robbie, our third base coach, bench coach, got ejected one of the games we were at home, which was hilarious. Love you, Robbie. I sent him a text and he loved it. But he's been working with Diego a lot on swinging at first pitches, and so I watched a lot of Arizona Diamondback games. And their Corbin Carroll, their right fielder superstar, their big guy, he swings at first pitches all the time now. And last year he didn't. And so I think that's a thing where I never tried to really do that. But like if you think about it, it's a great opportunity to make contact and put the ball in play, because the difference between you having a better average if it's a ball one or worse versus it's a strike one are very different in terms of you getting on base. And I think that's helped him out a big time. And then the hometown hero, Cooper Hex, that everybody loves.
Yeah.
I think him and Zeb, the first couple of weeks they struggled a little bit, and we were kind of all up in the press box, and our field guy and a lot of the fans are kind of like, oh man, like why are we still hitting these guys 1-2? Like, you know, like maybe our other guys should be hitting 1-2. And sure enough, like a month goes by and they're leading the team in terms of getting the game going.
I remember Cooper Hex from last year, and I was one of those that when I saw his name pop up that he is with the ball club again, I was, to the extent my 58-year-old body will let me do it. Also, just metaphorically, I was doing backflips.
Yeah.
Because first off, he's got deceptive speed. He is so fast out there in the outfield. I knew that outfield wasn't going to be an issue. Not that I really thought center field was an issue before. I just knew that we weren't going to have any decline. If anything, it was going to get better. But I also knew he could hit. And I when Kirchner came to the ball club, scuffled for the first couple of games, and then he took
Jet lag.
off. Yeah.
Jet lag. It's hard to come in, and Ortega's the only guy this year who's like defeated that.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if you remember Yamal George, the other catcher we had, but he also came in and was hot and then started to do bad. But
Kyle Carlson came in, hit 2 home runs his first 2 games of the ball club as well.
But I mean, like, in terms of, starting good and then either only getting better or just continuing to play at that high level.
But I just know that Kirchner, the first couple of games, I didn't know anything about him. But then once he settled in, it was like, great. This is great. So when Cooper Hex came in, coming over from the East Coast, because he's playing in the Frontier League, coming over from the East Coast, I had learned my lesson with Kirchner. You know, don't judge a person.
Yes.
Don't judge him on his first couple of games. So let him go a couple of games, and then he took off. And it was awesome.
I don't remember, but it depends on who we were playing too.
Yeah.
Because we're playing Long Beach a lot, we're playing Modesto a lot, and we touched on it earlier, like away versus home. I think the weakness also that our hitters face sometimes is there are still very good pitchers on these teams. And it might only be 1 or 2 starters per team. And again, they play 6 games. Like we only see Eggy pitch 1 game in a homestand. We only see our guys pitch 1 game in the homestand, and they go to these other parks, and we might not have even seen this guy at our park yet in terms of pitching and doing good. And they have a sub-4 ERA. They get guys out. They're really good pitchers. And I think those are the games that we either get blown out or we lose in terms of like our hitters don't do well. we're probably facing one of the top 20 pitchers in the league that night. And it's just something that we're missing, so we just kind of forget to be like, oh, okay, like maybe that's why our pitchers didn't do that good that night.
I know that with Kirchner, the other thing was he started his first 2 games he was playing at first base. The third game where he really started hitting, he did okay, but he played that third game out in right field. And he had 3 throws over to third from right field that were like, oh my gosh.
So he played outfield in Utah this week. I'm pretty sure there was at least 2 games I tuned in for, and he was in the outfield. And I don't know if he's not allowed to play outfield at our park or just because it's a short porch in right field, so there's no reason to put him out there in terms of his arm. But
he's got a cannon.
He only plays first base for us pretty much at home. Yeah. There's only been 2 or 3 games, and we touched on it last time. But whenever it's a road trip, I see different guys at first base, and I don't see Kirchner, but he's in the lineup, and so he's obviously out in right field, and I call him Robot, just the way he carries himself. But he's him and Chimizo, and I'd throw Aragon in that category too. They have so much confidence in the box. And Chimizo, like we said, he's played so many games this year. He's only missed 4 games, and I think 3 of those was the homestand before where he had a bad back, and they were like, no, dude, like, we just get healthy. And he's looked a little bit off, a little bit different. He had the 2 walk-offs that were great, but I mean, again, it comes down to confidence. He was 1 for 4 or 0 for 4 going into one of those, and the other one I think he was 1 for 4, and he just gets the job done when it matters. But the confidence is a huge thing in the box, and I'll give Isaac Nunez some praise too. He was almost below 200 a couple weeks ago. Plays really well in the Long Beach series. Plays really well at home for those 6 games, and he's almost back up to 260, something like that. I don't know if he played today and didn't do that well, but he was, I'd say, on the verge of being that Mendoza line that everybody jokes about in baseball, where if you hit like below 200, like you're just not a good hitter. And he got hot and started hitting really well, and he's really comfortable and has a lot of confidence in the box. Maybe that's why they picked him to do the knockout round game.
Do you think that to what extent do they benefit playing at altitude in Ogden, Utah?
Well,
versus here, where it's sea level up there, they're not quite a mile high, but they're a lot higher than we are here.
My personal experience comes from Nevada.
Yeah.
And if anybody's ever been to the University of Nevada Reno's ballpark, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Now, 500 feet, 600 feet, 800, but like once you get above, I'd say 1,000, 1,200, like the ball goes another 10 plus feet. And you can tell by how fast the ball gets out of the infield when you hit a line drive or you hit a deep fly ball. Like it just seems like the ball is snapping out of the air and just going, especially if it has backspin.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at the stats. I was just going based upon the offensive numbers that I saw here for the series in Ogden, and we didn't. How many people did we have? We had Missoula. The Paddleheads came in, but we didn't have anybody else who plays at altitude come into town this year, did we?
No.
Yeah. So
the beginning of the year, we had the. That's what you said.
We had the Paddleheads come in.
We had the Paddleheads, and then the team that came in before, was it Oakland? A week and a half ago. Were they from out of town?
Oakland came in from out of town. So the only teams we've had come in from out of town have been Oakland, Modesto, Long Beach, the Mobiles. Mm-hmm. I don't think we've had anybody else, and the Paddleheads. Those are the only 5 teams we've had come in. I think.
Thought that.
We had the Boise, the Hawks.
That's the Hawks. That's the team I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So we've only had 2 teams from altitude, but even then, I don't think that their stadiums at altitude. But they didn't hit very well that series either. Their lefties pulled a few home runs and stuff like that, but they didn't really hit that series that we played in those 3 games.
Yeah. Well. What do you see from the ball club? What do you expect there? How do you think they're going to do going against the not the Raptors, but the Chuckers next week?
Remind me what they're. I don't want to have to look up on my phone, I should say, but I think they're also another team that, if I'm not mistaken, their pitching isn't that great. I could be wrong. I know the Pioneer League website, if you just go to like team stats and then pitching, it'll tell you our ranks. Like we're, I think, 10th in pitching. I really it popped in my head earlier that we were going to get 6 wins and just sweep them and not lose a game with just how good our hitters are. I don't know if they're at elevation. I would imagine they are. But we're playing good. Almost every game but the one game this week that was a blowout has been close and competitive. And as long as our pitchers stay away from the walks and they continue to get guys out when it matters, I think that, in my mind, I think we win 6 games.
So the Chuckers, I think they may have a lot more to play for. You know, it's the top 2 teams from the first half of the season punch their ticket to playoffs, and then the top 2 teams from the second half of the season. And if either of the top 2 teams in the first half end up in the top 2 at the second, then they go to the next teams. So you look here, the Roadsters, I think, are probably going to get into the playoffs. They lead the second half standings at 27.
You said we're playing the Chuckers, right?
And we're playing the Chuckers. They're in 4th place.
So they have the worst pitching though in the league.
Do they?
Yeah. So if on the Pioneer stats, they have the worst pitching. I don't know what ranks them, but we're 9th and they're 12th in pitching.
I think they're fighting with the Billings Mustangs for that last playoff spot, and right now they're a game behind them. So they got a lot to play for.
They do. But we talk about it all the time. The West Coast side of the league, we beat up on each other.
Yeah.
And we're the only team that's beat Modesto this entire second half. And I don't know if that's just Long Beach. They know they're in the playoffs, so they're just kind of coasting, or they're just kind of save guys, keep them healthy, and maybe they're not pitching their guys as often, something like that. But if you look at the pitching, who's played the best first half? Long Beach. Guess what rank they are? Number 1 in pitching.
Yeah.
Modesto's played the best second. Guess what rank their pitching is? Second. So I think pitching is kind of like the tail, but again, that's why I think we have a chance to beat these out-of-state teams, because this team's 12th in pitching, and then if they're playing that well, I'm sure their hitting is top 5. They're number 2 in hitting. So it's going to come down to first 1 to 20 wins.
Yeah.
I think. And it's number 9 pitching versus number 12 pitching, and number 11th hitting, which I don't think says a lot because it includes all the guys that we've gotten rid of stats in this. So, but I think if you take our group right now and you put them against this team and their hitting, I think we still have a chance to go out there and win. So
I guess the long and short of it is, if you were gonna pony up to go on the HTN network to ever watch the Freebirds on the season, it's this next week's the one you're going to want to watch.
We could beat that 54-run record game.
Yeah.
These next 6 games with how good these 2 offenses are, and with how struggling the bullpens are. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I think our bullpen's gotten a lot better the past 2 weeks. Starters still, it's a flip of the coin when the starters go out there. It seems like either it's good or it's bad, or it's good and then it kind of falls apart towards the end. But they've been pitching a lot better. I do really think our bullpen's done a lot better. And if we have the lead and we get Rain on the mound, it's almost like a slam dunk.
That is, and we could probably wrap it up with just talking about what Rain Pfeiffer's done on the year coming in. Now look, the best performances that I've seen him pitching against his old ball club,
that's crazy.
The Roadsters.
I still can't wrap my head that they got rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Before they go into playoffs. I get it, they're loaded. They have the second best pitching in the league, but how is that guy not sticking around on that team going into playoffs? I know,
but you know what? I think for our pitching staff and our coaching staff, hey, your loss, our gain. We're happy to have him.
Well, so we had that 3-game stand against Modesto before we went, I think, to Long Beach. And Diego Aragon, we talked about it. Diego Aragon had a heck of a game. He just put us in the lead by a run with the 2-run home run. Drew Aguirre comes in, and to what you said earlier, he walks a few guys, but they were great ABs, and the pitches that he missed on the walks, he celebrated 2 of the walks because he thought it was a strike, and the ABS said it was a ball.
Yeah.
And they were really close pitches. And then Rain comes in, gives up a grand slam, which they weren't his runs, but the one, and then starts walking guys. And then he was MIA for a week and a half, a week. Whether it was hurt or whether it was psychological, I'm just sitting there when's Rain going to get back out there? When's Rain's going to get back out there? And then he came back out on that Sunday when we had that early game. So he came back a week after that Modesto series
Yeah.
and was pitching against Oakland. And it was Sunday, that early game, struck out the side. Shiloh, our music guy, had his little Let the Rain Fall Down on My Skin song for him going, and he was loving it. And ever since then, he's been brought out in situations where we need a win or a hold, and it's been nothing but just lights out confidence, striking everybody out, and just sealing the ball game.
And it was awesome to see him come in and be able to do that against his former ball club.
Yes. He also said, I don't know if you got to talk to him at all, but he was like, that felt amazing. Like,
Yeah.
that was great that I got to do that, because they don't think I'm good enough to be on their team for the playoffs or anything like that.
I know I had a comment on the air, caught a little grief for it, but I said, well, it just goes to show you that warm rain melts snow any day of the week.
Yeah,
So.
it was a good one. It was a good one.
Well, all right. I think with that, we're coming up on the top of the hour here, and Brett Bloomfield's joining us here on the Freebirds weekend wrap-up. We've talked about how they're doing. They got another week on the road. Then they're going to come back for a 6-game homestand against the Oakland Ballers, and then they'll call it a season at that. But you should really come out and to see the ball club against the Ballers if you want to see them really fight it and go at the Ballers. There's a lot on the line in terms of pride. I mean, that's our, we call it the 80 series. They're just down the 80 over there in Oakland.
And we lost last year, so.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say is we talked about we play Modesto and Long Beach so much. So we play Modesto or Long Beach 24-plus times each. And then we only play Oakland 16 times or 18 times, something like that.
Yeah.
So like a whole series less against Oakland, which is crazy.
Yeah, look, the majority of our ball games have been against Long Beach and Modesto.
Number 1, number 2.
Yeah, and the series kind of shows it. But again, we got an offense that'll compete with anybody.
I really hope that next time I see you, I get to be like, I told you we'd win 6 games.
Well, we're going to be back on it next Saturday. Next Saturday again, 4 p.m. That'll be our probably our last in-season Freebird show here. We'll have you on, and you can go ahead and you can go ahead and tell me that you told us so. They will have only played 4 of the 6 games. They'll probably be in progress on the 5th game.
Yep.
But that'll give us a chance to see where they're going. So for Brett Bloomfield, I'm Todd Cunin. For Mason Cunin, the engineer extraordinaire who's been the silent strength behind the engineer's table. Thank you for joining us here on the Freebirds Show. We'll see you next Saturday, 4 p.m. for more Freebirds baseball.
Meetings to find common ground. First, with environmental agencies over how much water fish needed.
They had an Excel spreadsheet that filled up a wall with these little tiny cells of all these stressors by life stage, by species.
Over the course of that 20 years, we proposed that settlement to 6 different directors of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. 6 different directors.
We had already met and ironed out the deal with the NGOs and the governmental agencies and the water contractors. Now we get to go home and work with our irrigation district and thought, well, this should be the easy part, right? No, and I'll never forget out of one of the meetings, it was so discouraging after we met with them because they really didn't understand the program. And I'll never forget Paul Barkowitz said, they don't understand it and we can't explain it.
They don't get it and we can't explain it to them. You know, there were challenges in all aspects of the agreement. And then we had engaged with them with a hydrologist like Steve Grinnell to figure out, okay, how do we make this work from a project operations standpoint?
As an engineer, I kind of have a bit of a personal motto. There's always a solution. So we just lay out the information for them. Farmers are great. You try to take something from them, and they'll stand at their fence line with a shotgun at you. But if you show them a way to get something done, to move forward, they're fantastic partners.
What Yuba did is they took basically lemons and made some lemonade out of it. And that's the best way to put it. Just trust me, get in the car in the dark, and we're going to go for a ride, right? And we're going to end up at X. And that's kind of what a little bit of it was.
In the end, 3 agreements were ironed out as part of the Lower Yuba River Accord. More water would flow for fish, Yuba Water would be allowed to transfer some of that water south, and Yuba County farmers agreed to pump groundwater in dry years and use surface water in the wet years to replenish the groundwater, safeguarding local water supplies.
It is the solution, the model for solving water problems.
The Accord was the single most important event since building the dam to happen to the Yuba Water Agency.
Rivers freeze and summer ends. See from me she has a coat so warm. Keeps her from
This agency has the potential to change Yuba County forever. Once the bonds were paid off, there was going to be a revenue stream that could make an impact in this poor county. So it got you to dreaming about what the future would be.
As the sun rose over New Bullard's Bar one April morning in 2016, a future 50 years in the making arrived. Yuba Water was about to take the reins from PG&E.
The agreement with PG&E was wonderful. It's what allowed us to build the dam and build the powerhouses. It was necessary, right?
Yuba had the opportunity to just sign another agreement with PG&E.
They, what I say, jumped off the cliff. Or we're going to do it ourselves.
It proved to be incredibly difficult with the punch list that just went on and on and on.
As Yuba Water formed its own power operation from the ground up, the agency negotiated with PG&E, with someone who would become a very familiar face on the other side of the table.
I have to blame it on my mom's sister, my aunt. She would take me to the races in Grass Valley. I can remember going there when I was like 4 years old, and I always said, I'm going to be a race car driver someday. Well, I'm not a race car driver.
Instead, Willie Whittlesey ended up in the fast-paced world of water, and his career path had its share of twists and turns.
I was at the time managing the contracts between PG&E and all of the irrigation districts and water agencies that PG&E dealt with. And Kurt and Yuba County Water Agency were one of those contracts. So I was managing that. I was on the other side of the table from Kurt Aiken, managing the end of what I didn't even realize at the time was such a historic agreement for Yuba County, right? Not realizing that someday I would be on the other side of the table, actually managing those agreements that I was negotiating. Now here I am as the general manager, and it's like, hey, we've got this wonderful resource that was kind of locked up for 50 years.
I was there when the transition happened, right at the time. We were at the Colgate Power Plant, and the board of directors were there and stuff like that. And it was just, it was like 2000, when the year 2000 came in. It's just another tick on the clock, right? It went fine. There was no fear.
From that day forward, power from New Colgate belonged to Yuba Water. The revenue to the people of Yuba County.
I don't know if you can compare it to any other place in California. Where else has a small agency, community, county done something of that magnitude?
That willingness and courage to take a little bit of a chance. The board took a chance with us when we take these, hey, we're adding this staff. We want to spend this many $1 million to make this change. It took a lot of confidence and courage on their parts. There's been courage all the way through the organization.
What kind of pride do you feel?
Oh, a lot. It's been a fight. We made it.
Today, This historic community is poised to write its next chapter. In the gold fields, more dirt was moved here than to build the Panama Canal. Piece by piece, Yuba Water is working to reverse the devastating impacts of hydraulic mining, restoring habitat to support declining fish populations. New Bullard's Bar is still the crown jewel of the agency and also a hidden gem as a recreation destination. While much of California grapples with declining groundwater, here the underground aquifer is in great shape. An area once beset by flooding is now one of the best protected in the state and continuing to work toward a first-of-its-kind milestone, 500-year flood protection, meaning there's a 1 in 500 chance in any given year that a flood could overpower the system. And in the high country, Yuba Water is leading unprecedented efforts to return forests to healthy natural conditions, protecting the watershed and reducing the risk of a devastating wildfire.
I think that we have an area of the county that's as well protected as can be from both flood and fire. And the water agency is working at both ends of the spectrum, from the top of the Sierras to the bottom of our flood zones.
All the while, Yuba Water is pouring hydropower revenue back into the community, investing in our leaders of tomorrow, investing to breathe new life into an economy that has struggled for far too long. It has taken immeasurable sacrifice and determination over many, many years. But in Yuba County, the future is bright.
My passion is really how can you leave the county in a better place that you've been involved in. And my two brothers play golf, and I go to water meetings. It's been very interesting and rewarding, and I'm proud that I was part of it.
There's a real sense of community, and it is that commitment to, no, this is our county. We're going to make it as good as we can.
What I think the most important thing for me is 50 years from now, my great-grandchildren will still want to live here. So that the children of Yuba County say, this is a great place to live, and we're going to stay. And that, to me, is success.
Probably not smart enough to go anywhere else. And here I sit, and I'm dug in, and I think, maybe I'm the dumb guy. All my ancestors, when things got a little crappy, they moved on. And I don't know, maybe it's the Pacific Ocean has stopped us, I don't know, but we're dug in and we're not moving.
It was all about how do we get this done? How do we work together and willing to take risks?
What more can we do? How do we think big? How do we dream big like the original founders of the agency?
There's just so much potential here in Marysville and in Yuba County. I just want to see us live up to that potential.
connecting the Yuba Sutter 93Q community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And my interview, my 9 o'clock, 9:14:40 to be exact, is Tom Walter. And I don't even remember how I met Tom, but we have some common loves, the military. We both have great respect for the military and everything involved in it. And we both like blues.
That's for sure. Yep.
You know, it's like there's certain music that just goes right to the soul, and that's one of them.
You know what's funny about that is I love it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and that's enough.
And then you're moving on. Right? Well, you go from blues to brews, then you move from brews to barbecue.
There we go.
You just got the sequence down.
There we go.
So that's coming up right around the corner.
It is, August 29th.
Gosh, how quickly this year is going by.
Yep, it's our 24th year. We lost 1 year during COVID.
Mm-hmm. So. Which was a waste of time because I'd have eaten barbecue. Just lift the mask and eat, listen to the music. You're outside. What the heck?
And beer's a natural, you know.
Yeah. It could, for all we know, beer could have killed COVID.
That's true.
We should have experimented more.
I tried.
We get.
And I got it 4 times.
Oh, yeah, same here. It's like I told people, first time was pretty treacherous. After that, it was like, I got COVID, right? It was just, yeah. So this year is how many? 24?
24th year. Yeah, Gina Crawford and I started it. Yep. It's gone from like 200 people to we'll probably have 800, 850 this year.
So let's talk a little bit about the important stuff, right? So it's on the 29th. So let's talk about it. What kind of brews are going to be there?
Over 30 microbrews.
Wow.
We will have non-alcoholic. I had a lady call me and say, so we're going to provide that, of course, which we haven't in the past.
Well, that's good. I don't drink, but I want to go have a good time.
Well, of course, we have all kinds of sodas, different kinds of sodas. We have wine, all different kinds of wine, water.
I do drink wine.
And we do have canned beer, probably 20 different kinds of canned beer.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the brews are happening. Okay. What about the music? What are you having this year for music?
Good to Go.
It's called Good to Go?
I have not heard them, but one of our members, you know Jim Phillips.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, bass player and vocalist. So he gets our bands every year, and he hasn't let me down yet.
That's very cool. Yeah. All right. Now I'm a dude, so it is about the food. So let's talk barbecue. What do you got going on this year?
Yeah. So like in other years, in the last at least 10, we have a pulled pork sandwich dinner, which is coleslaw and beans. By the way, the beans are from Hard Times. They're the best ever. Oh gosh, yeah. And I walked into Hard Times and I met the owner, Tim, and I said, you want to come out and do some samples and, get a little advertising, free advertising? He said, well, heck, why don't I cook it all?
Wow, he's such a nice guy. Yeah,
he's tremendous. And then Veronica is his marketing person. But anyway, he's going to do the pork shoulders for the pulled pork sandwiches. We're going to have half slab of rib dinner, which he's cooking, and then we'll have a tri-tip sandwich dinner.
Wow!
And I've got Kenny Crowther, who caters. He's going to cook that. So, and then it has coleslaw, and we have cookie tree cookies for dessert. So it'll be a...
Man, you have like the best of the best.
We try.
You know, you guys, it's like, you know, it's like the difference between going and getting a TV dinner and getting a hungry man. You know, it's not the thing. Because I remember one year you had invited me. Thank you. You always invite me out. And I went up to get the food, and I was like, I hate to say this, but if there was no other reason, I would come to eat. I forget the band. Yeah, it was great music, and just a lot of really great people are out there. I mean, you see so many people you know, and even if you don't know them, you get a chance to, you know, meet new people, right?
Yeah, but it's a community event. We have 81 sponsors.
Wow.
Yeah, 480 seats. You know, that sponsorship comes with seats and reserved tables. So we have 81 reserved tables.
Well, gosh, that's a lot. That's amazing.
Well, they help us. It's unbelievable what this community does. I mean, so we've done 48 events this year. We cook for 17 different organizations and funded the others. We've done a scholarship program for $28,500. We've helped Beal on 3 different occasions, and the backpack, the Christmas when the spouses are away at Christmas time, and thank you, community, for allowing us to do that and giving us the resources to do it.
Yeah, I think I was going to ask you that. Hey, name some of the major sponsors that help this so that you guys can help. Because I believe you're Kiwanis, right?
Early risers.
Early risers. Yeah, you guys are like, who wants to get up that early? Well, we eat. All right, I'm in.
IHOP. 6:45 a.m. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. And I had to do it because I was with Sutter and Sutter Health. And I had to meet with the doctors at lunchtime because you don't want to interrupt their schedules. So that's when I started 34 years ago. Yeah. Oh, so sponsors, Clan Morrison, John Morrison, he's our drinkware sponsor. So when you get there, you get a plastic 14-ounce cup. This is not beer tasting, this is beer drinking. And thank you, Happy Viking, one of our majors too, for they bring out their 2 trailers, so it's 16 taps, and their staff to serve. It's unbelievable. And then of course we have our other beer vendors, but Medusa Earth is one of our major sponsors also, and I've never heard of them, but so we have some farmers in our group.
That's cool.
Who really go out and get the farm community vendors to help us out.
I'm really kind of disappointed, Tom. I think you should have had red Solo cups.
John wouldn't pay. He wouldn't give us that big sponsorship unless I used a magic marker and wrote Clan Morrison on it. No.
Oh, man, this is really awesome. So one more time, it's on the 29th.
Yes, it's from 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8 at the Yuba Sutter Fairgrounds.
Correct.
And where can they go and get tickets?
Yeah, so they can go on Eventbrite. They can go to our website, brewsbluesandbbq.org or .com. They can go to the Happy Viking, or they can go to Beach Hut Deli.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah.
And then they can pick up the tickets there. And
right.
You know, is there any specials, like if you buy for a party of 4, or is it just the ticket price is the same?
Ticket price is the same, but yeah, and then if you go to the gate, if you wait till you go to the gate, it's $75. It's $65 we haven't changed that for several years.
So just one quick thing. So the funds that come into this, because you guys are a nonprofit, right?
Correct.
And you're helping. So where do they go? What kinds of things are you guys supporting?
Well, like I said, the Beal Backpack, the Beal Christmas program, the 17 places that we cook. We just took our 16-burner, 2-warmer propane trailer, beautiful trailer that Sweco built for us, we took it to Restore, or Habitat for Humanity, for the community to use.
Oh, man.
So just call John Nicoletti and go pick it up and use it and have a blast. There's so many sponsors. Like I said, there's 81 sponsors. But
I tell people, you're always going to forget somebody. I don't care if you had them written in front of you. Somehow you'd miss one. So,
the other things that we give money to, this We Live, this new thing, for foster kids who term out at 18.
Yeah.
They help them get adjusted to the community because they just drop them.
We just had them on the air.
Did you really?
Yeah. Great folks.
So we gave them $1,000. Just all community stuff, and they come and speak, and then the board meets and votes on how much to fund. We have 2 coming up in the next board meeting. So.
Well, I appreciate early risers. So Blues, Brews, and Barbecues, go to that. But early risers, one more of our really just amazing local service clubs. And so if you like having pancakes with a bunch of people that love the community.
Or hot dog lunches.
We
did the United Way luncheon at the golf tournament.
Yeah. Yep. So you guys, 6:45. IHOP.
Yes.
So if somebody's interested in joining, can they go at that time and meet with you guys?
You come at that time and I'll buy you breakfast.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm about to get breakfast on Tom Walter's wallet.
Love to have you.
All right. What day is that you guys meet?
On every Tuesday.
Tuesdays. All right. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you coming on Blues, Brews, and Barbecues the 29th. I like that you can just go Happy Viking or Beach Hut Deli, get your tickets there. You can go online and get them our Eventbrite.
And on our posters, actually, there's the QR code.
Oh, that's even right easier.
Yeah. For you techies.
Yeah, that's not me, Tom. All right, thanks again.
Okay, thanks for having me.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw & Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
93Q Radio was an opportunity for what's called an LPFM to give the community a voice.
The big part of what's happening here is it's us. It's the community of us. There really is no other media group in the downtown Yuba Sutter grids that support and are active and are enthusiastic, and we can bring our message to more directly than any other source that's around.
We see the value. I really feel like this is a foundation for our community to build on and to thrive and to create that connection that we need.
They have the pulse of our community, from the nonprofits to the local governments. If you want to find out what's happening in our community, get on board with 93Q.
And 93Q does so much to help our community, helps us promote our local events, as well as local businesses, and tell our story about what we do here in Yuba Sutter.
The folks that work here, they're part of our community, so they understand our needs, and that's important. But secondly, they report on things that are going on in our community.
Local radio is so important during times of emergency. They're there. We lean on them to provide information to our public.
And I know that one of their goals is increasing their signal power and their reach, especially up in our foothill region. So the more support we can give them, the broader reach they can have.
My wife and I are glad to support 93Q. We're going to do it on a monthly basis, but I really recommend that if you want to make your community better, this is a great place to take a first step right here.
So if you can, reach deep into your pocket and give to 93Q.
It's our turn to support 93Q. They're a nonprofit, so in order to keep growing, they need our support.
We need to support them the way that they support us, and so I would ask that if you can, please give during this time.
93Q is a great partner for law enforcement, and they're a great partner partner for the Yuba Sutter area.
We're really asking people if you can give $10, $15, $20 a month, and then that enables us to continue to put small business spots on the air, nonprofits, organizations that are they're using every dollar they got just to operate, and they don't have extra money to spend on really promoting their cause. And that is why community radio, to me, I'm grateful to be part of it, and that's why it's important.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
We continue to follow breaking news right now out of Yuba County.
The Yuba Water Agency says a pipe burst at the Colgate Powerhouse on the Yuba River.
The work to rebuild the Colgate penstock is underway, but there's a long road ahead for Yuba Water Agency.
It's absolutely difficult for me to look at it. The momentum of this agency at the time was great. We were doing great things, and to have something unanticipated like this come up has been devastating, frankly.
What happened that day was unexpected and unprecedented.
So it was an average Friday afternoon. We'd had 4.5 months of maintenance work going on in the tunnel and the penstock, and on Friday, February 13th, we were filling the penstock in the tunnel. We were near completion of the filling, and the penstock ruptured.
A catastrophic scene after a major pipeline burst in Yuba County.
That initial force must have been incredible.
In an instant, a maintenance project that was nearly complete became one of the biggest challenges in Yuba Water's history.
It was frantic and it was chaotic for the first few hours afterwards, ensuring that everyone was accounted for, developing a plan to remediate the oil spill downstream in Englebright Reservoir. Once we knew everyone was going to be okay, then you get a different feeling of devastation of all the work ahead of us, all the analysis, all the remediation, the financial impact it would have on this agency.
The effects of the rupture reach far beyond the repair site. With the penstock out of service, once the reservoir drops below the main spill gates, Yuba Water can only move about 1/3 as much water downstream as it normally would, which could have impacts throughout the state. That water supports local agriculture and native fish in the Yuba River, as well as Central Valley farming and communities throughout the Bay Area and Southern California. The outage has also sidelined the new Colgate Powerhouse, a facility capable of generating enough electricity for up to 350,000 homes and providing critical power when demand on the grid surges. And with that generation offline, one of Yuba Water's primary sources of revenue has been interrupted.
This conveyance system in the Colgate Powerhouse is 80% of the agency's revenue, and we'll be without that during the period of reconstruction.
That revenue helps fund flood protection projects, water supply investments, environmental and educational programs, and grants that benefit the local community. Until the system is restored, those resources will be limited. Technical experts are examining every part of the system to better understand the extent of the damage and develop a plan for rebuilding. At the same time, an independent forensics team is investigating what caused the incident in the first place. Both of these efforts will help inform the overall schedule and cost to rebuild. Fixing the penstock is about much more than just rebuilding a damaged facility. It's about restoring the water deliveries, clean energy generation, and community investments that depend on it. But Yuba Water is determined to get there.
The response from the public, the response from our partners in the industry, the response from our board of directors, and primarily our staff just shows to me that we will absolutely get through this.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Imagine bringing the golf course anywhere you want. Introducing Smash Golf, California's premier mobile golf simulator, bringing the green to your scene. Perfect for corporate events, parties, fundraisers, weddings, and golf lovers of all skill levels. Compete with friends and experience pro-level golf simulation without leaving your event. Make your next event unforgettable with Smash Golf. Smash Golf, bringing the green to your scene. Visit smashgolfca.com to book your event today.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Welcome, everybody, to edition number 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. That's right. Let me say that again. Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. I'm John Cassidy. That's Hard Rock, the logo right there. That is Gary Gelfand, Fox 40 fame. You got a little Hard Rock wearing. That looks a little tight.
Is this being broadcast right now?
Live. We're on live. Looking good.
Shouldn't have worn my sister's shirt, but I did. I got it on.
Scott Marsh from Sacktown Sports 1140. Scotty, good to see you. Nice look there.
Good. The band is back, and man, Gary, you put on a few pounds.
Right?
That shirt is tight.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's building up for the NFL season. Mr. Harold Presley.
It's either that, Gary, or your sister's really big.
Harold Presley of Villanova 1985 championship, NCAA championship fame. First round pick of the Kings in 1986. He's been milking it since 86. And Harold, by the way, nice look. Well done.
The bookends. We have to make them look good. And that's a lot of work.
They have the stuff that fits. We're still working on that.
Exactly.
Yes, well, Scott did remind us the band is back together. Great to see you guys.
Great to see you.
You too, yeah.
And, I know we're all excited. I want to thank Mark Bertha and Ann Pagel out at Hard Rock for jumping in as sponsors and kicking us back off. The third iteration of the Sports Roundtable. Number 1 was Sierra Central Credit Union for 12 years, and then we did a year with Highlands, and now with Hard Rock and the Hard Rock development and their beautiful sports bar.
Yeah.
If you want to watch some games.
Oh, man. I've already spent some time in that sports bar. It's amazing. That place is great.
It's awesome. I can't wait to do some shows from there.
That will be really, really fun, especially for some big games, Mr. Presley.
And we're looking at football coming up right now. Wow. And all the fantasy. Gary, I know you're ready for that one.
Man, I can't wait for fantasy.
Scott wants to start our own fantasy league.
Or do you? I'm going to play fantasy for this group, but in general, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, general, you don't. That's right.
I'd rather play a Survivor League that actually matters, where you have real wins and losses.
Okay.
We're going to have prizes. So
Okay.
On this iteration of the Sports Roundtable, which is we love being part of Hard Rock. They're an amazing Fortune 200 group, and the enterprise rancheria that owns Hard Rock has done a phenomenal job for Northern California and all the communities it serves. And we're going to have all sorts of great ways that you can access us, the show, watch it, listen to it. It's going to be on Sacktown Sports 1140 on Saturdays at noon, and on your YouTube channel, right, Scott?
Yep, that's right.
We're doing it live right now on 93Q and 93Q's YouTube channel and Facebook channel, and you'll be able to go to Hard Rock Sports Roundtable on YouTube in the future to watch, because I know you want to watch these over and over, right, Harold?
Over and over.
So much good information every half-hour show.
You really want to tune in because we got some good stuff. We tell the truth around here.
My understanding is you can edit Harold's lines if you
can
go online.
You can do pretty much anything.
That's up to our bagpiper extraordinaire producer. That would be Kurt Baird.
This is all AI right now, right? Right? Can you make me look better?
I don't know if I can make you look better, but
is that possible?
Actually, you can't make me look any better.
We might be able to airbrush some of you.
So it's kind of interesting because literally almost a year ago, in coming November, and we're going to try to have an anniversary, a nice event out at Hard Rock again. We kicked off the Hard Rock Sports Bar, brand new. The screens are amazing. They're so vivid. They're huge. You can watch all the sporting events from A to Z. They had the World Cup Fest. They had you can watch the Giants games out there if you want to. Right now they're kind of ugly. We'll talk about that too. But all sorts of great food at the Hard Rock Cafe right there. They bring
Council Oaks.
The Council Oaks. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the cafe, unbelievable.
Yeah,
great food.
fantastic.
Wait, what's we love Yu-Yu, yes.
Asian
That's
fusion.
Delicious.
And we're going to touch on that in our testimonial commercials today. But all sorts of good stuff going on out there. We kicked it off. We had Mike Bibby out there. We had Dusty Baker. We had Harold Presley. Henry Turner, Festus Ezeli,
Brad Miller came.
Michael Merriweather.
Jerry Reynolds.
Jerry Reynolds, the legendary
Greg Lukenbill.
Greg Lukenbill, the first owner of the Sacramento Kings, and John Cariotis, one of the current owners. So it's quite a November 10th kickoff for the Hard Rock Sports Bar. If you haven't been there, get up there. Even get up there before concerts at Hard Rock Live. We'll touch on all the shows and stuff that are coming up there as we evolve the show. It's going to be live every Wednesday at 2:30 on 93Q, and then on Saturdays again at noon on Sacktown Sports 1140, and then you can watch us on YouTube as well. All sorts of things going on sports-wise today. We're going to cover NBA draft, the Kings moves, Warriors had a pretty good first-round pick, NFL draft and the 49ers, NFL preseason games kicking off this week. The Niners play the Titans. I think they're already started kind of an MMA.
They're already fighting. They're ready to play. That's what that means. Both teams ready to go.
What do they call that, Scott, when teams practice against each other? They call that
internal scrimmages.
Yes, that's right. Scrimmages.
Or the real preseason games.
The real preseason games. Yeah, there was a lot of fights this week there, but we got WNBA in full swing. Roger Craig goes in the Hall of Fame. Giants, A's, how that's working out in Sacramento. Sutter Health Park. I know, Presley, you love the hot dogs over at Sutter Health Park.
I'm a foodie, so I'll eat.
Hey, Lakers, Harold, they sold for $12.5 billion.
That's not bad. Does that do anything for my pension?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it does. That's a good point.
Yes.
That could boost it.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to finding out real soon.
Your only Laker experience was when you went down 40-4.
Oh, we had to go
that wasn't the only.
We always go there.
I don't know how that helps you.
I also missed the game-winning shot, too, Scott.
Was that the game that Jerry had the heart attack, too?
No, that was in Sacramento.
We got to get Jerry Reynolds back out because his book, Reynolds Remembers, I want him to write the sequel, which is called Reynolds Forgets. So there's some stuff that...
How about Reynolds really remembers?
Really remembers. That's even better, Scott. Good job. So, so segment one, we got all sorts of good stuff. We're going to kick it off. And Don Nelson, Harold, you played against Don Nelson teams, passed away at 86 years old in Hawaii.
I do have a Don Nelson story for you.
I'm sure you do. Does it involve Scotch whiskey?
No, it did not. We were watching film, and I'll tell you all about it in the right time.
Oh, I like that. Okay, I think we got a special 24-second. And yes, we have brought back the infamous or famous or the best 24 seconds in all of sports broadcasting. Our 24-second clock segment ends every show. You'll get our thoughts on different things. I think you'll really enjoy that. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up.
Are you going to remember how to operate it this year?
I'm going to try to get the button pushed correctly. And just like we rehearsed today, we'll see how we screw that up. By the way, Phil Oates was up there at that event in November, too.
Yes, he
throw
was.
That out to Phil. Big sports guy in Sacramento and big Kings guy. So, Kings news. Kick us off, Scotty, the draft.
No, let's start with the bigger news with Russell Westbrook retiring this week. That's the big one. He retires Wednesday, yes.
Done.
Yes.
Does that mean we have a replacement for Harold? Or
I don't know who gets the roster spot.
Former NBA player? Wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so he announced his retirement.
Because they were talking about re-signing him.
The Kings were trying to re-sign. Multiple teams had made offers to him, but he decided to retire, and I respect that decision from him. He's done everything he can in the game about it.
He posted an amazing thing on his Instagram that kind of showed what it was. There was like a little hint that it's happening, and it did, and then literally like a minute later it became official. So, I mean, one of the best, obviously, but what, 37, I think now? 37, 38?
Triple double.
Harold, when you're at that age, that's pretty tough, right?
It's a hard time to continue playing. So I just think about LeBron James, where he's at an age and how he's still running up and down the court, and it's powerful. But as far as this guy, when he first came into the league, it was like, wow, that's the fastest guy I ever seen, and he really had a handle for the game. Retiring right now is probably the best for him. I thought he was going to go over in Europe or Dubai or somewhere where they were offering him crazy amount of money, but he's a little tired, and it's been a rough go the last several years for him.
It has been, and frankly, you know, he's not the player he was, but at the same time, he's still. Yeah, you never know with that. I can see him sneaking back in at the end of the season if somebody needs somebody to come along. That's I think Russell Westbrook.
I think Russell's making a call right now.
He's calling right now.
It's his agent. It's his agent.
If we want to put him on the Hard Rock Roundtable, we've got a spot because Harold won't be here every week.
We can find it. We can find it.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Hey,
I will not go.
And LeBron.
I will not go.
LeBron moves on. No more Lakers for him.
Well, I think he did a great thing, though. He got his son a contract before going.
Smart guy.
I would have loved to have done something like that. Unfortunately, they kicked me out the league.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, probably for good reason, by the way. Yeah,
several good reasons.
So, Scotty, $12.5 billion. The team sold. The Lakers sold a year ago for $10 billion.
Yep.
So, Mr. Walter made $2.5 billion. Now I know there's some other controversy potentially there.
Your math is good. Mark Walters, he's also owner of the Dodgers. So when he bought the team, everybody was really excited about this new group. It'll be interesting. Kushner's involved, right?
Yep.
Donald Trump's son-in-law.
I think his
Bob
brother.
Iger of Disney fame. So we'll see. But yeah, to make a cool $2 billion without actually taking over the team
in a year,
remarkable, right?
It's like Monopoly money. I mean, what are we talking here? $12.5 billion? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. You can do. I mean, it's incredible how much money teams are going for.
It's nuts. Harold, did you like the Kings draft? Draft was, not too long ago. Kings come up with 3 really nice young players, and I'm excited.
Well, the point guard, I got a call immediately while they were in Vegas, and it was one of the scouts for one of the other teams that we know really well, and he says, "Oh my God, that kid is outstanding. You guys, you found one. You found somebody who's really going to take over and lead this team." So that's the first time we've heard that in
We're
quite
talking
a
about
while.
Darius Eckhoff,
And
right?
he is unbelievable. And so I'm looking forward to. I haven't seen it. I saw some preseason, but he got hurt, so I really didn't get a good feel of it. But everybody who watched him said, "What a great pickup!" So the Kings are making a turn there.
They are.
Real deal.
And Carlban is a really good player from UConn, but I really like Emmanuel Sharp.
Yeah.
That kid is going to set a tone out of University of Houston. He plays defense like nobody's business, and he reminds me of a perimeter version of Draymond Green.
He's a 3-and-D guy. I mean, Kelvin Sampson, if you go to Houston, you will play defense. You will learn how to shoot threes, and that's what he does. Exactly. Karasban, he won 2 national championships at UConn. He had his jersey retired while he was still playing there. The only player who's ever had that. So hopefully his game translates to the NBA. And with Acuff, there's no doubt that he's a leader. He's a guy who's going to take over late in games. It's interesting. A lot of people were comparing him to Allen Iverson. I don't see that. He's not the same player. He doesn't have the same speed factor. He's a bigger guy. I think best case scenario, and this would be incredible case, he's more of a Jalen Brunson type of player who's going to bully you up. He's going to be able to drive inside. He's going to hit some outside shots. I mean, if he ever became to a level of what Jalen Brunson has now, it'd be off the charts. But I think he's more of that style of player.
We got another Villanova guy?
Yeah.
Well, you have to if you want to win.
If you want to win.
Day for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Unity Rewards Program. New members can spin to win up to $1,000 in free play. Plus, play up to $500 on us and get exclusive discounts at Roctane Gas and Smoke. Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Sacramento.
Scotty, you get the first testimonial commercial of the new edition of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. And tell us what's going on at Hard Rock, some of the things that you like.
Well, there's lots of things that are going on at Hard Rock. You were kind enough, you actually wrote my testimonial, John, so that's one thing. We're going to change that for next week.
Might have to talk to Ann about that.
But I'll talk about the menu refresh, right? It's a true local food story. We know Sacramento's Farm to Fork. Hard Rock is Farm to Fork as well. They connect the premium Council Oak Steakhouse experience with the agricultural roots of Northern California. Terrific experience up there.
Can you say Wagyu?
I can't say Wagyu.
Oh, my word.
Wagyu.
You don't even need a knife.
I thought it's Wagyu.
You don't need, maybe, is it Wagyu or Wagyu? I don't know.
It's not Ragu, I know that.
I'll tell you
I say Wagyu.
You don't need a knife. You just need a fork.
Oh, it's delicious.
I don't know what it's called, but I know it's delicious.
Oh, man. It's incredible. That's good stuff. All right. Well, thank you, Scott. Well done. Okay, let's move on to the NFL. There's a lot going on. The NFL draft just took place.
Took place in April. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Preseason just kicked off. Yes. But the Niners, I thought, had a haul. Finally. It looks like they got young players that will stick and make a difference. I mean, I know the Bears. I don't know how the Bears did in the draft.
We have some injuries already here, too. So,
you talking about the Niners or the Bears?
No, the Bears. Well, when I say we, of course. Exactly, right? Because I'm sitting here with the Chicago guy and all of us. But I'm excited for just all of us to go down. I can't even wait for things to get started. And the Niners, I mean, the way they finished off, they better start better.
Harold,
I
think the Niners.
With the loss to the Seahawks?
Well, and the injuries right now, too. I mean, just forget about last season. It's like Ricky Pierce is out for the year.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall is that's a big loss. Well, we'll see with Strictly, but I mean, when your coach gets it, when your coach is injured, you know you're having a tough time. Kyle Shanahan in the car accident.
Debo's back?
But that's what they did. They brought some people that they needed some receivers, and that's what really was struggling.
The only thing is they got rid of Debo for a reason. So it's interesting to bring him back.
And it's great that you brought him back because you're going to need to give McCaffrey a little bit of a break, and he can actually go in the backfield, and he knows the system, so it's going to be okay there. But you got Evans as well.
Sure.
And Evans has led the league in reception and touchdowns for so long. He wants to, he had that little injury last year. He really wants to come back and have.
You're talking about Mike Evans, they got from Tampa Bay. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. So I love what they did with this year, just picking up the pieces to get ready for this season. And we know that Brock Birdie's going to be healthy this year, so that's going to be a very big plus for him. I know
to start, he's healthy.
He's starting right.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere.
Right.
Well, he's pretty healthy last year. And Scott, you were at camp. I mean, and the word is on Purdy, this is the best camp he's ever had so far.
I can't take anything into training camp. I mean, this guy's an NFL veteran. Mac Jones played great for the Niners last year as well. So Purdy's going to have to, I mean, I don't know if he has to prove himself is the right phrasing, but he needs to get rid of the ball quicker. Mike Evans are going to have to develop that connection. Kittles will be back, hopefully healthy. So maybe this will be the year the Niners can get it going offensively, because they really haven't been good offensively lately.
No. And Gary, their defensive line has been an issue, and they did draft. They got some really nice young players, and if you're following them on in the preseason, there's some good young players to watch. Ramella Hyde is going to be an edge guy that they have really put a lot of stock in, and there's some other young players that they've got, but they've also picked up some veterans. That defensive line, I mean, Scott made the point about how bad they looked against Seattle. Yeah. Seattle just mowed them down.
Yeah, that 41-6 game. Yeah, in the wild card game, last year. But yeah, I mean, that's what you need. You got to start with the defense. I think. Their offense. You need the offense, but you got to have the defense to get back there.
Are back, so that should help automatically, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, Greenwald. Yeah, and they look like, at least so far, not well.
How's he doing, Bosa?
He's got a little tendonitis in the knee. That's natural.
Right.
Yeah. But you got Greenlaw and Warner. You got two of the best that might be the best linebacker combination when they're healthy. In the league. So, but yeah, it's interesting. So, and the Raiders get the quarterback that they've been looking for how long?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, are you talking about Kirk Cousins?
I'm pretty sure they're not talking about Kirk, but he's going to start this year, and he actually is. You can rely on him. You can count on him. You can teach the young kid the ins and outs.
Kirk Cousins is still a winner in the league.
He can still play, so they're going to have a fun time. The receivers are back. Bowens, the tight end, is outstanding, and I know he wants to prove himself because he had a tough time last year with the injuries, and they added some other receivers. Naylor, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. He's coming, and he actually needs to prove himself as well. So you got a lot of people on this Oakland Raiders crew that is going to really come after it, and they have running backs now. They have a pretty good package, and they're in Vegas, so it's always going to be sold out.
It's going to be
So the big question: Max Crosby, is he end up a Niner? Does he end up staying with the Raiders? Is he getting more fist fights with Kirk Cousins? What happens there?
He stays.
Why would you possibly trade your best defensive guy?
I don't know what you do with your defensive guy. I don't know.
You finally have a chance to win, so he's going to stick around. When you're in that situation, you just want to win, and he didn't see win coming in, so he was ready to go. But now they put the pieces together. You want to stay, you want to make it happen. You want to build that place that you started with, and you want to make it something very positive. So I'm looking for him to stay where he is, right there with the Raiders.
Got it.
I say Mendoza's in there by week 4.
That's not bad.
I don't think so, no. And again, he's the number 1 pick, and he was the Heisman, and Indiana, what they did will be legendary forever. But if you talk to some really experienced guys evaluating quarterbacks, like I talked to one guy who I respect a lot, said he's not even a first-round pick, let alone the number 1 pick.
Really?
Ouch.
So we'll see how he performs at the next level. But
Cousins has to stay healthy.
He does, true.
That's what I'm worried about.
Kirk Cousins finished the year in Atlanta winning 4 straight games.
Before
getting let go. And Atlanta would like to have him back now. I mean, Michael Penix is out.
He's out already?
He's pretty
What happened?
Hey, so Nebraska kind of got this guy into 49er land. His name was Roger Craig.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes in the Hall of Fame, sadly, and we've played some golf with Roger at different tournaments over the years, charity tournaments. And
why can all these guys play, by the way? All these former athletes can play.
They have time and money?
Wait, except for Harold. No, Harold can play.
He played today.
But I'm just saying, they're all great golfers, too.
Well, speaking of Harold playing today, our official golf club of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. The Yuba Golf Club. I think Kurt's throwing it up there.
Where's that?
That is the former Peachtree Country Club.
Yes.
There it is right
Fantastic.
there, Yuba Golf Club. Yep. And you can call 530-743-1897 and get a hold of Luke, the head pro. Come up, take a look at the golf course, play a round or two. They'll let you play to try it out. It's a beautiful golf course. One of the top 20 in California for many years is ranked by the San Francisco Chronicle. So check out the Yuba Golf Club.
By the way, John,
how was it today?
Impeccable.
Really?
The fairways are just plush.
Of course, they're perfect because you didn't find one.
I found them a couple times today. Absolutely, it's a beautiful. And I love the fact that they have taken down the trees in certain areas, and it really looks pretty.
How
out
are the
there.
greens?
The greens were perfect. Perfect.
How many 3-putts?
There was a couple.
Got it.
Quite a
More
few
4-putts than 3-putts.
Right.
Incredible.
Get ready to rock and win when you sign up for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Unity Rewards Program. New members can spin to win up to $1,000 in free play. Plus, play up to $500 on us. Amplify your experience by becoming a Unity member and get exclusive discounts at Rocktain Gas and Smoke. Earn like a rock star and use your points on gaming, dining, shopping, or staying at any of our participating locations worldwide. Turn up the volume at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento.
Harold, I know you spent time at Hard Rock. It's your turn to kind of fire it up and tell people what's so much fun. What do you enjoy most about going out to Hard Rock and Hard Rock Live and Hard Rock Sacramento?
There's an awful lot that I enjoy about Hard Rock. First of all, the food is outstanding. Let's get that out of the way quick. The food is outstanding. Yes. It doesn't matter which restaurant you go to, you're going to love it all. Last year when we had the event, that November 10th, I believe it was, what they did with that was just phenomenal. But I love the fact that you can walk in there and you don't smell smoke. And the whole place is just clean.
Yes.
There's no paper on the floor. You can't find anything anywhere, and the smoke just disappears. So that, and I have a tough time with smoke, so it's beautiful for me. But the music, when you go into the theater and you're listening to a concert, it's like no other place in the country.
Top ranked in the country.
I have been to many of them around the country, and one of the biggest is Foxwoods in Connecticut, where I'm from, and it blows that away, and that's one of the best that I've ever been in.
Oh, yeah.
So the entertainment that comes here to the Sacramento, Yuba City region is like none other, and the sound system is just to die for. So you're going to have fun. You're going to watch all the sporting events. The best thing that happened last year was the NCAA tournament was outstanding, but you got football each and every week. You got tennis, you got golf, you got everything you can
you
ask
better bring a sleeping bag to the sports bar.
If you want to have fun, you got to go there for your entertainment.
I love it. Good call. And Earth, Wind & Fire coming up in September. 2 nights back.
Nice.
Hanson's coming up, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Hanson's
coming
up.
As
we know,
yes.
Bop. That's about all I know. Right?
I think that's
all we know.
That's Mr. 93Q's favorite song, Bob Fischetti. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Good call. All right. So we'll talk a little baseball here before we get to the 24-second clock. We still got a few minutes left. So Giants. Okay, that's enough. Dodgers.
We can talk Dodgers all day long if you want.
Oh my God, do we have to?
The best team money can buy, Gary. I mean but your Cubbies are right.
When they got, what was it, Skubal, right?
Yeah.
When they got him, I'm like, okay, what is happening right now? This is like the most unfair thing in the world.
You had a better haul, your Cubbies, at the trade deadline.
We had a better what?
Better haul than just getting Skubal.
Yeah, yeah. But Skubal's good though, dude.
He is good.
I mean, he's it was just one of those things where, all right, here we go again. But you just went through like a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happened last year though? They kind of like hit that little
Dog Days of
August, and then they come right back. But I don't know. I mean, come on. How can these teams keep on? The Dodgers just keep on getting these players.
But the Cubs are right there. I mean,
they are.
They're
They got a shot
right there.
And the Giants are right somewhere. I don't know where it's. Harold, they have no bullpen.
Now, why are we talking about all that when the A's are right here in town?
Talk about it for me. Yes, at Sutter Health Ballpark.
Have you seen the A's record?
Right.
Yes, I was actually.
At Sutter Health Ballpark down there, it's a beautiful. I mean,
the stadium is outstanding.
Oh yeah, River Cats are still there. They'll be there for a long time. A's is one more year. Is that right?
Yeah, one more year.
Hopefully it's not a strike shortened season. Right?
I got 2 weeks before I get to the next game, but the last game I went to, The first inning, they were down 6-0.
Yeah.
And it was, it was just an experience just to be right there next to the players behind the bench and just enjoy for the Sacramento region to come out and just experience professional baseball here in town is an awesome thing. So take advantage of it and go out there and support these guys while they hit.
Oh, absolutely.
David Force getting let go as GM of the A's.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's gone down
after many years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a rough year.
It's been a rough year for the Giants. I like the Giants. Instead of being stuck in between, now you're breaking it down. You're trying to rebuild. Their farm system's one of the top 5 ranked in baseball. Now they finally got that going. I give Buster a lot of credit there. He's taken a lot of heat. But at the end of the day, you can't just stay mediocre forever. You've got to make some moves that allow you to grow a franchise with homegrown players, and then you can add later. They were kind of doing it in reverse, and it hasn't worked out. But that's okay. It's all good.
Saturdays, Hard Rock brings you the $3.9 million Roll to Win drawings. With 3 drawings each Saturday night, you could win up to $100,000 in cash and prizes. Saturdays, only at Hard Rock Sacramento.
So, folks, it's time for the best 24 seconds in all of broadcasting, and we're going to kick it off in episode number 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable with Mr. the one and only Gary Gelfand. You ready?
Oh, I have to kick it off?
You're kicking it off.
Shoot, all right. Okay, I'm not going to go sports on this one, I don't think.
What are you going to do?
I can do anything, right?
Start the clock.
Start the clock whenever you want.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead, start the clock. Where am I looking, over here?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, that's
You're
good.
on.
All right, hey, not that this has anything, the reason I'm not going to talk about this, I am going to talk about this, it is the Hard Rock. And the reason I'm talking about the Hard Rock is because that not only is the sponsor of this show, but when I go to the Hard Rock, I love it. It's awesome. There's so many great things you can do. The sports book was really what I want to talk about. I have no idea what I'm talking about right now because I have 24 seconds. But I do love that sports book. So I'm going to say this best sports book in town is the Hard Rock. Go check it out. 2-1. It's awesome. You're going to love it.
Well done. Mr. Marsh, you're up.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Russell Westbrook because he got so maligned over his time. Obviously, the numbers, he's a Hall of Famer. The triple-double numbers, incredible. Jokic is probably going to pass his all-time triple-double list. But the thing that gets overlooked is what a great teammate Russell Westbrook is. He gets panned for not being a great teammate. I can tell you firsthand from being here in Sacramento, a great mentor, a great teammate. That should be part of his legacy.
Wow, nice. On time. Mr. Presley, you're up.
Don Nelson. It's really sad that he has passed away. He had a wonderful life. He had a wonderful career in the NBA. He was a GM. He was a coach for several teams. And you cannot find a person that did not like Don Nelson. And what he did for the game should be elevated, and he should be honored. And I just thank you for all you have done for the game of basketball, Don Nelson.
Don Nelson, the last NBA coach to ever, we'll cover his story in a minute, the last NBA coach to ever show up in a locker room at halftime and always had a nice glass of scotch. My 24 is really quick and easy. Watch the 49ers defense this year under Raheem Morris as the defensive coordinator. You're going to see for the first time in many, many years an attacking defense, an offensive defense versus just kind of sitting back and plugging holes and then hitting. The Niners are going to be fun to watch defensively. The whole character of that defense is going to change. You'll enjoy that. Okay, Mr. Presley, give us your Don Nelson story.
So I'm a senior in college, and I'm getting ready for the draft, and Don Nelson, and they call me up and they say, we're flying you in, we want to talk to you. And I'm thinking I'm going to work out for them. But no, they pull out the television and they bring out the videotapes, and we're going through my play. And Don Nelson says, oh my God, that was the most incredible play I've ever seen. How'd you know the ball was going to get there? And I'm like, it's just instinct. I just knew it was going to be there. I got there and we started the fast break. He says, okay, now let's take a look at this play. And he says, what in the world? Why would you do something like that? And I was like, I don't know that one either. It just happened. And needless to say, they didn't draft me. I ended up coming here to the Sacramento Kings, where I'm here with you guys.
There you go. Was he the coach of Milwaukee?
Don Nelson's loss was our gain.
Where was he at the time?
Denver.
Okay.
So Don Nelson's loss was our game. Now, Don Nelson is second, or is he the winningest coach of all time, or second winningest coach of all time?
No, he's up at top 5.
Okay, I know he's in the. I know he's up there. So interesting.
Popovich is all.
I guarantee he drank the most scotch of any NBA head coach, and he ran that. He got that long hair going. When he retired.
Moved to Hawaii.
Yeah, just hung out.
Truly was a pleasant person to be around. He always had something fun to say. He was always smiling. The players that played for him loved him.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was a player's coach for sure. But he also was he did what he said, or you were gone. I mean, he saved Chris Mullen's career. Chris had the drinking problem. Chris will talk about it.
Him and Chris Webber weren't best friends.
Well,
I'll probably give Don Nelson some credit there. So, yeah.
I don't know if that was so much of him, and it was really, Chris wasn't quite doing what he was supposed to do.
There you go.
It was a weird move for the Warriors to go get Chris Webber. They could have had Penny Hardaway.
It was.
True.
Yeah, it was.
True.
I don't get
Chris,
that whole thing.
Chris had a heck of a career.
Oh, of course. He was deserving of the number one pick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Any comments on Mr. Nelson and Mr. Iowa from Iowa? Midwest guy.
I know. Exactly, Iowa.
Love the way he shot those free throws.
I got a chance to meet him just a couple of times, which was pretty cool, and it was awesome to meet him. We were at it was definitely in Golden State. I don't know why we were there. It definitely wasn't in the playoff game. Oh no, maybe it was, and I was actually covering the Warriors
when they beat Dallas.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
that's the Warriors down in Florida.
But this was just I just got a chance to meet him and talk to him. Good guy.
Oh yeah,
awesome, gracious. He could have squashed on me if he wanted to.
Historical NBA player and coach, obviously. Hey, we got about 30 seconds left. I want to thank you guys for kicking off episode 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable right there, and great to be back with you guys. And we're going to keep this going every week. You can find us at Hard Rock Sports Roundtable on YouTube. You can find us on 93Q's website, 93Q Facebook, 93Q on YouTube, Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at noon, and also on their Sacktown Sports YouTube channel. If you can't find us, something's wrong. Please sign up, subscribe to the show. We're really going to try to build this up. Want to thank the folks, Ann Pagel and Mark Bertha, the whole team out at Hard Rock. They do a phenomenal job. We're happy to be associated with such a class organization and a great venue. That's it, guys. I think we got to hand out to Council Oak and have some Wagyu steak right now. What do you think?
Let's head down there.
I'm ready for that. We need some bigger T-shirts, and I think we're ready to roll.
All right.
Might won't fit after that for sure.
Exactly. I want to thank Kurt Baird on the board. I want to thank Bob Fischetti, Lonnie for stepping in, Jeff Larson for showing up from the Appeal Democrat today. Thanks for joining us, and also the Yuba Golf Club, the official golf club of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
93Q Radio was an opportunity for what's called an LPFM to give the community a voice.
The big part of what's happening here is it's us. It's the community of us. There really is no other media group in the downtown Yuba Sutter grids that support and are active and are enthusiastic, and we can bring our message to more directly than any other source that's around.
We see the value. I really feel like this is a foundation for our community to build on and to thrive and to create that connection that we need.
They have the pulse of our community from the nonprofits to the local governments. If you want to find out what's happening in our community, get on board with 93Q.
And 93Q does so much to help our community, helps us promote our local events, as well as local businesses, and tell our story about what we do here in Yuba Sutter.
The folks that work here, they're part of our community, so they understand our needs, and that's important. But secondly, they report on things that are going on in our community.
Local radio is so important during times of emergency. They're there. We lean on them to provide information to our public.
And I know that one of their goals is increasing their signal power and their reach, especially up in our foothill region. So the more support we can give them, the broader reach they can have.
My wife and I are glad to support 93Q. We're going to do it on a monthly basis, but I really recommend that if you want to make your community better, it's a great place to take a first step right here.
So if you can, reach deep into your pocket and give to 93Q.
It's our turn to support 93Q. They're a nonprofit, so in order to keep growing, they need our support.
We need to support them the way that they support us, and so I would ask that if you can, please give during this time.
93Q is a great partner for law enforcement, and they're a great partner for the Yuba Sutter area.
We're really asking people if you can give $10, $15, $20 a month, and then that enables us to continue to put small business spots on the air, nonprofits, organizations that they're using every dollar they got just to operate, and they don't have extra money to spend on really promoting their cause. And that is why community radio, to me, I'm grateful to be part of it, and that's why it's important.
Ahoy there, sport boaters and recreators, have you heard? Invasive golden mussels are posing a serious threat to our lakes and waterways, and we really need your help. So we've put together a simple song to remind you how you can help prevent the spread of this pesky little hitchhiker. Clean, drain, dry your boat every single time. We don't want invasive mussels clogging up our lines. Clean, drain, dry your boat, don't miss a single spot. Thoroughly, golden mussels must be stopped. Now all it takes is a single drop of standing water for golden mussels to spread. So it's not just boats, but all watercrafts that need to be checked. So, clean, drain, dry your kayak, self-inspect it too. Before and after every water body, that's what you've got to do. This may just be a silly song, but we hope you've heard it all. We must protect our precious lake, we don't have time to stall. Self-inspections are a simple and effective way to help make an impact. So before and after every water body, always remember, clean, drain, dry your boat. You can do it by yourself. Do your part and follow the steps. Together we can help. Clean, drain, dry it all. It's what you've got to do. Everybody do your part and keep our waters blue. Clean, drain, dry your boat. Clean, drain, dry your boat. Clean, drain, dry your boat. You've got to clean, drain, and dry your boat.
Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support Community Radio.
We're grateful for the support from Shaw, and also if you'd like to support Community Radio, just go to 93qradio.com and hit that donate button. This morning I have some great folks from Peachtree Health. Notice I didn't say Harmony. I knew I'd get it right. Michelle Woodard, right? Tracy Riggs, and Dr. Kalpas. Gosh. Anyway,
good so to see you, Fish. How are you doing?
Good. You guys doing good this morning?
Doing great. I got my coffee. We're ready to go.
Oh, yeah. You know, I can't move without the coffee. Without the coffee, I'm dead in the water, right? So I asked these great people to be on here for a reason. I had an opportunity to meet Dr. Kalpas at an event. And sometimes I just feel like we really, you know, you end up with a doctor of healthcare and you don't even really know them. You're just going in for whatever. And then eventually, if you're, you know, with them long enough, you get to know them. So I thought I'd give people an opportunity to get to know you first, right? So, Michelle, what do you do again? Tell me the...
I'm the Chief Operations Officer.
Operations Officer. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get this. I will. And... Tracy?
Yes, I am the Chief Executive Officer.
So, Doc, you brought the people that run everything.
I brought the A-team today.
I'm telling you, you didn't.
I don't mess around.
Oh, no kidding, right? You know, and then so I wish what I'd like to do is explain to me a little bit about how the process works with going to Peachtree Health, because you know I'm familiar with if I go to an emergency room and urgent care, whatever. Can you tell me a little bit about Peachtree?
Yeah, where should we start? So Peachtree Health is a federally qualified health center, which means we're a community health center focused on whole person care and serving our community. So we do everything from medical, behavior health, dental, vision,
chiropractic, acupuncture, pediatrics. We cover a little bit of everything. We try to keep as much as we can in our four walls.
Yeah.
Well, you did tell me off air, which I didn't know. I thought you only had one location. Yeah. I was all excited. I'll go out and take a camera, right? You got four?
Yeah. We did start with the Linda Clinic. We were originally in the old mall, which is now Costco.
Wow.
And we were part of Fremont Ride Out Health Group. when it was the hospital system in town. So we were a satellite clinic from there.
You guys have been around a long time.
We have. We've been around a long time.
But not you personally.
Well, yes, actually, I have been since the beginning. Since we were part of the hospital, I was there in the beginning. So, yeah.
Michelle will celebrate 35 years with Peachtree Health this November.
So I'm assuming you guys have a great retirement plan.
We're working on that.
So if I go to work there, I'm already 76. Can I get my retirement retroactive?
Absolutely.
I'll be over tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll sign it up. I don't even care what I do. And so this is really cool because I know that there is a lot more involved in than I just go to work. You guys connect with people, patients. Doc, I'm sure you got patients you've seen multiple times, and I hope it's okay to say you, Doc. Once I got chewed out because I'm military, right? I've always been, so I just called him Doc, right? And he said, "How disrespectful can you be?" And I went, "Well, what am I supposed to call him?" And said, "Doctor." Oh, doctor.
I was Army, so you can call me Doc. So.
Come on, Doc. We understand, right? And it's like, how did you get involved in this? As far as...
Yeah. So one of my priorities in my career is to really serve underserved populations, and so I've worked in the VA and I've worked in different clinics and hospital systems, but I was really drawn to community health centers because we see all patients, no matter how much money you have, no matter the color of your skin, your sexual orientation, doesn't matter. We see all patients, no matter whether you have money or not or where you're from. We see all patients, and so it's really in a way a safety net that if you can't get health care through your employer or through the VA or some other way, we'll see you no matter what.
Man, I love that. I have VA health, and I know some people complain about it, but my wife and I were both Vietnam vets, and man, we've been treated exceptionally well.
I love the VA. Yeah, it's a great system because it's a really well-integrated system, right? You got the primary care, the inpatient all together, and they really work together well.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is I have to go to either Mather or, because we have a clinic here now, but I got to go to Chico or Mather for major stuff, and they're talking about changing that, and so I hope that happens, or that we get more facilities, because if I could just run down and see you guys for something, easy breezy, right?
Yeah, we're here locally, so we can see you, and even if you go to the VA, we can also see you as well, and we can work collaboratively with them as a team.
Yeah, my doctor will do that. He'll like, I met a doctor I interviewed here, and he explained some things to me about my feet, why they hurt all the time. And so I went to my doctor and I said, "Hey, I want to see this guy." He signed me off to go do it, and I went and saw him. We have so many incredible healthcare people in our area. There's a lot, and yet at the same time, it's not enough, is it?
It's not, because the underserved population is so large in our Yuba County areas, Yuba Sutter County. It's always a challenge to get enough providers, recruited to our areas. And we work very closely with the other FQs in the community so that we can share in the responsibility of serving that population that really needs us the most. As you mentioned, Dr. Kalpas, the safety net, that's really what we're all about.
But a lot of people don't know about us, and we do have availability to see patients sometimes in a couple days, and we treat all kinds of diseases or conditions, whether it's physical, diabetes or high blood pressure, or you need colon cancer screening like we talked about last time, or if you need treatment for substance use disorder, or just dealing with stress in life, or you need your teeth cleaned, or you got a kid that needs their vaccines. We've got all types of different services that people might not know that we provide, including treatment for HIV, screening for HIV, all kinds of things that we can really help keep people healthy or get them healthy again once they are sick.
That's a huge undertaking. Kudos to you guys. That's a lot. And it's right here in our community, available. What did you call it? The underserved? Tell me again. What is it?
Yeah, the underserved population.
Yeah, what is that? Explain that to me.
They don't have health coverage, maybe through, a Blue Cross or something like they have a managed care plan, or they don't have any health coverage, they don't qualify.
So somebody that doesn't have anything at all. They don't have, and they don't have a nickel in their pocket.
Yeah. So we have what we call a sliding fee program. So you come in and you have no way to pay or very limited means. We base that on some certain demographics, and we see you. And if we can get you qualified for Medi-Cal or another service, we will do that also.
Tracy, is that common that people that actually could have health care, Medicare or something, and they don't have it because they don't know?
Yes, it's very common. We actually do care navigation or care coordination. So we have eligibility screeners who come in and will help pair resources with individuals. So we sit down with you, we find out all of your information, and we start working both with county, state, and federal resources to see what you might be eligible for. But that's the beauty of a community health center too, is we don't turn anyone away. So it doesn't matter what the issue is, when you come in, you will be seen.
Man, I love you guys. I'm community radio. We love community stuff like that. This is awesome. How come now see, this is the thing. Doing what I do, I find out new stuff all the time. And that's one of the reasons I really wanted you guys to come in, is because I knew I didn't know. Right, and I want people to know what's available in our community. And I love, Doc, what you said about, look, we're not trying to screen you for who you are. We're trying to keep you healthy. And so you may have wrecked your own life, but we're still going to help you. I love that, because underserved. I'm going to have to try to grab hold of that. They tell me that people are food something, and I say, you mean hungry? It's like, I get that. I understand that. So do we have a very large population of that in our area? Is there a lot of people that they don't have health care, or maybe they could have it and don't know it?
Absolutely. We actually see around 45,000 patients a year.
Wow.
Around 120,000 patient visits a year, around there. So we're seeing a lot of people and doing a lot of good.
So is it the same in all 4 areas? I mean, do you guys have to CEO all 4 areas? And COO all 4 areas? Huh?
Yes, we oversee. When you say all areas, yeah. So, what's the beauty of the community health centers is, like Ed said, we see 174,000 visits last year.
Gosh.
Majority of those will fall in that Medicare, Medi-Cal range, which means those are the underserved that Michelle was pointing out. And the beauty of community health centers, also with the care coordination, is healthcare in the United States is complex and it's not easy.
Yeah,
we help to break that down from the moment you call and get on the phone with one of our call center customer service reps to the point you get in to see a medical provider. It's breaking that step by step, that process down for people, even if it's in getting into specialty care. All of that happens from the point that they call the front desk, and then we begin working with you to get you into the door. Or if they show up at the door as well, we get you in.
And providing them the language they need. That's often a barrier to care, but we provide, we have translation for every language that you could possibly think of.
What about if they speak Brooklyn?
Well, we work through that too.
I worked through this. I've learned to speak Californian. One of our great services we provide that we didn't mention at all was vision services. So eye care that we have at most of our clinics, and then a standalone up in Chico. And I've been there when children have come in with their parents, and I think of a young boy walking out and putting his glasses on for the first time and saying, "Oh my gosh, Mom, I can see." Hadn't been able to see the chalkboard, hadn't been able to see, and he was like 9 years old. So that's why we do the
this work. It's because of the great things that happen every day in our clinics.
And we're growing too. I think I said we saw 120,000, but that was the previous year's data. Like Tracy said, we're actually over 170,000 visits last year. So we're hiring more doctors, we're hiring more physician assistants, we're hiring more nurse practitioners. So if you or anyone out listening knows any great doctors that want to really help people that really need that help, get them in contact with me and we'll interview them.
So your job is not just as a physician.
I'm the chief medical officer, so I oversee all the clinical aspects of our clinics. So oversee the doctors and providers, work on policies, workflows, quality improvement, really keeping our patients healthy, keeping our providers happy and healthy as well. So really making sure that all the clinical aspects.
You guys on so people could be able to understand Peachtree Health has got so much to offer. Today I found out you got 4 locations. Who knew, right? I just thought there was one, and then I find out that you guys are willing. You just want to keep people healthy. You just want to help people that are sick get well, and I think that at the core, I'm very grateful for the doctors that I've had during the course of my life that I've been able to sit down with and say, look, this is where I'm at. What can you do? I had cancer on my vocal cords, which for me is everything I do is talk. And I had this great doctor, and he sat down with me and he said, there's different treatments. He said, but I can see it. It's on your vocal cords. If you'll let me, I'll go in and take it out. And because your vocal cords are really thin, it took 7 operations. But the whole time I'm having this conversation with him, he understood where I was at. He knew absolutely, right? And it's like, I'm a pastor. So many times I've had people come to my office and say, Pastor Bob, I got cancer. But it's way different when you're the guy sitting on the other side and the doctor tells you that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You move from compassion to empathy, right? And I felt like, honestly, Doc, when I first met you up there, I thought, this guy cares. It's not just a job to him, he cares. And now I've met you gals, and I think your whole office cares. You guys are going to get the I Care Award, man.
That's why we do this every day.
And how many years?
In November, it'll be 35.
You realize you're never going to retire. You like your job too much.
Well, that's what they keep telling me, that I'm not going to retire.
They don't want to lose you. They want to keep you there as part of the deal. Tracy, how long have you been with Peach?
I've been with Peach for about 18 months.
Wow, so you're new.
I'm a newbie.
You're the new kid on the block.
Yes, most of our executive team, Michelle is the glue that keeps us together.
Wow.
It's been with us almost a year, and our chief financial officer has been about 18 months or so. Yeah, so
wow.
We're all fairly new to the team, and Michelle has been the glue for the organization, obviously with 35 years experience, but also the historian for us as well.
So I just want to do this, and that is, so we've talked a little bit. I want people to know who you are. So what would you like people to know? What would you like them to know? This is who we are as the business side, the professional side. What would you like them to know? Go ahead.
If you're looking for a provider, doctor, therapist, psychiatrist, whatever, that really listens and cares about you as a patient, schedule an appointment with us, and we'll get you taken care of and really make sure that you get the best care possible, because that's what we're really committed to, that no matter who you are, that you deserve the best health care possible.
Gosh darn, how come I never heard of you guys? I did one time. So, yeah. Tracy?
I think my first thing is what you said, is we care. We are a family-first organization that starts with our team first, and we continue building out there till we get to the team, to the family of our patients. And it's we care. We care from the moment you call in to the moment you leave your appointment to making sure you get back in. And it's every part of that person and the whole person care that we provide.
Well, ditto. It's really from the time you walk in our clinics and that experience starts, you will find that because our employees are happy and we are family first, that radiates to the care we get back. And it is all about your family when you come through our clinic and whole person care.
Guys, I appreciate you taking the time to be on, and we've talked, we're going to do a podcast later, get a little deeper into, really there is that side where there are those personal stories of success. We don't have time to cover them, but you guys have all experienced them. Like you said, the little boy, all of a sudden they can see. And I just think that I want people to understand what is available. I didn't even know we had this. I didn't know we had a medical facility or facilities, right? Organization that, man, it just doesn't matter. You need help, come here, we're going to help you. I just think that's awesome. So
yeah, people can go to our website, pickpeach.org, and they can get more information there.
Who did that? Pickpeach.org. I love it.
Perfect, huh?
Well, I tell people, people are driving when they're listening to this. You come up with something simple like,
I can't forget that,
right? Remember that,
Pick
right? Pickpeach.org. Well, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it. For you guys for taking the time. And for more information, go to pickpeach.org and ask for any of them to explain it to you. They're there for you.
Well, thanks for having us on, Fish.
Thank you so much.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
Need to get rid of an old mattress? Recycling Industries has free mattress drop-off. They are conveniently located just off Garden Highway at 140 Epley Drive in Yuba City. Recycling Industries will also pay you for cardboard, aluminum cans, and plastic bottles. More information about Recycling Industries may be found at recyclingindustries.com.
And we are grateful for Dave Shaw's support for community radio and for the morning show. If you'd like to support community radio, just go to 93qradio.com, hit the donate button. So one of my all-time favorite people, and I get accused of saying that all the time, is Crystal Barton.
No, I buy it. I buy it, yeah.
Thank you, Crystal. I mean it. So we're going to talk about today, your River Endowment will always bring different people in, and you have a special guest today.
We do.
That received the Merle
Collins
Scholarship Award. So take it away, Crystal.
Well, I'm here today representing the Yuba River Endowment. Thank you so much for letting us come on each month and really put a focus, especially on ag education.
Yes.
And when these guys started the endowment in late 2019, they wanted to do scholarships. They wanted to do it from the beginning. And it took us about a year to get it off the ground because it's actually a pretty big endeavor when you're giving away the amount of money that they are. And coming up with what those qualifications were going to be and who would be, eligible to apply and stuff. And this last year, they gave away the most money they have ever given away, or this year, over $100,000 in scholarships to help Yuba County youth. And it's kids that are going to high school in Yuba County that were seniors, or anyone who still has a permanent residence in Yuba County, which is this young lady next to me today, who we've been able to follow through her entire journey with the endowment scholarship now. So
yeah, I met her and I said, oh, I thought she was just going to college, like she was going to be a freshman. So I totally misguessed her age. And she said, no, I got one more semester and I graduate. And I went, wow, how did that happen, right? So having said that, she gets a scholarship that can help her further education, and we'll find out why. So Jade, it's your turn. So you got to be excited about this.
I'm very excited. This is a huge opportunity. And like Crystal said, the Water Endowment has been supporting my entire education. I started off, once I graduated from Marysville High School, I went to junior college in Lynn Benton.
Go Indians. Sorry, I had to say that.
In Corvallis, Oregon, where I was on the junior college livestock judging team. And then that opportunity led me to West Texas A&M, where I'm continuing my education. And I've got one more semester until I graduate. And then my goal is to attend vet school, which I'm applying to right now.
Yeah, you kind of shocked me. I thought, no, how long is vet school? You just did 4 years of school, and vet school is?
It is another 4 years, so it is quite the commitment. But in between vet school, I want to go into large animal, specifically food animal. My dad raised cattle, and so that's what I want to stay committed to, that kind of career. I think the beef and dairy industry are absolutely insane industries where production does so much, and we have a continued decline of food animal vets, and so that's my aspiration, is to get more involved within that. And then specifically with advanced reproductive technologies, I think there's a huge opportunity there that the dairy industry has already kind of tipped their toes into, but I want the beef industry to be able to do the same. It just requires a little bit more research, so that's one of the aspirations I have for my career, because there's a huge opportunity for the advancements of the genetics and for more producers to be able to access those genetics. So that's one thing that I've explored within my undergrad career, and then I want to continue to do with the resources and the degree and expertise that vet school would provide.
When's the last time somebody told you you're brilliant and articulate? Because
I was just screaming it in my head that whole time.
We were both going. We're sitting there going, okay, we're done. Just keep talking, Jade. You're good. You're good. This is exciting because so what you're talking about cattle that are raised specifically for food, right?
Correct.
And so you're saying there's changes that are coming down the pike that could really help that industry.
Right. So the beef industry right now, just due to how the beef industry operates, there's not a lot of those reproductive techniques like AI, artificial insemination, IVF embryos, or OPU, which is ovum pickup. But all of these technologies give producers more access to higher quality genetics, meaning that the opportunity is there for the same amount of animals to produce more because of their genetic capabilities. But if producers don't have access to that, and at this point right now, the success rates of conception are still low to the point that it's not as it's not as good of an opportunity for producers to spend the money in reward to what they're getting out of it. And so there's a missing connection there that I think more research can fix in order to fix those conception rates, because the technology just recently came out, and so we're still figuring out how to make them more prolific so that producers are more invested into it. And like I said, the dairy industry has started mostly because they have more access to those animals, but I think as the technologies continue to develop, it'll be a huge opportunity for the beef industry as well.
So you're talking about if you've got a really good steer, right? You're talking about genetically. Now, if that steer produces a specific breed, whatever you want to call it, whatever comes after, right? Then genetically, if you can get that steer's genes, right, to go down the line, then you end up with healthier cattle. I mean, just in the long run. I would have thought that's already being done.
It is to a certain extent. It's hard to identify a lot of the different things genetically that would help cattle to be more productive. There's certain things like parasite, like some cattle are more resistant to parasites, things like that would lower the inputs that producers would have to put in. But it really comes down to the money that producers have to spend in order to access those technologies is not necessarily worth it if the conception rate's still too low. And so that's what we're trying to figure out, is how to improve those conception rates so that beef producers specifically are more incentivized to use those technologies in the future.
Boy, it really helped you to grow up around cows, didn't it?
Absolutely.
You probably love them.
So, and you were very successful in your FFA days, and then after that, tell us a little bit about.
So I was actually homeschooled from 1st to 8th grade, and then I started high school at Marysville High School specifically for the ag program. And so all through FFA, I was involved with showing cattle, and that was my SAE. But then I got more involved with the leadership and the speaking opportunities. And one of my favorite speaking competitions was Prepared, which is where you prepare a speech and then deliver it in front of judges, where I focused on lab-grown meat. And that was really, really interesting. And then I also served as officers within the Marysville chapter, and then I went on to be the regional vice president and the sectional president.
I'm not shocked. You aren't shocked, are you, Crystal?
No, I'm telling you what, the FFA students in this area continuously blow us away. And, being able to help watch their journey in just a little way through these scholarships. When the first year, I remember when you went up, and you said, was it Oregon or Washington that you went? Oregon. It was a little rough year for her, right? And we kind of saw some changes in what she was looking at doing with her life. And then just seeing her get to Texas, really lock in on this. And this last year when she did her interview, we all just sat back at the end and said, wow. And I kind of scribbled down the name. What was the research paper that you were a part of?
It's a long title. Is the Evaluation of Pregnancy Determination Methods in Early Pregnancies. And I co-authored that with one of my professors, where we worked with a local producer collecting blood samples and then ultrasounding the cows, and then wrote that, and I actually presented it in the undergraduate poster competition at the the Western meeting of the Animal Science Association. And so that was really cool. And then that later got published in the Journal of Animal Science in June.
I know.
You know what? You're going to run out of accomplishments. Jade, you've already done so much. What's left, right?
So we have these two special scholarship awards, and one is named after Roger Murray, who it came along much after Merle Collins did, but he was responsible for a lot of the water infrastructure in the south part of Yuba County. But when you go back, Merle Collins was actually born in the late 1800s and made his way here through Lassen County, where he eradicated tuberculosis in cows and helped do that as the farm advisor up there. And we thought, wow, wouldn't it be neat if we could put those two together in a room and she could tell him what the heck is going on with today's cows, right? But then he came here to Yuba County, where he looked and he had a vision for what water infrastructure could be in the county, and he knew it needed to start with some sort of reservoir, some sort of dam. And so he had the concept with, I'm sure, many other folks, to create the Virginia Ranch Dam, which was then named the Merle Collins Reservoir after him once it was opened. And, obviously is just a huge factor in our water infrastructure here in Yuba County.
That's amazing. So, Jade, I am just absolutely awestruck that, because a lot of people think, well, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to get a degree in something. But with you, it's almost as though you've always known the direction of travel. Has it kind of been like that? Maybe not the details, but always the direction.
Not entirely, actually. When I first graduated, my goal was to go into engineering, and then I was actually going to go to Cal Poly, but with all of the COVID stuff, I ended up in Oregon. But I wanted to do an engineering degree and then go to law school in order to do water infrastructure and deal with water infrastructure issues within California. And then I did engineering for a little bit in Oregon, and then deviated from that towards more research, and I wanted to do research mostly on genetics, and then I actually deviated from that again into vet school because I wanted to stay within the ag industry or the beef industry rather, that I grew up in and I had such a passion for. So it was
a loop.
Yeah, I explored some different options, but all throughout it, I deviated paths a little bit, changing my major, but the water endowment has stayed so supportive, and this whole community really, in pushing me to continue to go and continue to find something that I could really, my heart could set on in order to chase for my career aspirations. And so it's been really amazing to have all of this support to be able to do so. And I'm really looking forward. I'm going to school in Texas right now, but I'm counting down the days that I can come back to Marysville. And so to be able to add to anything, any producers, any help that I can offer within this community.
Well, we talked offline a little bit about that. This is such an incredible community. This is just a great place to live, great place to grow up. And I can remember when I first came up here, I'd talk to young people, and some of them would say, I can't wait to get out of here, right? There was like, I'm going to go. And then others would be, I couldn't wait to come back. Right? I wanted to be back in this community. So is there a particular vet school that would be close to this?
Yeah, my goal is to go to UC Davis Vet School.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's close. Yeah, you'd be back home.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's the goal. I've been working really hard through school to keep my grades right and do all the other things. Vet school applications, you're supposed to have, to be a competitive candidate, you have to have over 1,000 hours of clinical experience. I think it's about 500 hours of research experience, leadership, and then just a general idea of what you want to do and a personal statement attesting to that with your experiences mixed in to show that you would be committed not only to your career but to the greater aspiration of whichever specialty of animal care that you decided to go with.
All right, I got to ask this question. It's got nothing to do with this, okay? But it piqued my interest. I didn't know animals could get tuberculosis. Because I know humans can, and we're always having to get a test, right, to make sure, so we kind of track that with a test. I didn't know animals could get that.
Well, I guess in 1922, that's when he helped eradicate it. It was a pretty big deal. So
that's amazing to me, right? It's like, so if you get an opportunity to come to Davis and do research, where do you want to go from here, Jade? If you could research whatever you wanted to go forward, what would that be?
I want to research more on conception and how that works with the artificial conception that we're kind of creating, whether it's IVF embryos or the OPU technology like I was talking about. But more so, like I said, these technologies just came out, and I think that there's more research to be done in how to improve them in a more production-based aspect instead of just in the lab. And so that's something that I want to do. And I think with my hands-on knowledge of just living in the beef industry, and my love for all laboratory and research ideas, I think I'd be a really good asset to kind of combine those two. And so with unlimited grant money, that's definitely what I would do.
All right, last question from me. Is AI going to help in the research and moving forward with that? Is it really beneficial? Because I've heard that many times AI can do things, to come up with conclusions more rapidly than we can as humans, especially in the research area. So have you already done some of that? Or?
I haven't had any experience with that, but I don't doubt it. I think a lot of people are using it to assist them with the research process, and I think that could definitely be helpful. I'm not sure if it would necessarily be like the big break that it is for a lot of different research projects, but I don't doubt that it could be useful in certain aspects.
You know, Crystal, you never cease to amaze me. Where do you find these people? You are amazing. This is I feel like I'm talking to an FFA student.
I know.
Because you're very articulate.
And you know what? I've got a pretty easy job with this, though.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we've got a lot of great talent to choose from, and you know, each year, the guys have said, look, if we don't have a candidate that's right for one of these special scholarships, and we're not going to give it out. And we sat around the table, and one of our board members said, it's got to be Jade. And everyone else said, yep, all the way around, right? I mean, it's just such a
I would have voted yes. I'm just saying, if I'd have been there, she'd have got my vote. Yeah. Gosh. Jade Lasaga, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got great parents. You've had a great run here and have gone away. So I'm going to be one of the people praying, bring that little girl back here, right? Bring her here so that she can continue the process and help the industry here where we live. This is a great place to be from. I appreciate all the different agencies we have that help. But with the Yuba River Endowment, you guys constantly are feeding into our future with people like Jade. Amazing, just amazing.
Thank you for saying that, because that's exactly at their heart. And they'll tell you that our youth is our future here.
Yes.
And trying to get them excited about coming back and bettering this community is what it's all about.
Yeah, and I'm going to allow you to have the very first vet program on radio. Actually, by then, maybe TV. You could.
I'd be happy to come back, keep everybody posted.
Yeah, let us know. So has she already known what the award was and what she's getting? And
she did, yeah. They all have been notified of the awards before high school got out is when we actually notified everybody, because they've got some scholarship award nights for those kids. And it's about 50-50 now between our high school seniors and our continuing college students. But the scholarships are also for students that were going on to, we've done lineman school, we've done the fire academy, anybody who's going on for anything is what they're interested.
All right, I'm putting in for mine for radio. I don't know if it'd do any good to send me to school, Crystal. I think I'm pretty set in my ways by now. But Jade, thanks so much for being willing to come on. Appreciate your history, your background. I have been told more than once that homeschoolers are ones that are desired at university level because of their focus, and you certainly are a very focused young lady. And then for you to have an opportunity to go here to a high school that you could say, I am local, I did go to high school here, and then move on. I just think that it's almost a shame you didn't go to Yuba College, right? But you moved on to Texas. But we're getting you back. That's the deal.
I'm coming back. I was definitely one of the kids that was like, I can't wait to get out. And I went out and I saw, and I'm like, and I can't wait to come home now.
Well, we got trees here.
Yeah, trees, no wind.
Mountains.
Yeah.
We got rolling hills. It's not flat.
You can't beat it.
Crystal, thanks again. Tell all the gentlemen that we are so appreciative of what they do for kids. And, as far as 93Q is concerned, thank you for coming on every month. And we get an opportunity to see the effects of what these gentlemen have worked hard for.
Thank you, Bob.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And if you'd like to support community radio, it's easy. You just go to 93qradio.com and hit the donate button. Well, this morning from Yuba County Sheriff's Department, I have two really cool gals. It's just that with one of them, I'm just going to call her Anna. I'm not even going to attempt her last name. Anna, what's your last name?
Morzinski.
What? Is that easy?
It looks harder than it is. There's silent letters. It looks harder than it actually is.
I guess I should have got that right before we got. And Carlos Sandoval.
Mm-hmm.
How easy is that? Could you pull the microphone over so they can? There you go. And you're just okay. Like you girls are like shy, right? And so I'm really glad you guys are on, because sometimes with the sheriff's department and with PD, there's different jobs that all are important, but you don't always hear about them. And you guys have 2 jobs that, well, we all think that gal that takes our 911 call, we always think they're important, right? But records, we don't often think if you don't keep records, right? So I'm going to start off with you, Anna. How did you end up doing what you do?
I actually started in records, so I applied.
See, there's hope for you. You can move.
Yeah, I started in records, and I knew I didn't want to stay in records forever. Like, the reason why I came to records in the first place was because I wanted to get my foot in the door. Yeah, and then I kind of didn't know what I wanted to do. Like, if spots opened up, I'd like keep my eye out for them. It was actually my boss that told me, she was like, hey, when do you want to try to do dispatch? And I was like, I don't want to try. I don't want to. And then it, like, here and there, we kind of just like played on the idea, and then she threw me in, and I love it.
You never know. You can end up in. I never thought I'd be doing radio.
Yeah.
I was a pastor for 30 years. It's like, okay, how does this fit? But I love it. Ended up right, So, are you from this area?
Yes.
So you grew up here?
Yes, I grew up in Yuba County, and then like high school, I moved to Yuba City.
Big move! You went all the way across
crazy
the
move.
bridge.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
I
Did
made
you have
it
to
out.
pack a lunch with you?
Yeah, but I grew up in this area.
Oh, so you're a hunker. Yeah. So initially, though, you just applied at the sheriff's department, just kind of like, hey, I'm going to go do this. Or did you want to be connected to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
Now I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I got my associates in administrative justice, and originally I wanted to do like crime scene stuff, like be on the field, but I didn't want to be on patrol. That was my thing, is I didn't want to be on patrol and like in my own car. So then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark. And then I went to records, and I was like, I figured if I'm working at the sheriff department, I can find my avenue there.
Yeah. You can kind of, Carla, are you from this area?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me guess. You're from Marysville. Because she's went to Yuba City.
Yeah. Actually, I lived in, Marysville for a while, and then moved to Olivers, and then now I'm in the Plumas Lake area.
Yeah, I just got a thing from Plumas Lake. They're getting a new holiday market. It's very cool out there.
I think
it's kind of its own little community thing.
Yeah, it's growing, definitely.
So where'd you graduate high school?
I went to Lyndhurst High School and graduated there.
I love Lyndhurst. I love that school. I think it's like a secret. It's like the best kept secret. The minute you walk on campus, you're like, this place is cool. And a lot of their administration actually went there and then came back, and I'm like, you just gotta love it.
Yeah.
That's great. So go Blazers. No, Blazers forever. You gotta get it down there, So how did you end up going to work for the sheriff's department?
So before this, I was working at Amazon. Same thing, I wanted to get my foot in the door, so I was applying to all Yuba County jobs. Actually, I applied for an ACS position, got it. It was for an office specialist, and then they called me and said if I was interested in being a records clerk here at the sheriff's department, and I took it, and I love it. So
that's a lot, isn't it? Records.
Yeah.
There's a lot there. It's not just I'll keep records, so I'll jot that down today, right?
Yeah.
So how far do the records go back?
Honestly, they go back 7 years. If they're not felonies, like sexual, coroner's cases, we keep all of those records forever. So
how big is the records department?
Yeah, it's huge. We're being digitized now, so it's no more papers anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, my older brother was an archivist for Missouri State University, and they had to shift all their record keeping because they kept manuscripts on all kinds of stuff, and so they had to keep switching to move it to computer, all the photographs and everything, but they still kept a lot of just paper. He said it was a huge undertaking to keep all that stuff. Yeah. Aren't you glad you get to purge the files once in a while? Get rid of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like we don't need that forever.
Yeah.
So now that you're in records, because Anna said, she was in records, so I guess a lot of people start there. Have you kind of looked around and saw, gee, what else is there out there?
I mean, I'm interested, but it hasn't come yet. I don't want to be like a dispatcher, just the hours. I have kids, so it's
don't
hard.
say that. She said no.
Yeah, I have kids though, so it's hard
You
with
have
kids. Yeah, it's hard with kids. Just the hours. But I would be interested in obviously moving up and not just staying in records. It's not I don't want to do it forever. I do eventually want to grow.
We always are looking for that door. That door that opens, and when it opens, I'll go through it.
Yeah.
And things like the Sheriff's Department have so many doors. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. You can ride a horse. You can drive an ATV. You can fly a drone. I mean, it's just incredible. Not to mention all the admin, different places of admin and stuff that goes on. And like you could end up in investigations. That would be
You never know.
She's like CSI Yuba County. It's like you could do that. So tell me, Anna, how long have you been there at Sheriff's Department?
I've been there for almost 2 years. I did a year in records, and then I'm about 8 months into dispatch.
So tell me what it is that makes you glad you go to work.
It's like cheesy, but I guess like helping people. I love talking to people. It's my favorite thing ever.
Yeah. That's not cheesy. It takes certain qualities that we all have, and sometimes we think, oh, well, that's not much, but it's huge to the person on the other end of that phone. So it's like being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
And there's never anything wrong with wanting to help people. That's really, a good part of it. So you're probably never going to leave dispatch, and they're thrilled over there. They're like, awesome, we'll keep her for 100 years. Yeah. So Anna, if you had to say what's the most exciting thing about having made this shift, because you didn't always work for the Sheriff's Department, what would you pick and say, man, I know this is an important reason for me to be here?
Me?
Yep. What did I say? Did I say Anna?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I looked at Carla and said Anna.
What was your question? Sorry.
Well, so if you had to look at the job, because you haven't been there a very long time, you have to say, what to you do you find this is important? I think this is important.
I think like the same thing, just helping people out. Learning every day. I think it gives me knowledge every single day. I learn something new. Vice versa, I wasn't before. I think that's the reason.
So you guys are not sworn, right? You'd have to be patrolled to be actually a sworn officer, right?
Yes, I'm sworn in, but I don't have like peace officer authority.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if either one of you wanted to become a deputy, right? The Sheriff Department permits that, doesn't it? They permit the process.
Yeah, I think sometimes they even sponsor people.
Gosh, that is amazing, right? So I'm just thinking they would have to take you out of dispatch, and they're not going to.
They're not going to take me out. They're not going to take me out of there.
They might move you, Carly. You might get moved,
right?
Because you're in records, right? Yeah, it's pretty awesome, to be able to do that. Yuba County is just a great place. Which one of you said? Did you say, Carla, like just getting into the county as a whole in terms of jobs?
Yes.
So is it possible once because they consider this a county position.
Right.
Can you actually go to other places in the county?
Yeah. We get promotions all the time. Like, there's job openings at Human Resources, Health and Human Services. So yeah, definitely we can. Even she can, I think.
She's not going anywhere.
No, she's not. She's not.
That's a happy girl right there. She's not going anywhere. She loves her job, which, I can appreciate that, but it just depends, right? You never know what you can be offered. So if okay, I'm going to make sure Anna. Look at her. So if you were going to talk to somebody and say, this is the reason I think you ought to put in to work at Yuba County Sheriff, what would you tell them?
Just Yuba County as a whole?
Yeah.
I would tell them that I haven't worked in any other departments, but it genuinely is the best place to work. All of the admin is great. Our manager that we have, the best boss I've ever had. Yeah. And they're all very...
You might want to give them a shout out. They might be watching.
Shout out, Rachel. Yeah. They're very welcoming, and they seem like they really want you to grow. So if I wanted to pursue something else, even though they would like me in my dispatch, but they would support me. And they're very open to growth, and they want you to change, and they want you to grow, and they're just very personable. Like, I hear all these other counties, and they can't speak to admin, very chain of command, whereas our sheriff will come in and sit down and say hi, and it's just a great place to be.
The sheriff is an awesome guy. Wendell's just the real deal. He looks like a sheriff, even if he didn't have the uniform. The guy looks like a sheriff, right? And so, Carla, what would you tell people if somebody said, hey, I'm thinking about going to work at Yuba County? What would you tell them?
I think the same thing. Our manager, like she said, she's really understanding. If we ever have a situation, she literally is the first to help us out. She backs us up too. Same thing.
All right, so now I have to ask you, what have I forgotten? What would you like to talk about? In my job today.
I don't know. Do you just have any curiosity questions about our jobs in specific?
Well, when it comes to dispatch, because I've had a lot of people on the air and I've talked to dispatchers, it's not an easy job. No. It's important to understand it's not easy, but it's incredibly rewarding. You're helping people at the worst possible times in their life. And I don't think dispatch is for everybody. No. I think, for one thing, you said, I'm okay with a room without windows. I'm not okay with that. I think that's odd. Yeah. But at the same time, that's it. It's that part of it that you say, I know not everybody can do this, but I can do it comfortably, right? For you, it's like, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to work, right? For me, I'd be like, let me out of this room.
It starts like that. There's definitely times, when you start, you're so overwhelmed, and I think the job itself is built to be overwhelming. You have so many things going on. You dispatch fire, EMS, law. We do Wheatland Police Department too, so it's I
didn't know that.
Yeah, we entirely dispatch for Wheatland Police Department, and we do medical for Marysville Police Department now. So we have a lot that we're doing at all times, and it's very overwhelming, but it's very rewarding.
So are they currently looking for dispatch? Because I know different agencies are always, they're saying, hey, we've got an opening. Is there an opening for dispatch?
I don't know if there's an opening now. I know there's technically 2 more spots available, but we do have someone in training, and then I believe someone in background. But I think technically there's 2 spots, but they are currently in the works of being filled. Yeah.
So one of the people that's in training is not Carla.
No. Not yet. I've been trying to get her to come over with me. She won't do it. She won't do it. Yeah.
She's happy where she's at.
I am. I think being in records has helped a lot about being in dispatch. You learn a lot in records, and they are kind of you don't appreciate them until you are them type of thing. And there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that Records has to do. Every single report that gets written, they're responsible for getting it to the DA, to victim witness, all of that. And so I think being in Records helped me a lot with dispatch. Yeah.
I remember when I first went to Yuba City PD as a chaplain, they took me in a room, and it was where they have all the different forms they have to file. And I was like shocked, you know. I was military police. We had one form, incident and accident, right? It was either one or the other, right? There's a ton of paper that goes with every incident, and you guys have to take care of all that? Sort it, where does it go? And, so
it goes to.
Yeah. So how do people request a record? Or can they request a record?
They can.
Okay, under what circumstances?
So they can come either into our office and fill out a form. It's a PRA form, public records request. So like I said, they can come into our office and get that form, or they can print it online, email it to us, or fax it. We don't email back to the public. Only other agencies is who we email records to. And as far as who can get it, so if they're listed as a suspect in the report, they're not entitled to it until it's all closed out. And even then, they're only entitled to their statements and deputies' factual statements.
So there's safeguards over the records at every level.
Yeah, and it's changed over all these 5 years that I've been there. It's changed. So we just have to try to keep up with all these laws.
Yeah, there's always that.
Yeah.
You know, I remember we had, I think it's called HIPAA.
Yes.
You know, we had
to follow those.
And it was like, what can I tell them? Their name.
It's even that,
Yeah, literally.
And so you, all right, I'm just trying to understand here. So you have records requests from like the court, right? People that lawyers and whatever, given certain cases. And then if you have a case where it's like stolen property, there's got to be a record of that property, right?
Yeah.
So everything has a paper trail.
Yes.
And so it's not just a record of it's not just like an arrest record. There's investigative records and property records and
lost, found property.
I don't want your job. I'm already wore out just finding out about it. But you love it.
Yeah.
So much so you're not going to dispatch.
Yep.
So you'll go to lunch, but you're not going to dispatch.
Yeah.
I appreciate you gals. This is great stuff. I appreciate Yuba County. I appreciate all law enforcement. We have great law enforcement in our area. What we don't have is enough.
Yeah.
We need more. Every single position needs more. I don't know how to do that. You know, you hear that crazy defund the police. My thought is defund the criminals.
Right.
Get more officers and more people to do the job so that there's never a gap and the security and safety of our communities is assured because we have the people there that know how to do the job. And I think you girls are right. Sometimes people don't appreciate what goes on in the background.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that, the whole thing can't work. It takes everybody. And you guys certainly work for a great organization. We like them. But then we're partial. So. All right. Anna, any last things?
No, I think that's it. Thanks for having us.
All right, Carla.
Same thing, though.
Didn't have to be nervous, did you?
No.
It's really comfortable, huh?
Yeah.
All right, you guys can stay and do the announcing for the radio for the next hour.
Got it.
Okay, that might not be comfortable. All right, thanks again for coming on.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw and Associates.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate you. And this morning, for my 9 o'clock interview, I was kidding about Miss Eberly. Because we were trying to figure out, what prefix do you use, right? And, we could have came up with all kind, like the amazing, right? We just pick an adjective, right? Amazing Eberly. It sounds like you're going to juggle or something, right?
Don't ask me to do that.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Heather Eberly is with Just Serve, which is an amazing organization.
Yeah.
That does make you amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Because you have an amazing...
The organization is pretty awesome.
Yeah. It helps volunteers connect with people that need volunteers. And how do they get... What's the best way to get there?
JustServe.org.
I love it. That was it.
It's that
I was
easy.
headed for that.
You go on there. You can even just send a questionnaire out to me, like, I want information on this, and it gets to me, and I can reach out to you that way. It's very easy. JustServe.org. Sign up, make yourself a sign-in, and then you can post a project. It's that easy.
Well, I want you to know nobody has responded to mine. I sent you the email. I volunteer to go to lunch with anybody that's buying. And not one person responded to that. I'm so bummed.
That is the downside to it. We share it, we publicize it, but we cannot guarantee people will take it.
Yeah. Well, I understand, I was just trying to get a little help for the poor. And you brought Michael Lawrence with you. I
did.
And Michael, what do you do?
Well, I'm the account manager for the Yuba City and Chico area, and I'm with Vitalent, which is the local nonprofit blood bank in this area.
Man, I used to give blood when I was in the military. Over and over again. I'm surprised I had any left. Right?
Yeah. Well, thankfully it replenishes after a few weeks.
Right. Which you're really grateful for, right?
Definitely.
I'm thinking, if you got 2 gallons yet, what do you got, right? It's really a simple process, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We say it takes about an hour. You go in there, you answer some questions, you do your donation, and then you have about 20 minutes of relaxing afterwards with some free snacks, some Gatorade, some water, and then you're out the door and you're good to go.
I was in the military and I just worked a midnight shift, hadn't eaten anything. I went in to give blood because I thought, well, I'm going to give blood and then I'm just going to go over to the barracks, right, and lay down. So I gave blood and I started to get up, and this old master sergeant laying next to me, he said, I wouldn't do that, son. And I said, I'll be fine, right? So I got up and I left the room and was heading down the hallway, and he caught me.
Yeah.
And when I came to, he said, you see, that's why I told you that.
Right.
It's like,
gotta listen.
you have to rest afterwards.
Definitely.
You have to, your body's like, okay, this makes a difference. And I was young, right? So it's like, are there certain blood types? I remember them telling us that there are certain blood types that are very valuable, and then there's some that they'll fit everybody, right?
Yeah.
So how do they find that out, Mike?
Well, that's a great question. And type O is a major blood type that we look for, right?
That's me.
Yep. O positive is about,
drain me.
There you go. Yeah. O positive, about 39% of the population has O positive. Yeah. And then you have O negative, which is about 9%. Right.
Wow.
So the key to that is O positive covers about 85% of the population as far as like who can actually accept O positive. Yeah, receive it. And then you have O negative, which is the universal donor, and that one's super key because if anyone's in an accident and they need blood right away and we don't know what their blood type is, they get O negative blood right away, right?
Wow.
So it's very important that we have O positive on the shelf at all times, and then obviously O negative as well. And that was one of the concerns for the summer, is the O positive blood actually, that level got down to about a 2-year low. So extremely concerning. Blood levels usually drop a little bit during the summertime because people are out on the road, schools are out of session, all those things, and more accidents are happening, recreational activities. The need for blood goes up. the donations go down, and therefore the blood supply suffers pretty bad during the summertime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about those really odd ones like AB negative?
Yeah.
And
I'm AB positive.
There
oh,
you go.
excuse me, Heather.
Positive.
Yeah.
Amazing, Heather. What about AB positive?
Well, we want all blood types, and the fact is that blood is in constant need. Whether it's O positive, O negative, all blood types are in constant need. 1 in 3 people in their lifetime will need to receive blood. 1 in 7 people that enter the hospital need to receive blood, and the list just goes on and on. 1 in 83 women that enter the hospital to give birth need to receive blood. 30 to 40% of all blood that's donated goes to people who are fighting cancer. So all blood types are needed all the time.
Wow.
Yeah, less than 3% of the population actually donates. So, and it's down about 20% across the nation since COVID, which is hundreds of thousands of donations. And I would actually put out a shot to the Yuba and Sutter area as well, because like I said, less than 3% of the population donates, but it just so happens that in this area, it's actually 0.007% of the population of the Yuba Sutter area. Yeah.
In our giving, amazing community, blood donation is not the one that's happening.
Listen, folks, let's give blood. They're not the IRS.
Right. So that's our
Who
challenge.
will just come take it from you, right? It's like,
Right.
wow, I didn't know that. I remember when I was in the military, we had a little patch, like mine said O positive. They wanted to know, so if anything happened, man, you're instant, or you had a card, or your dog tags would have it on it. So they have a way of identifying that, which is important. Michael, shouldn't everybody know their blood type?
Yes, it's very important to know your blood type. If you're in an accident and they're asking you what blood type you are, to be able to give that information to them as well. And it's just an important key thing to know. The nice thing is when you donate, when you create the thing online, I can't think of what it's called, my apologies, your account, when you create your account online, you'll get an email about a week later after you donate. It will tell you what your blood type is. It will tell you what your heart rate was, your blood pressure, your cholesterol level. So you get like this little mini physical before, when you're donating, and then you get that information about a week later, so then you know your blood type and all those other things. Yeah.
So let me get this right. They tell me that, look, your cholesterol level's high, but you gave blood. Here's the donut.
Yeah, we got Oreos for you.
Yeah, Oreos, come on! I love it.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Michael, how exactly do people give? You've got a what coming up? I had the paper.
9/16, we're doing a blood drive.
That's it.
And
September 16th, you're going to have a blood drive. Where is that at?
So that one is full already, but so we're challenging everybody in our area to make their own blood drive, or to contact Vitalant and go into their offices and to donate in the month of September and see if we can break our slump.
So Vitalant has an office.
Yeah, we have a center here. Well, in Yuba City, it's on Stabler Lane.
Okay.
And it's open for anybody to come in. They can go to vitalant.org and search their zip code, and you'll find multiple blood drives in this area and surrounding areas for you to be able to go and donate. We're super excited about being able to partner with Just Serve. I mean, they do incredible things in the community, and they're looking for volunteers to be able to connect with the community and help improve it. And we're looking for volunteers to come out and donate blood, and not just in September. Yes, we'd love to be able to pump up the blood supply in September, but again, blood's always in constant need. Different times of year, the end of the year, the last 2 weeks of December, the first 2 weeks of January, blood supply drops significantly because people are checked out, and there's all different times during the year that blood is needed. So go on vitalant.org and search your zip code, and you will be able to find multiple blood drives going on.
So it has to be a blood drive. They can't just go into Vitalant and say, take my blood today?
No, they can.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Oh, so, all right. So the blood drives help people know. But,
right.
But with Vitalant, it's all the time. You can go into that office anytime, and they will poke you and drain you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then give you an Oreo.
For sure.
This is good stuff, right?
It's good. It's real good. Yeah, the center's open. You can go into the center. You can walk in. We prefer to have appointments, right? Because appointments are going to take precedence. If you walk in, most likely you're going to get in, but it might take a little bit longer. But then we do the mobile blood drives, which is what I'm responsible for. And the mobile blood drives are key because it makes it more convenient for folks who can't rush across town for whatever reason to get to the center on time to donate. They got to pick up their kids. They got to go grocery shopping. Well, let's bring the blood mobile to your location, to your work location, to your church, to any kind of business, whatever it might be.
High school?
Yeah, high school, exactly. All those things. I want to make it as convenient for as many people as possible to just be able to walk out the door, get in the blood mobile, or go into another room in the area and donate blood right then and there.
I love it. So my next question is, I'm O positive, so my blood can be used in a lot of people.
That's right.
So when I come in, do we say, oh, he's O positive, let's take 3 quarts? I mean, is there a standard amount that they take, or is it like, you get her in, it's like, okay, just a little bit, a mile.
Right.
All we need.
Yeah, great question.
She's fine.
Great question. It's relative to your height and weight.
Oh.
So we say a unit because it's different a little bit, like I said, relative to your height and weight. But the kind of standard in the over the history is a pint, they say. But we don't take any more than whatever your height and weight regulates, and up to a certain point. So like if a 6'7", 300-pound person comes in, we're not going to take more from them. There's a standard that cuts off at a certain point where we don't take any more than that.
So, all right, let's say you're going to take a pint from me.
Okay.
How many pints do I have?
About 10 to 12, depending on your height.
Really? That much?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, then that's nothing.
It is. You're right.
You had me nervous there. I'm like, okay, a pint from a little guy like me. It's like, okay, you'll have a pint and a half left.
Right.
So stay there laying down for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and going back to what you were saying, the experience that you had where you got really lightheaded and almost passed out.
I did pass out.
You did pass out, right? So really the key to be able to avoid that is make sure you hydrate the day before really well and the day of, and make sure you eat. You need to make sure you eat a good dinner, breakfast, lunch, the meals beforehand, because that's just going to replenish all those, those nutrients and the sodium and all the things that are going out when you're donating. As long as you prepare ahead of time, you're good to go. Very, very rarely is there an adverse reaction from someone who actually prepared and is well ready for the donation.
Well, that's what they told me. I'd worked the night shift. I hadn't eaten. And, and that old master sergeant, although he helped me, he did laugh at me. I'm just telling you, it was really one of those, I told you so. Right? Just lay there.
Yeah.
And so if somebody gives blood and they're feeling a little lightheaded, you guys take care of that. Hey, where you at? And you probably question them even beforehand. Have you eaten, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really, the whole procedure is very safe. So here's the thing I think people are most nervous about. Have you got professionals to stick me, or somebody that's going to be digging around trying to find the blood vein?
Oh man, I love that question. Thank you for bringing that up, because I am so proud of the team that I work with, the donor care staff. You think about that. This is what they do all day, every day. They don't have anything else that they're working on. They are drawing blood all day, every day. They're working with people, and our key is we want people to have a great experience because we need donors to come back. It can't just be a one-time deal. We need them to come back, and you can donate every 8 weeks. And so the donor care staff, they are second to none. They will make your experience as best as possible. Sure, you might feel a little sting for like a half a second when the needle inserts, but that's it. And I would just ask people that when they're thinking about, well, I'm not sure if I want to donate because the needles, it hurts or whatever. How about the folks who are going through cancer, for example, and they are getting poked? Maybe I know of someone who had to receive 150 units of blood throughout 3 remissions of cancer. How many times was this kid poked? How many? So your one time that you get poked for, and stings for half a second, that one donation has the potential of saving 3 lives. So the return on your investment is exponential. So please don't let the fear of needles, or maybe possibly you had a bad experience at a doctor's office or something in the past, don't let that deter you. We need you.
Yeah, I've had bad ones and good ones.
Right.
And it's just something that, sometimes, but even a bad one, right? Like I had a guy, I was actually getting ready to go into surgery, and he was, doing a thing. And it was the same guy I'd had before in a previous surgery, and I had hardly felt anything. This time it was like, hey, pay attention here. Right? It's like, ow! Right?
Bad day for both of you.
Yeah, it's like what the heck? Last time you were really good at this, and it just depends. But honestly, even at that, it's lightweight. It's not, nobody's dying from this, and you're helping people. I do think, Michael, that's the big part of every time we do something, we might say, I look for ways I can help other people. But honestly, you go and give blood, then you might be given to somebody probably that you've never met, but they are eternally grateful. It's not about you knowing them. So there is actually a scripture says that when you give, don't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing.
That's right.
So feel free to give blood out of either arm, right? And you won't know. But God knows.
There you go.
It's a great benefit. The person on the other side is going, this is awesome.
Right?
Thank you, whoever you were, right?
That's a great point, Fish. And really, just to piggyback off that real quick, is we actually at Vitalent, we have this really neat program where when you create your account and we get your phone number, then when the blood that you donate actually is moving and going to someone who is receiving that blood, you will get a text and it will say, hey, guess what? Your blood is on the way to brighten someone's day or possibly save a life. And I can't tell you how many times I've had donors say, when I was having a really rough day, I thought my life was not going so great or whatever. And then I received that text and I realized, all of a sudden, wow, someone else's life is a lot worse than what I'm going through right now. And I just had the opportunity to make a true difference in their life, and their day gets a whole lot better that they know that they had the opportunity to be able to do that.
It's pretty cool. The only thing I'd be a little concerned about is whoever gets my blood gets a lot of garlic. they probably, it's Italian.
That's great.
Good for you. Different people, you get a little Italian blood, but you don't have to worry. Mosquitoes won't bite you unless they like Italian food. Right? Listen, thank you, Michael, for coming on.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. And Just Serve, Heather Eberly. It's so easy. JustServe.org.
Right, and can I make one more plug?
Yep.
Along with our blood drive, we're doing a Get to Know Just Serve and the different organizations we partner with. So Vitalent will have a booth out the same on 9/16 from 4 to 7. Everybody's welcome to come and just get to know the different groups that serve in our area, and we really want to focus on those that are planning upcoming activities, like bring the youth that in your school, in your congregation, and wherever you are that are going to help or be excited to participate, and bring them so they can meet and see all the opportunities that are in our community. And that's open to everybody. So
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO.
Only is there.
California grow, yeah. California grow. Me and the boys doing all we know. quite like the place that I call home. California grows. Yeah. California grows.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
The radio version.
Is that right, Bob?
Yeah.
There we go. Bob, you were covering that radio version line really well the last few weeks.
I tried to remember.
John Cassidy here. Chuck Smith back in the studio. Thankfully, we've got him here. And Bob Hawaiian Fischetti, Magnum PI. Got the hat. Not a Tigers hat, but you got the Hawaiian shirt. Everything 93Q right there. Yeah.
That's amazing. You remember that detail. He always wears the Detroit Tigers hat.
I'm a detail guy, Bob.
Yeah, apparently.
Was there a movie or a book, Blue Hawaii?
Well, there's a song.
That was Elvis.
That was Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw him at Bel Air last night. He was in the popcorn aisle. Yeah, I was checking out the different styles of popcorn. Oh, Elvis is always in Bel Air or Safeway or Albertsons, Lucky's. What else am I missing?
He doesn't shop Save-Mart? That's my neighborhood.
I've not seen him in New Earth. I'm not sure that he's more of a health guy.
He liked to show
but
up
he's
to
looking
Burger
good.
King a lot.
Elvis is looking good.
Yeah, he's doing
what did you say,
peanut butter
Kurt
and
Baird, on the
banana
board?
sandwich.
He liked to go show up at Burger King a lot.
Okay.
So
Very
now
good.
that we've given all
he
these
was the
places
king.
advertising.
He was the king. Right.
The Whopper.
The Whopper. Yeah. Did he play? Do we know if he played bagpipes or? We know Kurt does.
Glenn Campbell did though.
Oh yeah, Glenn could do anything. Glenn was a scratch golfer. That guy was one of the most talented people ever. Anyway,
there was a great movie released recently, a bunch of concert footage. Elvis Presley concert footage. It hadn't been shown before, and they cobbled it together, and it was. Basically, Elvis is telling his own story, and so it was actually. You know what? He's actually a pretty good musician, I found out.
Oh no, the guy was talented beyond words. I mean, he was a freak. You just heard about the freakish stuff.
Yeah, but I never listened to any of his stuff.
Okay, well then I guess you didn't listen to any of his stuff.
He said his favorite thing was to get together with his band, and they would do gospel.
Right.
Yeah. And they would just sit and do gospel together. And
that's where he came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so much where he ended, but where he came from.
Well, I was just impressed at how much he was, engaged with everybody that was involved in putting the music together.
Oh yeah.
He was like a coach.
He was loved.
Together, let's do this right.
Unfortunately, some of the stuff they did to him to manage him wasn't real good, and he kind of ended up being controlled instead of being the controller. It's just a crazy world of music sometimes, and of stardom. Okay, so I woke up this morning and I saw this because I always watch the business channels to check on what's going on. And this is more of a national story than a local or regional story, but I think it's important to talk about this. Moderna, their stock opened, it doubled this morning. And of course, Moderna is kind of famous for having one of the COVID vaccines. Now that's become a major controversy.
Shouldn't be, but that's all right.
But no, I think it probably should be, because a lot of people got shut down that were saying things that ended up being true.
I'm talking about the vaccine.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay.
Melanoma vaccine trial was an unmitigated success. I guess a 99% success, Bob. So they believe they have figured out the way to cellularly crush melanoma. And it doubled the stock price. That was announced early this morning. So I thought it was pretty darn exciting to see that. And
we're talking skin cancer.
We're talking skin cancer, which obviously
well, not everybody's going to automatically know what melanoma is. So.
But it killed my twin brother, and it's killed a lot of people. And
it's serious.
It's bad stuff.
Yeah, so, I had skin cancer, but when they did the check on it, it wasn't melanoma. So there are skin cancers that don't all
get that stage.
That stage, but that's the one that kills you. So that is awesome that they found a way. I keep thinking, John, that as technology progresses, I had an operation that if my father, who died at 53 years old, that if that operation had been available in his lifetime, he would have lived. And we constantly are seeing technology, just medical advances are over the top, but this This has got to make a lot of people happy.
This is based on at least what I heard this morning. I got to do some more research on it, but this is a next level breakthrough for cancer, battling cancer. So anyway, we got Pinktober coming up. Megan's firing that up out at Hard Rock. Give Megan McCarthy a call out there if you want to be involved. And obviously the Givickeys do a phenomenal job with Pink October every year with their wonderful fundraisers that they do for help so many people. And Hard Rock's been at it now a few years as well with Pinktober, and it's a great event. So you don't want to miss that. But you can call Megan McCarthy out at the college, or out at the Hard Rock. That's not necessarily a college. And Chuck, your written column this week, you talk about the Yuba County Water Agency, which was pretty awesome. Your
column?
Your rough notes and casual thoughts.
Because the agency is pretty awesome. I didn't know that.
And that would be the written version, because Chuck has recently retired as the editor of the Appeal Democrat, but he still writes for the Appeal, and every Saturday you have rough notes and casual thoughts. Talk about that column, because I don't think I think they're gaining more awareness of the Colgate Power Plant because of that issue of Bullard's Bar, of the power generation that is affected there. By the way, the fishing there this past year has been phenomenal. At Bullard's Bar. But anyway, talk about the Yuba Water Agency and your column this week, because it was in Saturday's Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts in the Appeal Democrat newspaper. If you're not subscribing, subscribe. You can get it in print form or online. And our good friend Scott Anderson, the new editor, is doing a great job as well. So talk about the Yuba Water Agency. It's got a lot of history, too.
Well, the Water Agency recently announced that it had been working with more than a dozen local teachers on creating a curriculum from kindergarten through the 12th grade, science, history, all sorts of different topics, but using the Yuba River to explain how rivers work, how important rivers are to communities, water issues. And I just thought this was incredible, because the Yuba River, in my lifetime growing up, I've always been fascinated by it and its history. And so I was really excited when they announced that now, beginning with kindergarten and all the way through high school, students will be touching the Yuba River in many different ways. And so I went through some of the history of the river. One thing that most people don't realize is that more gold has been taken from the Yuba River than any river in America.
Correct.
In fact, maybe...
Is there any left?
Oh, there is.
Yes.
Because right after this, we can all run down and do a little panning.
I've got my pan in the truck, yes.
Exactly.
And in fact, for those who might be searching for another mascot name for the high school, maybe it's the Marysville Gold would be appropriate.
Oh,
by the way, I wanted to point out that not 100% of people agree that the Indians is a name that should be maintained. I think you made that claim last week when you were talking about my call.
I said 100% of the people I've talked to.
Okay, well, you're not talking to everybody. Anyway, so getting back to the gold. Also, I mean, the river, has a name that's interesting, because Yuba County, Yuba River, Yuba County. Yuba County is on one side of the Feather River, on the other side is Yuba City. So two communities share the Yuba name. There was an argument about where the name came from.
The great grape debate. Yeah.
And there were John Sutter insisted that it was named after a tribe at the mouth of the Yuba River on the Yuba City side. In fact, there's a document when Yuba City, the first time Yuba City appeared in a legal document, was a deed that had John Sutter's name, Sam Brannan, and two other gentlemen. The first deed at Yuba City, where Sutter sold off part of his grant that he'd gotten from the Mexican government, and it's not Yuba City. It's Uba City.
Uba City, right.
Yeah, so, it could be the Uba River. Could be Uba County.
So where did the Thompson grape, the Yuba Because Yuba means grape, correct?
Uva in Spanish.
Uva in Spanish. So where did that?
Well, that was a claim by
because there's a Highway 20 monument, right?
General Vallejo.
Vallejo, that's right.
Okay, he claimed that, and it was repeated in the Marysville Herald newspaper. And John Sutter wrote a letter to the editor at the Herald saying, no, he's wrong. And he pointed out the Spaniards never made it to the Yuba River. Sutter made it to the Yuba. Before that, Jedediah Smith in 1826, a series of trappers had made it to Marysville, and he claimed, and again, going back to Sutter's claim that this is named after this tribe, who knows how he heard out of the mouth of somebody the name of a tribe, even got to that point of asking the question.
Right.
But same with Jedediah Smith. He claimed that the Maidu here called what is now the Yuba River the Henneet River.
See, I'd never heard that.
Hen-Neet is how Smith put it in his diary. And the Feather River was known as the Yalu River. Now, I really like that one.
Oh, so there's the Y. Spell that.
Yaloo was how Jedediah Smith was.
So Yuba, we still don't know.
Sutter claims that the name of the river comes from the name of the tribe at the mouth of that river.
Yuba.
But on what is now the Yuba City side. Yeah. Well, where did Yuba come from? Well, it was Yuba.
No, my point is that Yuba,
and somebody added the Y.
Right, but Yuba, Sutter County ended up under John Sutter's.
I'm sorry. Actually, it was Ubu. Y-U-B-U.
Got it. Ubu. So why does Yuba County end up across the river?
Why you, John?
I got it. But why does Yuba County end up across the river from Sutter County if it opened at the mouth of? Why is Yuba County instead of?
Because they named the river.
Okay, I got that.
But yeah.
Okay.
Everyone referred to. I mean, not everyone.
But you said the Yuba tribe was at the mouth of the Sutter side, the Yuba City side, or the Yuba Yuba County side.
So you know where 2nd Street is today?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty protective over there on 2nd Street.
Yeah,
of different things. That was where there was a Maidu tribe there.
Okay, right.
It was built on high ground. I mean, because they'd lived here for 10,000 years.
Right, they figured it out.
The high ground, yeah. And so actually in 55, water didn't make it to 2nd Street, by the way.
Right.
So the tribe was located there, and it actually...
you getting all this, Bob?
Finally, it took 5-6 years before the community decided that just like the homeless, they wanted to force them out.
Got it.
So the tribe.
I'm going to put in a request to change the name of Marysville to Gold City and Yuba City to City of Gold.
Oh, there you go.
And we'll just erase all
what's
this.
the bridge between? What the bridge is called between them? The two gold bridges.
Well, it can't be the Golden Gate.
Oh, good call. We already got a Golden Gate bridge.
There was also
we could call it the Silver Bridge, right? Because you got to get the bronze and silver bridges from Gold City to City of Gold.
When Marysville was named, there were a lot of people who wanted to call it Yubaville, but Yuba City, which came first, it was actually named.
Gosh, that would have been even more confusing. Yuba City and Yubaville.
Give me a smile, guys. There we go. I gotta let somebody know we're on the air. Anyway, yes, that's. A lot of history.
Wake somebody up.
Okay, let's get a little more modern now, because Bob needs the education, and Kurt's over there falling asleep. When was Bullard's Bar finished?
Early 70s.
Early 70s. I was going to say late 60s, but early 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Orville was finished in the late 60s, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's part of the chain of... Yeah, so... you talked about the gold rush. Well, the gold rush, obviously, Grass Valley, Nevada City, was the headwater where so much of the gold was, found in the mine in the what's the famous mine in
Malakoff Diggins.
Well, there's another one.
You're talking about one of the tunnel mines.
Yeah. So I mean, the gold pulled out of there is unbelievable. But then you have in your article you talk about the gold fields.
Yeah. So nobody has any idea exactly how much gold was taken out in 1848, which was the easiest pickings with pocket knives and
Correct.
Chisels and things like that. And then people came in 1849, had a
Funny how San Francisco kind of blew up during that period.
Yeah.
Didn't it? Yeah, a lot of money there.
Then the 49ers, they had to stoop down and use the pans and the sluice boxes. And then the corporations came in and started washing away entire mountainsides.
Correct.
So we got the hydraulic mining, but still don't know exactly how much gold was taken out then. But they do know that some 5 million ounces of gold has been taken out.
A lot of gold.
Was taken out in the 20th century from the hydraulic mining.
Well, we had the famous dredgers.
The floating dredgers,
Right.
they go down 120 feet.
Yeah.
I remember my mom telling me, don't go out there because if you drown out there, I'll never find your body.
That's right.
It'd be 120
There are big fish.
Were you talking about the Empire Mine?
Big fish in those dredger ponds.
It's
I think
Empire Mine.
John was talking about the Empire
That's
Mine.
the one that's a big tunnel. Yeah.
Monster
They still
amount
do
of gold.
tours there.
Oh, they do weddings. They do. It's a beautiful. No, it's a beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, they do live. What do they call it? Live history presentations. And in fact, it was the Bourne Mine. The Empire Mine, the Bourne Mine, and the Bourne's home up there is pretty impressive. Mr. Bourne married a young lady from the Ring of Kerry in Ireland, and the National House of Ireland was bought and upgraded and is the current National House of Ireland on the lakes of Killarney, and the money from the Bourne Mine built that structure because that was where his wife was from. She wanted a summer place, and they ended up donating it to the government of Ireland some 70 years ago.
And they did nothing for Scotland.
Nothing for Scotland.
I'm just saying,
Thank
nothing
God.
for the Scottish.
The Scots, all they know about is bagpipes and whiskey anyway.
The gold out of the Yuba, the American, and the Feather River, the gold out of the California rivers actually helped the North defeat the South
That's
in
correct.
the Civil War.
That's correct.
Very significant.
That's correct.
Source of revenue, and there were a lot of attempts at sinking ships, taking the gold, piracy, the South trying to.
You mean
just different
money attracts crooks and pirates?
Well,
yeah, I would say so.
I'm just saying,
it happens.
The South was looking for resources.
It happens.
And the North had them.
Yep, it happens. So, Bob, anything else on the horizon? I did see there's a little bit of controversy over Sam Brannan Park. I guess they're going to add a whole bunch of security measures there, and they're going to close it for a while.
But the pickleballers can continue to play.
Yeah, you'll be able to get in and out of there.
You have to get a pass to get in there, I guess. But I mean, look, I've been through that park a lot. I've been to Givikeys on the other side a lot.
Yeah.
There are issues there that need to get dealt with. Obviously, none of this stuff's any fun to deal with, but there are a lot of problems.
I just want to backtrack a little bit, and that's I just had the privilege of doing a podcast with Dee Dee Cordell and
Willie Whittlesey, the general manager of Yuba Water Agency.
Great people. They just covered a lot of ground.
So where can people go see that interview?
They can see that on 93Q TV on YouTube, and then they had some other videos. Matter of fact, you're in one of the videos that they did about the flood, the river, the whole thing. So
the 86 flood.
Yeah. So we popped up, including that actually 4 videos that are new on 93Q TV, so that people could have the history, why they're doing what they are, and then get to know where they're headed.
How much are the residuals?
Huh?
Do I get any money?
Probably not. I'm not.
I've been trying to get money for my salad for a while.
Yeah.
And it ain't working either. Salads. Yeah. Anyway, here's the deal. So great articles. Chuck's column. You got to read Saturday's column of Rough Notes. You'll learn a lot about Yuba water and the water around this community. Also, Ray Bowden had a great article in the Appeal Democrat this past week. You can look that up. It features a front page picture of the 1997 flood, but we had the 86 flood, the 55 flood. But there's a lot of water history. Thank gosh there have been a ton of money invested in our levee systems in the last 15 years here to really make this community safer. And but you want to learn about water. Dee Dee Cordell and Willie Whittlesey, obviously the spokespeople for the Yuba Water Agency. We saw them last week when they were here, and before you shot that podcast. And you should really, if you have children and you have family members who aren't aware of the whole water situation in the Yuba Sutter region, that is a great opportunity to learn a ton about what's going on currently at Bullard's Bar, the Colgate Power Plant, and just the history of water here, and some of the great things that have been done on the Yuba to help the fishery by the Yuba Water Agency with diversion canals and what have you, if that's what they're called. Some pretty great information to understand our water situation here.
One of the questions that came up that I thought was funny was, why is that called a penstock? So maybe you historians can find out where that name
is. There a Mr. Penstock?
Yeah, I guess there must have been somebody.
Like Mr.
Gerrymander?
Yeah.
Penstock. But,
yeah. So
great. They are continuing to do things while they take care of that. But the one thing I thought was interesting was the reason they aren't jumping on it to repair it is because they want to know exactly what happened.
Oh, so
they have to do the forensics, right? Once that's done, they've already got plans.
Oh, they're ready to go.
And so they're ready to go.
Yeah, Willie Whittlesy's a phenomenal general manager.
He's on it.
By the way, Bob, it is top of the hour. Just wanted to point that out for you.
You're listening to 93.3 LPFM, Yuba City.
Okay, so this is the big topic for me right now.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Who's sponsoring this mess?
Oh, that would be the Brick. Yes.
Thank you to the Brick. Great food.
Kim,
outdoors
Mata,
area, inside.
Oh, yeah. Perfect
awesome.
now.
Awesome.
Outdoors, it's cooled down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Breakfast, lunch, phenomenal. Coffees, teas.
Yeah,
smoothies.
they have a new coffee deal. So
smoothies, you might even find a 93Q mug floating around or two in there.
If people haven't taken them home,
yes, well,
which I'm glad you guys got a free mug.
There you go.
Let people know.
There you go.
At least take a picture of it.
All right, I'm going to take. There's four of us in the studio, and then the Linda Plummer rock star sitting out in the thing. I'm going to take a poll right now. Who wants to bring grizzly bears back to California? Raise your hand.
I didn't know they left.
Where'd they go?
I think they eradicated them. They had some problems with them. So, Chuck, you want to bring them back, the Grizzlies?
Why not?
I'm just... Only if you bring back Grizzly Adams. Got to have somebody to control the bears.
So, were you for bringing back the wolves, too? Is that okay?
Why not?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why not.
Well, I know there's a lot of
It's not managed right. I mean, you can't have them killing cattle again. That's why they eradicated them the first time. They got them out of here. So, a lot of cattle farmers in California. I love grizzly bears, but I like them better in Glacier where they're not hurting anybody. Unless you're stupid enough to try to feed them, which there are. You can't teach stupid, right? But that question is being raised. That's another one there's having all sorts of problems up in Shasta County, Siskiyou County, Butte County with the wolves now. And I don't know about bringing grizzly bears back. That's a little... What about you, Bob? Are you for or against it?
Just quick story. My little brother had the opportunity to get invited to Kodiak Island. And those bears are something else, right? So massive. He goes out there and he's walking through there and he looks down and he asks the guy, because you have to be accompanied. So he asked the guy, he said, "Those are bear tracks. Why aren't we following them?" He said, "The bear is hunting us." Right, and my little brother said, "We can leave now."
Yeah, right? Oh yeah.
It's like I'm done hunting.
Well, there's nothing more exciting than being fly fishing somewhere and you're walking up a stream and you walk over a nice warm patch of something that just fell out of some hairy creature that you know is a bear scat thing, and it's still warm. That's a little unnerving. Yeah.
I don't know that I'm pro animals being on my street, right? So I do believe in the incorporated areas. It's an
Kurt's
issue.
not hanging out on your street.
But there's also this side where hunters love that opportunity, and they don't just kill them to be killing them. They actually eat them, and so it becomes part of the food chain. And so, I don't know in terms of, bring them back, purposely bring them back.
Well, they're on our flag.
Or do they just kind of show up? Yeah, the California, we have the
we
bear.
had them.
We should at least have a few bears around.
Well, we got plenty of bears. I see them all the time.
I have an answer, by the way, to Bish's question about penstock.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Come on, Chuck.
Okay, it's amazing.
I like that word. I like that word.
Yeah, recently I learned something about
Chuck would have been a straight A student in college.
You can research on your
with
phone.
AI.
Yeah.
So pen, word origin and history. It's a Google thing. Pen is to fence in or hold back water.
There you go.
And stock is an old term for a wooden log, stern, or rigid channel. So there you go.
Okay.
Stock
your pen stock.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was the water channel.
Chuck would have, if Chuck didn't have to work through his educational years in high school and then at UC Davis with an Etch-a-Sketch, just think what he would have been able to do. Straight A.
John, you get better as the day goes on.
Marysville Stampede, September 12th and 13th. You don't want to miss that. The Rosser Family Special event out in Marysville every year. It's just incredible.
There's
Absolutely
another
incredible.
idea for Marysville logo name. The Marysville Stampede.
And they have Tough Enough to Wear Pink, and they support the fight against breast cancer.
They do.
So
yes.
that's
in fact,
another
Tom
organization
Lininger, the
that does
attorney,
it.
he's the one that introduced that, created that whole pink cowboy shirt opportunity. So there's also a nice article. I'll throw it in there just because we're here on the new Hard Rock Sports Roundtable show every Wednesday today, 2:30 live here on 93Q, Saturdays at noon at Sacktown Sports 1140, and it's on YouTube. And I want to thank Jeff Larson for coming over last week and doing a nice story in the paper today. Are you going to remember how to operate it this year? We're getting older, so me pushing buttons for the 24-second clock, Jeff thought that was cute. But the one thing Jeff got wrong in the article, and I love Jeff because he never gets anything wrong until this article, is he made a comment about how we copied TNT, NBA on TV. That's a mistake. They copied us because we had an intern that ended up working at TNT, and she called me when they had just Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson as the host, and she asked me, hey, do you think that the NBA show would be similar to yours if we had 4 hosts and would be better? I said, of course it would. There you go. NBA on TV. The number one, bigger than Wide World of Sports, the number one watched show of all time on TV for sports is the NBA on
I find
TNT.
it interesting that
was TNT, now ESPN.
That your 4-man panel has a former player, a radio guy, a TV guy, and then some other dude. Why is he here?
You have to have the other dude to keep the other 3 on track. Well, by the way, we also have other folks that filter. We have other NBA players that filter in over the years. Yes, Franklin and Festus. And
I just couldn't resist that.
I got
John.
nice jabs. Sorry, it's fair enough.
Could we maybe pull Kurt into the camera? I mean, like, figure out how to do that.
We don't want people to turn the show off.
If 4 is better than 3.
Well, we don't mind Kurt's voice. It's just if we put him in the camera shot, the show could go in some bad places.
I just sit here and look dumb, and that looks better off camera than on camera.
Well, you got the 30-year-old 93Q hat, the original. He's wearing.
Who knew that 4 was better than 3?
Yeah.
Oh my word. Anyway, thanks for the nice article. It's in the sports section. By the way, Jeff Larson does a great job. We got to get Jeff in for our football update the next couple of weeks as local high school football kicks off, and he's doing stories on all the high school football programs in the region, and he does a phenomenal job. Speaking of sports, Bob, the Freebirds update. Give us the update.
So I just have to say this: they are on a 2-week break. Well, they're not on a break. They're out playing other teams. They've got 6 games left, which will be against the Oakland Ballers, I believe, and that's going to be coming up in September. September 3rd is 93Q night.
Whoa.
We actually have a night out there.
Got to be there.
So come support 93Q. But they played the Roadsters, the top team, in the second half, came in undefeated, and we beat them. So then they were down 1. They came back, and this last series, this 3-game series, we almost swept them.
Wow.
We won 2 of the 3.
That's great.
Just great pitching, great. I mean, kudos to everybody. And I will say this about the Roadsters. There's a reason why they're in the position they are. They are a phenomenal ball team.
Wow.
They really are. They play as a team. They were tough, and they're going to continue to be tough. So anyway,
the games, give the dates again. There are the final 6 games,
the final 6 games, I believe it starts on the 4th of September.
Okay.
Coming up, and there'll be a lot lot of great stuff. Say Love is doing, our game's the third. Say Love's doing the fourth.
Okay.
So there's different people you can support.
Well,
that'll be having
I
a
talked
night
to Lon
up there.
Jaramillo last week at length, and
He's
they're
such a
very
great
happy
guy.
with the support they've gotten this year.
Oh,
Fans have
man.
been great. The record hasn't been where they'd like it to be, but baseball every year is different and is exciting. And sometimes you have to tip your hat to the opponents, and that's
could
a tough,
be the Giants.
very tough. Good. No, you didn't have to bring the Giants.
I just said they could be the Giants.
I mean, Chuck, please.
We're going to get a text from my wife.
Posey has until the end of 28.
Posey's got plenty of time, and our farm system now is 5th best in the majors. So that's what he wants. He wants a young core, much like he came up with.
I will say, I've got to. I was introduced to a lot of different players this year. Kind of like
most of whom won't be around much longer. But yes.
Well, I think that the deal is most people that have a team they love, they have players they love, and players move around, and that to be honest, I think that's made it a little tough on fans. So when you talk about Pioneer Baseball, these kids are trying to make it.
The Pioneer League, MLB affiliated Pioneer League that Marysville's
when
part
we
of.
lose a player, like we lost a phenomenal pitcher. But he's with the Washington Nationals, and that's going to happen.
That's
so
what
you
you
get
want.
kind of attached to these players.
Right.
They're great players, and then the next year they may be gone. They get picked up, and we're grateful for that. But it does make it hard to build a team, though.
It does. So a couple minutes left. Anything coming up this week in Yuba Sutter that you guys want to bring up?
Veteran Stand Down happening this weekend. The Browns Valley, I forget what they call it. It's the Mountain Fair, but they literally do.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Oh, they literally do logging competition.
Everything.
They got a rib competition, a dessert
They
competition.
got great music.
Yeah,
that's
great
a
stuff.
phenomenal. The
I
Mountain
think
Fair.
I'm going to be up there. They saved a space for me. I'm trying to get free to do that.
You're not going to be doing anything weird with the lumber or anything. You're not going to try
You
to
know
put
what?
those
If
logs.
I can get Kurt to go up there, I may throw an axe
Well,
or
Kurt
two.
might put a skirt on. He might put the kilt on, and you never know what could happen then. Wow.
They meant a parking space, and probably your car's going to get dirty.
I love it.
That's probably true.
By the way, some great shows coming up at Hard Rock Live. Get online, check them out. You got Earth, Wind, and Fire coming up next month, 2 nights in a row, 15th and 16th, I believe. You got Leonette and Friends coming up. Tyler Rich, November 7th, the event. You don't want to miss that. A lot of good information coming out on that the next couple of weeks. By the way, Tyler Rich, our California-grown theme song of this show, played Dublin, Ireland last night. Sold out. House just rocked it. He had a ball. Might have had a Jameson or two.
He might have.
Do you think he sang a song about whiskey or something?
Go bad. His whiskey's not going bad. It's going down the hatch. Yes. So congrats to Tyler. Joe Devaney, his lead guitarist, was there with him. His wife Sabina, the actress, and they had a great time. And they're heading to Belfast. I think tomorrow night they play Belfast. They played in London the week before, and so doing a little Euro tour. I think he's playing Sweden before he comes home too. So yeah, Tyler Rich worldwide.
Is that the first time he's done that?
No,
going overseas.
He's played overseas many times.
Oh,
yep.
Because that's, I remember first time going overseas. I wasn't going over to play. I was in the military. So I was going over for fun. But I remember, because I was a kid, I always thought, I can always hitchhike to get home. Anywhere I can get home. Man, I'm going across the ocean. You look out there.
There's no
nothing
hitchhiking.
but
Yeah, no.
water. I don't care what direction you look. And this old bastard sergeant, I guess I must have got silent. He said, "Son, is it your first time over the big pond?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Can't swim home from here." I thought the guy was reading my mind, right? I was like, "Nope, can't swim."
He's seen that look maybe a few times.
I bet he had. I bet he had.
We're going to be in Venice, California this weekend, and then Las Vegas next weekend.
Love it.
For Twisted Gypsy.
Oh, is she playing Vegas too?
Yeah.
Where in Vegas?
The Orleans.
Oh yeah, I love the Orleans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a classic hotel, and they have a great venue there. It's very popular. So where's she playing in L.A.?
In Venice.
In Venice. Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be Danny.
Is New Orleans down on that?
Never been there.
Old town.
Well, Twisted Gypsy is the #1 Fleetwood Mac. What do you call them? Not
tribute band.
Tribute band. And Danny is the lead on that. When she's there doing the Stevie Nicks thing. It's just emotional. It's so good. Yes.
It's going to be fun.
That's my term, emotional for Twisted Gypsy. Yes. Fleetwood Mac music. How can you beat Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Fleetwood Mac Live, Mick Fleetwood, John McVie, Christine McVie, Stevie Nicks, a little bit of Lindsey Buckingham, a lot of Dave Mason for years. There you go.
So she gets to be Stevie Nicks without the drama.
She's really good.
The band drama, you know.
Danny's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
That's a really
Great
good
stuff.
sound. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, Chuck, have a great trip to L.A. and Vegas. What happens in Vegas? Does it end up in Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts edition every Saturday?
Could be more than likely put on Facebook. Who knows?
Uh-oh.
No, we put little clips of Danny from our shows.
I would like you in this week's edition of Rough Notes. I'd like you to capture where she's at with that, because that's a great story, and she is so good, and people would love to hear that. The whole Twisted Gypsy thing. So if you could throw a little in the Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
Here's the thing. So, all right.
We had Janice White on 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
So
thank you for that, by the way.
So Danny sings. Her mother, Linda, is the artistic.
She's a rock star,
right? Yeah. And then I'm the writer, right? Oh, did I mention that Danny's a singer, right? Did I mention that Danny's an artist?
Yeah.
Did I mention that Danny's a writer?
Yeah.
It kind of upsets me. I'm a little jealous about the writer. So do I want to write about Danny? I don't know,
Have Danny write about Danny.
No, I want you to write about her. That way she won't get mad. Or, yeah.
She took everything.
Well, no, people need to hear that story again. She hasn't been around here a long time, but she performs here every once in a while still. But
she's actually going to be performing in September as a chamber thing out at Hard Rock.
Love it. Awesome. The big stage
and
again.
Incidentally, Janice White called me yesterday.
Yes.
And because I told her I really want to do an extended podcast with her and her story. So she
Janice
called
White
me.
of J.J. White.
Yeah.
Fame.
She's going to come do that, so be looking forward to that.
Wait.
She is fun.
Oh, and talented.
She's a fun girl.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed your conversation.
Oh,
yeah.
I had a long talk with her that afternoon after the show.
Yeah.
She called. I mean, she's the best. Janet, and what a talented guitar player. Oh, my word. I told her you two need to jam. She'd love that.
Oh, man, put me on the spot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did she tell you they picked up one of her songs for a movie?
Yes. Oh, yeah, she went through that. Oh, yeah. We're going to try to get her some more stuff signed, sealed, and delivered. That's a song, too, signed, sealed, delivered.
Danny sings that on the jazz album I was supposed to bring today.
Yeah,
I guess that's what we got next couple weeks. That's going to do it. I'm John Cassidy. That's Chuck Smith. That is Bob Fischetti. Everything
He's
93
pointing. He's
Tower
pointing. He's pointing
Media
at us
Empire. And
the
this
radio.
is the Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
The radio version.
And the written version is every Saturday in the Weekender of your Peel Democrat newspaper. If you're not subscribing, please grab it. They've done a great job making some changes there. I think you're going to really like the paper and get ready to rock and roll with it. Get a subscription. Support the local newspaper. They cover all the local issues and sports so well, and they can use your support. So that's going to do it for this edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts. I'm John Cassidy. Kurt Baird on the board. We'll talk to you again next Wednesday, and we're going to start the show starting at 10 o'clock. Next Wednesday, 10 a.m. instead of 9:30. We're going to sleep in a little bit.
Hey, Jeff Larson, if you're listening, when are we drafting fantasy football?
Oh,
I got the invitation.
Oh,
just let me know.
Oh yeah, Jeff, because you'll want to grab some of that Chuck Smith cash. Yeah, cash. That's going to do it for this edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts. Thanks for joining us today.
California grow. California grown. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grown. Yeah. California grown.
From Yuba County.
California grown. Yeah. California grown. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grown. Yeah. California grown.
Welcome to another edition of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable, edition number 2, actually episode number 2. Thank you, Gary. I needed that.
Loosen up, buddy. Loosen up.
Been a little tough with the pickup truck today, so I needed that. Gary Gelfand of Fox 40 fame, Scott Marsh of Sacktown Sports 1140 fame, and then Mr. Presley, who needs absolutely no introduction.
Don't introduce him.
Former Sacramento King, first round pick, and then what else have you done for us lately?
Nothing lately. Absolutely nothing. That's what my wife. At least that's what my wife tells me.
No, she said a lot more than that last week after I dropped you off.
Yeah, your wife posts on social media are pretty dramatic, I got to tell you.
She doesn't even know how to get on social media.
Her social media is riding a horse, but that's another story.
Yes.
Anyway, we got a great show for you today. This is our second episode, Hard Rock Sports Roundtable, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, and the Hard Rock Live out at near Wheatland. Don't want to miss anything going on out there. We'll touch on that as we go. Great show today. Preseason football is up and running.
Did you say great show in preseason football? Come on.
I love that. I love preseason football. We'll talk about why you should love preseason football. How about the Brewers? They played football yesterday.
That's true. 22 to nothing.
Yeah, 22 zip. I don't like the Brewers when they win it all.
Preseason football game, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, 22 nothing. I don't like when they win it all because they're, my Cubs are chasing them.
Okay, yes, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Then there was a gentleman that started out yesterday in his first major league game. He only hit 3 home runs. We'll touch on that. Lakers drama, shocking. Lakers drama.
Bus family and drama?
Yeah,
come on.
Scary.
Really?
Yes, very scary. I'll tell you a Jerry Buss story later. Ohtani hits 30 home runs. Marsh is all happy. Tatis seems to be rounding into form come down the stretch here for the Padres. Pretty amazing. Texas, the Texans and the Raiders tomorrow. 49ers in San Diego, another preseason game. Vita Vea, where is he going to end up? Hopefully in the red and gold. Fantasy football, we'll touch on that. Great newspaper article on the show, by the way. Dusty Baker's autobiography, we'll touch on that.
Yes.
And the Clipper situation and college football. All sorts of good stuff.
Okay, I'm looking at your sheet right now.
Yep.
I see nothing about PCA on here. Pete Kerr Armstrong. There's not one word about him on there.
Okay.
That's because Shohei's the MVP. I mean,
ooh, that might be my take coming up later on.
PCA number 2.
If we're still doing the 24-second
Harold,
shot
we're going to
clock.
have to split them up.
Right?
We should split them
It's
up.
not going to be a
battle.
We should kick them both out.
And you notice I didn't put anything on about the Giants.
Hey, and you have a 24
Well, they have
this week,
51
so that's
wins,
good.
so you shouldn't talk about the Giants.
You have a 24 this week, so that's good.
I do. Last week did not have one.
That was-
But
no, it was a
it
good
was still
24.
good because I love the Hard Rock and I love what they're doing.
It was
That's
a great 24.
That is a take.
It was a little rough, but all right.
All right, Mr. Presley. Let's start out with a little preseason football. The
Yes.
Niners last week, Titans. I mean, the games are meaningless score-wise, but what impressed you, if anything, about the new 49ers this season?
Well, I'm enjoying the running backs. I'm enjoying the wide receivers. The defense, I'm still a little suspect on. I don't think I just don't think they're ready. They're not looking like they have it all locked and loaded. So that's going to be a concern. But we know their offense is outstanding. So it will cover up some of the defense. But we know defense wins championships. So they're going to have to do some stuff. What are they going to do, John?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Marsh because he likes those Southern California blue and white things sometimes.
Well, let's go back to the Niners because, first of all, I mean, the scrimmages they had were more important than that preseason game. Defensively, getting Warner and Greenlaw back, I was able to get down to training camp last week. Fred Warner looks fantastic,
I know.
by the way.
Scary good.
Offensively, I'm still a little concerned for them. I mean, with Pearsall out for the year, we'll see how Mike Evans fits in. We're still waiting to see about Kittle when he comes back, whether it's week 1 or not. So
that's a valid point there.
To me, I think defensively they have a chance to be better than they do offensively to begin the year.
Well,
Gary, what do you think?
I was going to say, I just think it's so early right now. It's the second game. We're looking at the team the way it looks now on the field. It's going to look totally different. This is August. We have to wait till the season gets going. But I think ultimately the pieces are there. You got to get Bosa back, ready to roll. He's one of the guys. But their backup quarterback looked great. You might not even need Mac
Chris
now.
Rourke, right?
Right.
Again,
it's a tough last name.
No, I apologize. We don't need to talk about third-string Niner quarterbacks after Mac Jones and Purdy, but we're talking preseason football.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do if you trade Mac Jones.
Do we need to go out? Do we need to go Allen Iverson in the first 5 minutes?
Well, so that's what I'm saying. So that backup quarterback looked good. However, it's Purdy, and Purdy should stay healthy. So it's his
for
team.
a person who hadn't thrown, I don't care backup or whatever, for a guy who hadn't thrown a pass in a year and a half because of a major league knee injury to go up against a starting defensive team in the NFL fell into
a starting
12 or 14
defensive team in the NFL.
They're starters.
But-
yeah.
well, for the
In the first preseason game?
Yeah, they were starters.
Okay.
The Titans played all their starters.
Okay.
But they're going
So I
80%,
do want to
maybe.
attack Scott Marshall a little bit. I
Please
think
do.
the Niners.
Get out of the way.
I made the
Bring
point
it.
last week that I felt like the Niners defense was going to be more offensive, which you can see. I think they're going to. Raheem Morris, the new coordinator, is going to turn them loose a little bit. That can burn you or it can make or break you, whatever. But the Niners receiving core, I would argue with Scott that Niners have more speed. They've got better athletes overall than they've had at the receiver spot, and I got it with Pearsall out. That's a loss. But Stribling looks so good coming in as second round pick.
He has
I
played
just
well.
think the Niners are the most intriguing set of receivers they've had in the Shanahan era.
But Mike Evans, I mean, he can still play, but he's certainly on the backside of his career.
No question.
So what are they going to get out of him?
They're going to get a lot out of him. He is.
Thank you, Harold.
He is outstanding.
Hey, by the way, nice jacket, Harold.
I
You
really
look good up
appreciate
there.
it.
Look
Thank
good.
you, John. You look pretty good too. But Evans has proven that he has been the man his entire career. So he's going to just do. He's going to teach the young kids. But he's going to catch all those important passes. But they don't even have to worry about the receptions because you're also coming out the backfield. You got the best receiver that the backfield has ever seen.
In McCaffrey.
He is unbelievable.
Well, he's kind of your money man in fantasy football.
Well, I didn't have him last year. I missed him very much. But just what he does and how he gets that team going. Yes, Kittles is. I think Kittles is going to be perfectly fine. I love the fact that we got a quarterback who has not played a lot last year, so he's going to be hungry. That's how this whole thing works. He's going to be hungry to get in there and just prove what he can do.
And they say he's having his best camp ever. Scott says it doesn't matter, but I think it does. But go ahead.
Camps matter. I'm just saying these preseason games don't. But I will say Debo looked great in camp. So, and he's got a great attitude. He signed autographs for the fans for a long time after camp session was over. He feels relaxed. So maybe take two Debo will work for San Francisco, and that would be huge. But again, Purdy has to prove that he's an upper echelon quarterback.
When are we going to get off the Purdy 7th round last pick in the draft? Come on, man.
He can't still be holding the football from the last game of last season in the pocket.
Now he has receivers that can get to those balls.
He's got to get the ball to the receiver.
He's got to get it out of his hands first.
I like Debo, though. I like you brought up Debo. I like Debo. I think it's going to be awesome. He's going to pick up where he left off with the Niners, and he's an awesome guy to fill in. I mean, not fill in. He'll be, complimenting the backfield. He's going to be an awesome guy. Super fast.
Well, when Trent Williams says he's in the best shape he's ever been in a 49er camp, that of Debo.
He looked great. I will say, he looked great.
So, I mean, I just think there's some interesting pieces there. That Stribling kid is amazing. They've got, Cowling and I think it's Jordan. Jordan, yeah. Those two were injured all last year, and they have speed like they've never had. So I think they're going to create some gaps in between. My biggest concern for the Niners, and it seems to always be the annual who's going to play left guard. Their offensive line has got to solidify. And, on the defensive side, I think they're great. I think they've got all the pieces. If they got Vita Vea in some kind of trade in the middle of that defensive line with those linebackers, as you alluded to, Warner and Greenlaw back, they would be top 5 defense in the league if that happened. But offensive line wise, they got to get some solutions there. I mean, they really need to solidify that line.
You're going to see an awful lot of passing coming from the Niners this year, and it's really going to open up everything. So the running game is going to flourish because of all the passing, the receivers that they have on this team. And as you said, Debo is just he played great last year. He got injured a little bit, but he played outstanding. And knowing going away and coming back always does something for you. You know that, hey, I really should not have ever left this place. And now I know what I had when I left, and he's going to just fit in just perfectly. So that's going to be a fun year for the Niners.
That's an amazing dynamic when you find out when you go somewhere else how really good you had it. And then his coming into camp as he looks and with the price they got him, wow, watch out.
It's a fun year, but they're still the 3rd best team in their own division.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
Still fun.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we're going to find out if they're the 3rd best team this season. Yeah. we'll see.
The toughest place to be is number one. So Seattle is they're coming back. They're feeling it. They do have a really good team.
They do.
But
they're scary.
A lot of things happen when you're number one. Everybody's shooting for you. So it's going to be a tough time to just to stay healthy and to move forward and repeat.
But Seattle's not the best team in that division either.
They are not. They are not. So
there's the Cardinals, right?
Yes, Arizona.
So is Aaron Donald coming back to the Rams? Is he coming? Is that the
That's
word?
the talk,
At
but I can't see that. But maybe down the stretch. I mean, if anybody could come back after missing several years, it'd be him.
Yeah. So, Gary, any other thoughts on the Niners?
No, I'm just, they're not going to be playing the Bears this year, so it's all good. By the way, I do have a story, though. I went to that Bears-Niners.
That NFL title game could be exciting.
That could be.
Will the stadium at Indiana be ready for the end of the year?
I like that.
Yeah, I don't want to get over there.
Your Indiana Bears, your Gary Bears.
Oh, my gosh, if that happens.
The Gary Bears.
Exactly. That's what they'll be. They will be because it's in Gary. It's like Ham and Gary. It's the same thing. By the way, Gary, that's like kind of a smelly type. It just doesn't really.
Gary is smelly.
Yeah. I'm a smelly guy. No, but I do have a story that I can throw in real quick because I did go to that Bears Niners game last year. That was unbelievable on Monday night.
Yes, I remember.
What an unbelievable game that was. I never saw that much scoring. And I was sitting in an area with a lot of Niners people, some high up Niner people as well too. I had to keep my mouth shut because within the first minute,
they weren't high. They were high up in the organization.
Yes, high up in the organization.
Good
yes, call. And within the first few seconds that the Bears scored that touchdown, like they picked off Purdy and he ran it back in. I was like, but anyway, what a great game that was. Awesome to see that. And I hadn't been to a Niner game in a long time. We talk Niners. We get a chance to go check things out every now and then. You go to the practices. I haven't been there in a while. But just to be at the game, that was awesome. That was a good.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a good experience. So if you're listening, get to a game.
Yeah, fantastic.
No, they do a good job.
It was good. Yeah, it was fun. I didn't like the parking, but other than that, it was good.
You got to get to a game everywhere. I know you go down to down to LA for games, and you go to Chicago.
Yeah. Sure.
I have a trip coming up pretty soon.
Where?
I'm going
Philly?
to the Vegas game and the opener to see the Miami Dolphins.
Can you leave now? Can you
Allegiant is also. I've been to Allegiant.
With the Bolitnikovs.
I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm going to see our friend.
Yeah.
He's the offensive lineman's coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we're going to hit that one.
Do you care to share?
No, I'll tell you in the 24.
Right. In the 12, he said it for the 24. Got it.
Okay, so the Raiders. First game. I saw some. I mean, I'll tell you, Mendoza did impress me in that.
I like Fernando. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Scott brought up the fact that there's some scouts that are still questioning whether he's a number one pick, but
let alone a first round pick.
Yeah, but he showed pretty well in that game.
Yeah.
Now, I've got preseason. So.
I'm rooting for him. I mean, how can you not root for this kid?
You mean the Cal Berkeley graduate?
Yeah, Cal Berkeley graduate, right? Yeah, right.
No, he is. He's the Cal Berkeley grad.
Did he go back and graduate?
He graduated from Cal Berkeley, not Indiana.
When did that happen?
Okay.
Oh, last
year. So that's how he just got it? Really?
Yeah, he went through graduation with him.
Interesting. That's wow.
Wow. He is 27 years old.
Something like that. I don't think he's 27.
No, he's not.
No, he's 37.
No, I think he's 25, but he acts like 27. He's a pretty mature kid. So
he looked good.
Yeah, he did. And Kirk Cousins didn't, he did what Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
For sure.
He'll do well there, and they have upgraded in many places. But so you're going to the opening game?
I am going to the opening game.
Wow.
Yes. I actually have a friend who just found out he has cancer, and that's one of his things that he really wants to do on his bucket list is go see the Miami Dolphins. He's a Miami fan.
Oh, good.
So
good.
I did call our friends the Bolitnikovs, and we're going to work some stuff out.
That's awesome. Have you guys been to Allegiant before? Any of you guys?
I've not been to Allegiant.
I've not been inside yet.
Well, again, it was another Bears game.
It's amazing.
But yeah, it's unbelievable. You're going to have a blast there. I think you've been there before, right?
I haven't.
Okay, so when you go to Allegiant, it's incredible. You're in Vegas, in the heart of it all. You know, they call it the Death Star. It's just an awesome building. All the amenities, and it's another great place to watch a game.
That's awesome.
Your friend will have a blast. It's going to be cool.
It will be interesting to see how the Raiders, if they turn the corner this year. I mean, they've had so much that hasn't gone right. Maybe
that corner is like 10 miles down the road. I mean, again, they may be better, but they're the worst team in their division.
So, anything else NFL-wise in this segment we want to touch on that's coming up? Obviously, preseason football is out there and exciting, and the Niners they scrimmage against San Diego this week, and San Diego during the scrimmage because they're playing on Thursday night. San Diego beat the Niners up pretty well in that scrimmage.
Yeah,
so.
and again, we're talking about the scrimmages that do matter.
They do.
It's like the preseason should be eliminated. Like, there's no need for 3 preseason games anymore.
Tell the owners
It's
that.
just money. Yeah.
Well, the ultimate solution, long term, whether it's short or long term, is an 18-game schedule.
Yeah, I agree.
2 pre-games most.
I agree.
They got to
Right.
figure a way to get that done.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta have pre-game. You gotta see what you have with the
You see it
players.
every day in training
But
camp. You see it when you scrimmage.
It's
other
totally
teams.
different. It's
What about
totally
one
different
preseason game?
to play against somebody else. It's another team. It's just playing against yourselves all the time.
Not just a
it doesn't
scrimmage?
work in college, and it's really not. You don't get a good feel for who do you have. And
Teams
who you
don't
gotta
even
keep.
play their players anymore in preseason.
They really need to, because they all get hurt later on, and so they got to get out there and figure out who's where and how, and get in shape. You got to get into actual game shape, and you don't do that in practice.
Speaking of game shape, are you going out to Hard Rock to watch any of these preseason games at the new sports barn restaurant out there?
Absolutely going. I'm going to get in game shape just to go see the games, so I can sit there for a long time.
So the big screens are awesome. And you said last week, one of the things that I got so many comments on, I got texted, I got stopped on the street, was
smoke.
There's no smoke.
There's no smoke in that building. It is outstanding.
And that was a great point you made.
I've been all through the country and all the casinos. I have trouble with smoke, and it just really affects me. So when I walk into this place, I'm like, whoa! I can stand here, I can sit here, I can spend time watching the games. I can't do that at all the casinos.
Right. Oh no, and you got Gary the Midwest guy. Can't get him out of Council Oak Steakhouse because of all the wonderful.
Oh my gosh, that's delicious. But I love all the TVs right there. The way it's set up there at the sports bar, because the slot machines are like right here, facing that. So now it's more dangerous because I'm sitting in a slot machine playing, watching, and before you know it, I've most likely lost a little bit. But I do win every now and then.
When are we going to be doing our show from there?
Yes.
So we got to talk
Let's
to
make
Ann
that
and Mark.
happen.
Once we get a rhythm here, we'll get it going. Once we get Kurt, the board manager extraordinaire,
He's over there.
engineer, he's fired up.
You've been doing this show for over a decade. There hasn't been any rhythm up to this point.
Good point.
So when's that going to come?
That's a pretty good point. Okay, speaking of rhythm, let's move on to baseball a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Giants.
Oh boy.
Okay, I think that's about it. Okay, so in all seriousness, last week we talked a little bit about the Giants, but is there a plan? Is it obvious to anyone that the Giants have a plan, or are they just kind of muddling along?
The plan is
blow it up.
They've blown it up, right?
Okay.
They're in a
Right thing to do?
Yeah. They weren't winning. They had to do something, right, to blow this thing up. And you've got Posey, you've got your new manager. Why not just blow everything up and restart?
Keep Webb, though. Keep Webb.
Yeah, Webb's going to be a part of it, right?
Oh, yeah. He's the anchor. Harold, what do you think?
That's it. You got to blow it up. It's time. Well, it's been time for a while now.
It has. And the one thing that's been ignored there for too long is their farm system. And right now it's soaring. They've really done a good job of drafting and also gaining more talent in that in their minor league system, which they have been, other than when Posey and Panic and Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt came up, when they had a young core of local talent and the third baseman Pablo. They haven't had it since, and they haven't been successful. Yeah, so they just haven't. So
those were exciting teams, man.
They're fun to watch.
Yeah, those were good
To
teams.
win 3 World Series in 5 years.
That was crazy.
Yeah. And they had really good pitching and a
That's
great
Dodger
manager.
like.
Yeah.
But the Dodgers are going to do it 3 in 3
3 in a row. He's trying. Yeah, they tried for 3 in a row, right? They're buying the third one.
Well, they're trying. They're trying. Right now, there might be a little cash strap.
Right now, the owner might be buying out.
Yeah, there might be a little cash strap. So we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so let's talk a little baseball. 22-0. The Brewers, I think they beat. Who'd they beat?
They beat Seattle. So it was 22 runs, 22 hits. Yeah. And the thing is, it was a shutout. I mean, how did the team not even score?
Yeah.
They had I think Seattle had 6 hits.
Well, how
or
many
7
second
hits.
basemen and outfielders pitched? That's what I want to know.
I've been on a couple of teams that wouldn't score.
In basketball, no problem.
40-4 Kings team against the Lakers.
I know you remember the whole thing,
Is that
don't
really
you?
what it was? 40-4.
I've gone back and I've watched the entire first quarter.
Actually,
They were in their powder blues.
Were you yelling at Harold? What are you doing?
No, I was watching on TV. They were in L.A.
the score was actually 42-4.
Yeah. So I
Makes it a
watched
little
that
worse.
game. I'll never forget it.
I was on the bench.
So who had the points? Who had the 4 points? I'm sure you know.
I think
Theus.
Otis Thorpe. Otis
No,
Thorpe
you're right.
had 2, and Derek Smith had 2.
Reggie was running around with his head cut off. Oh, yeah, that was funny.
It was all over.
Oh, my
and I'm sitting on the bench like, you want to
Coach?
try me?
Yeah, let's go. That's crazy.
I can score, coach.
Here's the thing, Harold. If they're down 42-4 and you're still not getting put in,
Oh,
I don't know what that says.
That says the coach is not going to be that long.
All right, so this never happened in baseball. In fact, it was brought to my attention. I think who brought it up this morning? I can't remember. But anyway, it might have been Bob Fischetti. But Josh Baez, his first major league game.
Yeah, and you know who did it against too,
He goes 3 for 4 against the Cubbies, and what happened?
His first 3 at bats were home runs. His first 3 at bats.
Unbelievable.
That was
never
ridiculous.
Been done. Never been done.
Never.
Willie McCovey, his first game with the Giants back in '59, 4 for 4, two triples and 2 singles. That was a big opening, but I've never heard of anybody hitting 3 home runs.
No, you want to get a hit your first major league bat, right? Oh, I want to get on base. I don't want to strike out. Let me do something. Put it in play.
Crazy.
Maybe even a walk, and he hits a home run. He's all right. I did it. Then a home run. Then a home run. 3 in a row. Crazy.
Never forget that. I think maybe the greatest first at bat I've seen. Will Clark in his first at bat hit a home run with Nolan Ryan.
Oh yeah, that was great. Dead
that
center.
was awesome.
Dead center.
Yeah.
Dead center. And he did not look at Nolan Ryan. They told him, whatever happens, if you get a hit, don't
You're
look
gonna
at
get beat.
You're going to get beat. Next
that
time.
was bad. Back then, you're going to get beat.
Well, I love Dusty Baker. We'll talk about Dusty's book here in a second, too, Crossroads. But he talks about how when he first bet up against Bob Gibson, Hank Aaron walked over to him and he goes, something like this. He goes, do not look at him.
Yeah.
Do not look at Gibson. If you get on base, do not look at him.
Yep.
And do not look at him between pitches. He will drill you.
He will drill you, yeah.
Consistently.
Oh, my God.
A nice drill, yes.
Yeah.
Nice drill.
So are we going to talk about the A's at all?
Go ahead.
Why?
I thought we were talking baseball.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the A's last place, A's 49-77?
Here's the great news. They're in town.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is good news.
That is good news. Sutter Hill Ballpark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a great spot to see again. Sutter Hill
Beautiful
Park.
place. Yeah.
So as we speak now, they only have 47 wins, but I remember looking at the standings when I took out my newspaper and opened it up like I used to, and I was looking at the standings. They were in first place, but that was at the end of April, and I actually thought it was like into May. Yeah. But they were in first place, and then that was the end of it.
It's hard to believe. I thought they would be much more competitive this year. They've got a great daily roster. The pitching still is terrible. They fired the GM.
Right.
They've underperformed. That's unfortunate. Because the AL West is a terrible division.
It was gettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody thought the A's were going to take a step forward. They took a step back. And it's always about the pitching, and that's been the Giants' biggest problem. Their bullpen has gone to maybe the worst in baseball. So who comes out of the American League this year?
Could be the Sox, man. Watch out for the White Sox.
So
they just won today as we speak.
Could Cubs, White Sox finally be
that would be
World Series?
That'd be amazing.
Giants, A's, 89. The bridge is falling down.
What would they call the Cubs White Sox World Series? What would the moniker be? It's not Freeway World Series. It's Subway World Series. What would it be?
It's got to be Windy City something. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I mean, don't get me too excited now. It's not like, oh my God, that could maybe happen.
Cubbies at 174. They're right there, man. They're right there with the Dodgers. They're right there with the Brewers. They're right there with the Braves.
Yep.
The Braves are good too. Once again, they have the pitching, and it's going to be very interesting. And then the Giants, of course.
But the National League is so much better than the American League this year.
It is.
Top to bottom.
If the Dodgers make it, can you get us tickets?
I can get some of us tickets.
Yeah, just give him a credit card number.
Looks this way.
Just give him a credit card number with the 3-digit code. Okay.
If the Dodgers make the World Series, we'll find a way to get you to LA.
I do want to touch on this.
Not to the game, but to LA.
I do want to touch on this because I talked to Dusty last night. We had a great conversation. He's going to Nicaragua. The guy's everywhere. He's making wine. He's over in Nicaragua. He's being asked by different head coaches of different teams to come preseason football, preseason basketball coming up to give that speech that only Dusty can give to motivate people. But his new book, Crossroads, which is basically his autobiography, is phenomenal. And I teased him. I said, Dusty, can you sign my iPad? Because it's in my iPad. I don't have the book itself anymore. But yeah, Dusty's life story is pretty incredible from his time with the Braves, with Hank Aaron, being in the on-deck circle when
that's crazy.
When
an incredible
Aaron
story.
passes Ruth and Harold, he followed your illustrious basketball career. His dad was at every Kings game.
Yeah.
And Dusty and the Kings have a great relationship as well as his father did before he passed. But Dusty, and probably the greatest athlete ever to come out of Sacramento.
Yes, and one of the greatest guys. I actually was helping out Grant High School one year with their sports program, and I asked Dusty to come and speak to the class, and he walked in, and it was amazing what he said. I had no idea that he was in the dumps and he was down and out, and somebody taps him on the shoulder and says, "Are you Dusty Baker?" "Yes, I am. We've been looking for you." He said, I was ready to jump off the bridge. Life was bad, and I was ready to go. And that happened and turned around. The kids were like, what? They sat up. They were just so attentive. They asked so many. The first time ever, they asked so many questions that we were there for an hour and a half just answering questions. And Dusty sat there the entire time and put a smile on his face. It was unbelievable.
November 10th last year when the Hard Rock Sports Bar opened and restaurant, he came out and he gave an eloquent speech and sits down with everybody, signs autographs, talks hoop, whatever you want to talk, because he's a huge hoop guy. Santa Clara, Carol Williams coach back in the 70s, wanted him there bad, but his future was baseball, and Dusty, a class act.
He's the greatest Sacramentan who ever lived, I think.
I think that's a good way to put it.
All-time great Sacramentans, he's got to be
Hall of
top
Fame?
of that list.
Hall of Fame soon?
Oh, beyond Hall of Fame. It's silly he's not in the Hall of Fame.
For sure. You know why he's so good at all his speeches when he comes out and talks and does everything?
Don't tell me about the Cubs, his time with the Cubs.
Actually, Cubs manager. He because he's drinking all that Baker wine.
Oh, there you go.
So he's primed, ready to go. So he's nice and calm and cool. I actually have a couple bottles signed by Dusty. I don't know what to do with those. Just hang on to them.
Don't drink
in the Hall of Fame.
Don't drink them. Keep the bottles for the Hall of Fame. Exactly. So, one of the interesting things that he talks about is an athlete that I completely hated as a Giants fan growing up, and then had to fall in love with him when he became a Giant.
You hated an athlete?
Was Reggie Smith. Reggie Smith used to kill the Giants. Former Red Sox, great, could swing from both sides of the plate, and had an amazing career. And Dusty still says, pound for pound, he might be the best baseball player he ever played with.
I think it's great you mentioned the Dodgers just honored Reggie Smith, put him in the Ring of Honor this past week.
And Dusty was there
on Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah, he should be.
Oral
for sure.
Hershiser, Hall of Fame. He's got a star now.
He's in there?
That was Friday.
Well, another good point about if you do show up there at Hard Rock, you might see Dusty there. He loves a good meal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he loves Yu-Yu. And that's your favorite. Yeah. You love Yu-Yu.
I thought you said he loves me. I don't think he does. But he loves Yu-Yu, that's for sure.
Asian too.
Asian fusion.
It's so good. He doesn't like.
Not true.
No, not true. Well, you got a lot of great.
How do you not like Harold? Come on.
And you got a lot of great music coming up. Earth, Wind, and Fire in September at Hard Rock Live.
Wait for that.
Get your reservations. Oh yeah, get your reservations for dinner early.
Prayers with the band.
Yeah, the band member. Yeah. How is he doing?
Don't have an update.
Don't have an update yet. The drummer for the Earth, Wind, and Fire had a serious health issue. Yeah, they had to cancel a show at Chase at last minute. Crazy. So prayers. Haven't heard much. I have to follow up on that. Yeah, that's good, Paul. Good call. But some great shows coming to Hard Rock. The event, November 7th.
Yeah.
Tyler Rich, a lot of information will be coming out on that very, very soon. Okay, let's touch on college football.
Let's do it.
Okay. It's around the corner. I believe there's some games actually coming up the next couple of weeks.
Football kicks off 2 weeks, from today.
There we go.
Saturday.
There we go. And so, and UC Davis is where?
Portland State.
Now, for those of you that don't know, most of you do know, Scott Marsh, the voice of the UC Davis Aggies, and so they open up against Portland State?
Yep, the Vikings.
In Portland?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Number 6 in the country.
Not only is he
UC Davis,
the voice,
number 6.
but he actually knows what he's talking about. It's shocking. He's here and he knows nothing.
He's also drinking a lot of that Baker wine.
On Sacktown Sports 1140 Radio, you can hear those games. Follow UC Davis football because they're just amazing every year. It's just incredible.
It's awesome. I'm sure you probably know the schedule. Maybe you don't. I don't want to put you on the spot, but like they always open up against somebody. Not you said who they're opening, but like in the top 3, they got like a Big Ten team or somebody.
So the big one's SMU.
SMU.
Ooh,
okay.
Nice.
Got the Mustangs.
So
okay.
Pony Express.
There you go. Yeah.
No, there, of course.
Pony Express. Yeah.
Is Eric Dickerson
they're going
playing?
there to get the money. Dickerson's going to bring the money back
Dickerson
from SMU.
was in town.
Is Dickerson playing in that game?
Dickerson was in town last year for the Phillips Golf Tournament. Had a chance to talk to him.
About that?
We may talk about that game a little bit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
See? I love that.
Nice guy.
Thinking
too.
ahead.
Great guy.
Thinking ahead.
Great guy.
Yeah. The UC Davis program is always great to follow.
Yep.
And Sac State this year, big upgrade.
Big up to the MAC.
Yeah, right there in the real
We'll see how they
MAC.
do.
They're going to have to battle.
Coach,
They're
new
gonna
head
have to-
coach.
New coach.
Our man Jay Ross ready for it?
He's ready to go. And
Okay.
Sac State just announced they signed to play Oregon in 28.
Wow.
Cal 27. So they're starting to get some of the big time programs now.
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, UC Davis and Sac State football has elevated so much over the last 5 to 10 years. It's been incredible.
It is.
I mean, that's real football, real athletes. A lot of guys end up in the NFL, in the Canadian football.
Lan
League.
Larison with the Patriots is going to make that roster.
That guy,
former Aggie from
the
a couple
running
years
back,
ago.
the mini. They used to call him kind of the mini.
He's a Christian McCaffrey.
He's a McCaffrey style back.
Not saying
Absolutely.
Christian
Now,
McCaffrey.
you also have some competition among ex-NFL athlete or related athletes that are at the quarterback position at Davis this year. Is that right?
So we'll see. I mean, they announced that trainer Cleveland, son of Cam Cleveland,
right,
NFLer, is going to be the starting quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah. So that'll be good.
H, you get to any of those games?
I haven't been recently.
Okay. Might be. I know where you can get a ticket. I think you call up
Just got
Scotty.
to call the box office.
Call Scotty.
He
first.
can call. He may not get a return on that call.
All right, Gary, the rankings.
Well, no, I was just. I want to see. He circled this Iowa team down here.
I circled Iowa. Yeah. Well, I'm a big Iowa fan too. I don't know if you guys know that, but
offensively, is there anything going to happen there this year?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
you can't run 11 tight ends on offense. You know.
Well, that's where all the tight ends come from. It's a tight end machine.
That's true.
But no, I'm happy that they're in the top 25. That's cool. But I'm looking back up here. Ohio State always seems to be up there. They're up there. But then I looked here at Indiana. What is that? 6?
Yeah.
They're 6. Come on.
They lost everybody.
They lost. Yeah. So there's no way. And I heard somebody say, who knows? They may run it back and win the championship. There's no way they're winning the Big Ten.
If that guy wins it, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Right, that coach will go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
No doubt. He's already going.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, what happened to Alabama? They're down to 13. That is just not normal.
No. So we got 1 minute left, guys. We will cover more on football next week. Real quick, just want to mention, thank Jeff Larson from the Appeal Democrat newspaper chain.
Yeah,
nice story on Go Online. You can see the story.
What about our 24s?
We're going to do 24-second clock next. Yep. So we're going to get those done. Want to mention that appealdemocrat.com. You can see the article on the rebirth of the Sports Roundtable with Hard Rock as the major sponsor, and we're working on some other things. So, 24-second clocker. You guys are, and I got the clock right last week. I got no credit for that.
You did do that, right? I was watching you. Yeah, he did do it good. It's not easy to do. That thing is from 1975?
Don't start.
1960.
1960. I feel like I'm in Hoosiers, the movie Hoosiers.
We didn't give him credit last week. Don't start this week.
All right.
He's going to mess it up now. Watch.
Are you ready, Gary?
Oh, I'm going to ready. Yeah, ready to go.
Here we go, everybody. 24-second clock. The best 24 seconds in all of radio, television, and podcasts right now. Take it away, Gary.
That's pretty big. All right, I touched on it a little bit earlier. I'm watching that MVP race in the National League, and I got PCA, of course, with the Cubs. 279 he's batting. 31 home runs. That's one more than your guy, Ohtani.
Yeah.
Wow.
But Ohtani is, I think, batting like 285 or something. He's right in there, too. We all know Ohtani's one of the best, but keep your eye out on PCA. He's carrying the Cubs. He's the best player on the Cubs. Super fun to watch. Maybe give this guy a nod for MVP. We'll see how he finishes up the season.
Wow, Scotty, you're up.
Second place vote would be very good for him. All right, let's talk Mike Krukow. He announced his retirement at the end of the year.
Good subject.
Kruk and Kipe, you got to give it to them, regardless of whether you're a Giants fan or not. That's one of the best broadcast teams in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
They both belong in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I'm going to miss Krukow. I had him on for a halftime interview once. He walked off when I told him I was a Dodger fan. He threw down the headsets and said, "I'm out of here, me."
Gotta love Krukow.
Bye,
All right,
me.
Harold, you're up.
Well, let's talk local guys. Yes, Aaron Rodgers and James Campen. James Campen is a lineman for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's back with Aaron Rodgers, and we know that those two together won a championship. And I know they're excited to start this season, and I'm looking forward to James Campen and Aaron Rodgers to put things together in Pittsburgh.
I love it. Well done, Harold. Okay, I'm going to touch on Debo again. It's funny in life how sometimes you were in the right place and it was the wrong time. He's now in the right place at the right time. I think Debo, and given his leadership skills there with the 49ers, they all welcomed him back. He got the huge hug from Kittle, from Trent Williams, from Coach Shanahan. They went through some pretty tough contract negotiations a few years ago. But Debo's back. Watch out for Debo Samuel this season. I think he's going to have his best year ever.
Can't argue that.
It's going to be good.
Totally agree.
All right, guys.
I'm a Debo fan. I might take him fantasy.
Episode 2 in the books.
We did it.
Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. Hard Rock right here.
That's crazy.
Get to Hard Rock Sacramento. Nice job, H, as always. All right, Kurt Baird on the board. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We will see you again next time on the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable.
California grow, yeah. California grow. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grow. Yeah, California grown.
Community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And I always say, and we're grateful for Dave supporting community radio, but the man is sitting here, and I'm not going to say it.
Just burst my bubble.
You know what I mean? He'll just have to get a wheelbarrow to get him out of here, right?
Exactly.
How you been, Dave?
I've been good, Fish. How about yourself?
Good. Have you had a chance to go back and visit back east at all, or you've been busy?
Oh, we've been busy. Things are running fine back at the ranch. Talk to the family, 2 or 3 times a week and everything. So we got a lot of stuff going on there, and it's been hotter than heck there.
Oh, I bet. And humidity.
And the humidity. I think the heat index at the ranch today was supposed to be, I think, 107 or 109. And the temperature is only going to be like 98, but the heat index pushes it about 10 degrees higher.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I've been announcing the Freebird games, right? And so, we're up in the booth net. So I walked in the other day, and they have this little gal, Maggie, that sits there, and she does ticketing and stuff. Really nice gal. And she had one of those things that you get wet and stick around your neck. Yeah. So because I had mentioned to her, wow, Maggie, it's really hot, And so she said, and I said, man, I don't like it when it's this hot. And she said, Fish, you're up in the air-conditioned booth. What are you talking about, right? It's like, yeah, okay, I'm moving on. Can I get you an ice cream?
You're suffering for baseball. You know what you're doing.
Exactly. What can I say? Yeah. So it's been really, really good. You're really busy. So this is what I think of Dave Shaw, right? So I think the guy's got nothing to do until it's tax time.
Oh, no.
So after tax time, he just floats for 8 months out of the year.
Nope.
Am I wrong?
You are extremely wrong. You grab onto the tax side, but Fish, you forget we are a wealth management firm, meaning investments and financial goals and portfolio management that specializes in tax because we carry the dual credential of multi-credential because we carry all the credentials we need on the investment side, and then we carry the top tax credential as EA. So, which makes it very, very unique.
So if you got rid of the investment side and just did taxes, you'd have 8 months a year, you'd be free.
Yeah, no, that didn't work either.
So, hey, call me for more financial tips, Dave.
Something tells me you're trying to get me to retire, Fish. I'm not sure what's going on here.
That's not going to happen, right?
No, not at all.
So offline, we were talking just a little bit. You just got to go to a huge financial deal, right?
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about that. Where was it and what happened?
I was in Salt Lake City, Utah. We are, our broker-dealer is Advantax, which is a channel of Cetera Financial. So Cetera is really our broker-dealer, and they have about 12,000 financial advisors in the world. We're fortunate enough to be in the top 1.5% of all of those advisors in the world. And they had a conference, an investment conference there in Salt Lake, and had over 3,000 financial advisors there. It was amazing. What I love about the conference, and I always come back really jazzed about it, is it's not, you hear these other people, they'll go to conferences and they jazz them up about selling this, selling that, doing. No, it's a chance for me to get to sit down with some of the sharpest minds in the U.S. And in the world about decisions I'm already making, what I'm seeing in the markets, because what makes us different is we don't take a portfolio off the shelf to someone back at corporate made that portfolio. You don't know who's running the portfolio. We're actually managing the portfolio, so we're deciding the stocks and the ETFs and things that go into that, and so we have to be very much in tune with the market. So when I'm sitting down and getting to hear from like Dr. Kelly, who is the chief economist for JP J.P. Morgan. That's a little company, right? So
yeah, those guys, what they have, maybe 10, 12 clients.
Yeah,
million.
So, yeah, I mean, it's when you're listening to the people that Jamie Dimon is listening to, and with the trillions and trillions of dollars that he's entrusted with, and everything we're seeing all lines up. It's a good checks and balances because it's a reassurance that we are heading in the right direction with what we're seeing in the market. And then you get to hear from other economists and people that give insight, everything from what's going on in D.C. to what's going on in the markets, what's going on in certain sectors. And then the highlight was I was very honored, and we were talking about this, very, very honored, out of over 3,000 people that were there. They chose, it was about 20, maybe 30 veterans, and we got to enjoy breakfast with Admiral Grady, who just retired last November as the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Wow. And, that was, a breakfast, totally unscripted. Everything's on the table. We're talking, veterans to veteran, and, just about, everything from what's going on militarily, what's going on in the U.S., how it's going to, even how it's going to relate to the markets and how it's going to relate to us as Americans, and getting his insight, because that man has more insight and knowledge than any of us do with what's going on in the world. But beyond that, it was just a great honor to be asked to be a part of that and sat down with him. And wonderful man. Really see why he was the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So,
this old bishop told me that that everything in life is like standing on a step ladder in a cornfield.
Okay.
And so most of us are standing at the bottom of the ladder and can't see above the cornfield, right? And then as you get more knowledge and you know things, whatever your particular field is, you go up the rungs of the ladder until pretty soon you can see things that most people can't see. So it really doesn't matter what it is. And when you were talking about him, it's like, that's why he's at the top of the ladder. Right. He can see over the cornfield. He's having to make those kinds of decisions. And so now here is my Dave Shaw question of the week.
I had toast for breakfast, okay?
Do you feel set up at all, Dave?
Always.
So when it comes to finances, and you get to go to this, most of those people that you met back there, and some you knew about before you ever met them, they're really up at those top rungs of the ladder, aren't they? Mm-hmm. So you get a chance to go with them. Did you feel like going back and doing that, you stepped up another rung of the ladder? You can see things you couldn't see before?
Really, using your analogy, with the access that we have, that I have and our firm has, I feel like we're pretty high up on that ladder as far as the information that we can see. It's really it's more of just a collaboration of confirmation, if that makes sense. Because let's talk about the economy. Okay. What I've been seeing in the economy and meeting with clients, meeting with new clients, and managing their assets is, overall, the economy is good and the economy is strong. Now,
I believe that.
Transfer that to what we feel here in California with our pocketbooks. Most people are going, "You're crazy," because gas is, $7 or $6 a gallon, and diesel. Well, gas is $6, diesel $7. Energy costs have been going up. All these things. We have to take a step back and look at the global picture. Really, we have to look at domestic. We have to look global as well, and we have to really understand one thing. So I'm going to give you the one thing first, and then we'll go through the economy. The one thing is, California is broken. We don't want to go down the political rabbit hole, but the pain we feel is caused by the nonsense in Sacramento. They just did more yesterday, as we was talking about, because in 2033, apparently we're only going to be able to buy some kind of cheap tire that's going to cost us 10 times as much as they should. So whatever that is, but that's the nonsense that comes out of our governor and the failed leadership that has California, that they keep doing to us. Now let's step back and look at the economy. Okay. okay? Because we know what's going on in California. As I meet with people, one of the concerns they have is they've said they heard it on the TV, that we've been in this bull market and recession's going to get here. Recession is coming, and I ask them why they feel that way, and it's usually a symptom of what I just talked about: high gas prices, food, energy.
Yeah.
But then it's more just because they've heard it on the TV. They've heard the media hype. So, when I'm looking at the underlying things, I have to take the emotion out of it. I'm just like you. I hate pulling up to the gas pump and it's $175 to put gas in my truck,
Okay, I'm not borrowing your truck ever. I am never going to ask you to borrow that beast.
It's got a 30-gallon, it's a diesel truck,
gosh.
So you pop it in there and it's $175 to fill that thing up with diesel. But where I'm getting is, let's take a step back and look at it, okay? And let's look at the history of the U.S. In order to go into a recession, certain things have to happen. And let's look at what's actually happening. Well, first of all, inflation is actually coming down. Inflation is higher than where we want to be, but inflation is all the way down. The last report was 3.4%, okay? You have unemployment rates that continue to drop. You have the Producer Price Index, which continues to slowly move instead of drastically moving. You have consumer confidence, which is there. You have consumer spending that is going on, and we track that by what are people spending on. The data shows that people are starting to take vacations again and go on these trips. Also, what we're looking at is how much consumer debt is going up, and consumer debt is staying stable. It's not inflating, so they're paying for it as they go. So you see the discretionary income, and the biggest impact that we have is we have capital investment in America in manufacturing and such, which is all pushing us in the right direction and is pushing the GDP positive. So it's staying positive. Never in the history of the U.S. have we had all of those things going in the right direction have we ever ended up in a recession. So when you look at from a statistical standpoint, looking backwards, the chance of that happening are pretty much slim and none. Okay. Now, as I've told people, there's always the wild card. Something could happen in the next 5 minutes that upends everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to the pandemic we dealt with in 2020. Yeah. There's always the wild cards, but we can't live our lives on the wild card. We have to live with what we know is happening, and we have to be very cognizant and aware of where the market is going, where the economy is going. And going back to conversations that I had while I was in Utah, things that we already know. Once this conflict in the Middle East is resolved, and it needs to be resolved. It's needed to be resolved for 50 years.
Yeah,
it's nothing new.
Yeah.
They're bad actors, and we need to deal with that. But once that straightens itself out, typical oil price that the market price is in is about $70 a barrel. We've been 80 and 90. It spiked up to 120 at one point, but it's been hanging just a little higher. But we're not going to see the market's already baked in $70 a barrel, okay? So if we stay right in that range, market's going to flourish.
Good to go.
If price of oil goes back down to where it was 30 years ago to $40 a barrel, then the economy will even move faster.
Yeah.
But then we get back to California. Let's look what California has just done to go further negative. They have stopped, they want to stop refineries. They want to stop even energy production because the governor just failed to extend the nuclear power plant's term that it can run. So our grid's about to get overloaded again when that terms out. You got all the things in California going the negative way because of failed leadership. But when you look at the economy as a whole in the U.S., things are expanding. Okay.
Is that, Dave? Do you think that's? Do you think that the bad financial decisions, not political, financial decisions that the California government has made, do you believe that's what caused people to leave? And when I say people, I don't mean your average citizen that says, hey, I'm going to go over here and get a job in Illinois, right? I'm talking about business. And so if they continue, is that going to be a deterrent for businesses? Because you talked about manufacturing. Is that going to kind of stifle these manufacturers that's growing the rest of the nation from coming to California? Are they going to go, we don't want to go there, it's too expensive?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All of these things hurt California, in ways that most people can't understand. I mean, here's a common one. We all see this, that big Budweiser plant in Fairfield with all the big windmills and stuff closing.
Yeah.
It's all those jobs lost. Everything's leaving California. Businesses are leaving California because California is too difficult to work with, too expensive to work with. And, I get back to where we started. It is politically and personally profit motive, driven, because the people that are putting this stuff forward, you just look at this stuff that's going on. There's something in it for them to be doing these types of things, or they wouldn't do it. So, again, I don't want to go down the political rabbit hole because we could get lost there for days with where we're at.
Well, the only political side is if the people that are currently in power are not making decisions to better our life in California, pick somebody else. It's not difficult. It's not based on left or right. People want to make it left or right. It's financial. If the financial situation in California, that the regulations, and I hear from everybody, we're overregulated. If the decisions are being made by our government, then they're making decisions that we don't agree with. I don't care whether they're a Democrat, Republican, I don't care about that. But financially, if you're making bad financial decisions for the state of California, and people aren't going to want to move their business here, which gives us jobs, then let's vote somebody else in and just look at what candidate will be pro-business.
Yeah.
Probably more than anything, pro-business.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because
what? Well, say that again. Wait a minute. Did everybody hear that?
You're maybe right.
Darn,
no,
almost.
It boils down to California has got to learn to be open for business and open to business, just like we did here in the local government.
Yeah.
We can do everything we can do here locally, but then if the state mandates things down or does things, that hurts us all. At the end of the day, what we're looking at is, our economy is built on capitalism and growth and entrepreneurship, and there's this mantra that we're after big corporations, we're after this. Everything they put forward, they may target and say that's what it's going to be. It affects every business all the way down. And so we've got to put the nonsense behind us and get going, because exactly what's going to happen, and it's already happening now, is what happened back after the Great Recession back in 2008. California was one of the very last ones that came on. We're going to be one of the last ones that recover from this. And just take oil, for example. There's no reason. Oil and energy, we have the capacity to produce that right here in California, refine it in California, keep the prices down. Our leadership has chosen not to do that, but go the opposite direction. So we are bound to bring oil in from somewhere.
Somebody had told me that, Dave, that we could produce all the oil we need in California, but we're buying from somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes zero sense.
Consequently, if we're driving a diesel truck, that fish is never going to borrow to move anything.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It is what it is. So let's get back to the market over here.
Yeah.
So the people that maybe have fears of, when's this bull market going to end and when's recession going to here, really, that should be off the table at this point. You need to be cognizant of it, but it's off the table. And that's where someone like myself as a financial advisor comes in, because that's what we do. We mitigate or reduce the risk to try to get you the returns that you need to get you to your financial goals. And that's key, because a lot of times you go in and sit down and talk with people, and first thing they want to talk about is risk. And here's and here we're going to put you into this. Wrong conversation. The conversation should be finding out, Fish, what do you and your lovely bride want to do? at your age, what's on the horizon for the next several years?
We want to travel. We want to, right? I love what I do, Dave. Yeah. I love it. I love this community. But I'm telling you, throw my little bride in the car and let's go. Right?
There you go.
She loves to travel. She loves to see stuff, and I like to do that. But I couldn't live like that. Right? I couldn't live just traveling. So if you said, what do I want to do? I want to do what I'm doing, but I do want to travel. But I'm not borrowing your truck to go travel. I'd get as far as the county line and have to call you for a loan to get gas to go to the next place. That's crazy. So is there any as you look down the road of changes in California,
right?
Do you see anything that's a bright spot, or do we just weather it because California is a great place to live?
Number one, absolutely. California is an incredible place to live. We have one of the most beautiful states there is, with natural resources around. It's really, we got to wait to be seen what happens in California, but it's up to all of us, because there's that little thing coming up in November that can change things.
True.
But we have to really look and see what people want to do. We were talking John earlier. I'll quote John Cassidy. He says, "We are an island of sanity and a state of insanity up here," and that is really true. We have a very unique community that looks forward with things, and we don't typically put up with the nonsense up here. We want to do what's best for our community. We want to do what's best for each other, and that's kind of our key characteristics right here. I've never seen and been a part of a community that gives back as much as this community does.
Yes.
And we are honored to just be a part of that, and we've been blessed in the business, and we have just given so much back to this community and continue to. It has nothing to do with my political office. This is just who we are. And it's that balance that everybody kind of brings to the table. I know it there. I was looking to see if it's still over here, because Crystal might have left it over there, but the Yuba River Endowment was just in.
I was really tempted, knowing you were coming in, to put it back up there.
I was, and Crystal, just so you know, we were going to change the name on that from whoever it was to Dave.
No.
D-A-V. No, I'm kidding. But no, it's let's take those families. I was going to say gentlemen, but let's take the families, because it's the farmers and their families.
Yeah.
They came together and saw an opportunity, and they are being a blessing to different organizations and stuff, and students, FFA, and everything in this community. They are giving back. They are creating a legacy that is moving forward, and that's actually what we try to do with our firm as well. It's not just about today. We're creating a legacy, and if you think about it, when we get to the financial side and we're talking about where the market's at and where we're going, the question I was asked you, where do you guys want to go? It's really, the true technical question is, Fish, what do you want your legacy to be? How are you wanting to bring this thing forward? So you can see how it's a process to go through, and that's just the process. We've gone from the market to process now, but we've got some incredible people here, and the Yuba River Endowment, those families, because it's not just the farmers, it's
amazing.
All of them.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Yeah, they are an incredible group. So back to the market, you need, and we were talking about this earlier, one of the key components that people have to disconnect from their retirement plans, their personal investments, is emotions. They have to take that out, because, as a professional, I'm looking at all the technical stuff, and I'm aligning that based upon what their goals are. It's not the opposite. I'm aligning their portfolios and the technical things they need to do to their goals. Now, with that, I have to take the emotions out. And so you get some stock that all of a sudden takes off. News hits, it takes off. We'll go back to the IPO that happened a few weeks ago, or it's actually been a little over a month or so now. But when SpaceX came out, okay, when that, this is looking historically. When that came out, they priced it. It shot up like crazy, and now it's way back down. Okay. There were people that wanted to be a part of that for other reasons than the market. They wanted to be a part of it for, just because they liked the company, they liked the owner, they liked different things, they wanted it, and that's fine. But again, you've got to mitigate the risk. It's got to be in a small percentage. It's got to be, very focused. And there's got to be the conversations of, we know this is going to happen because this is what always happens. Okay. But you have to take that emotion out, because if you take that emotional thing, and we'll go back to what happened that day, it came out and then all of a sudden it shot up by over 30%. Okay, your emotion goes, I got to get into this, I want to do this, and so you're jumping in, and then it goes the other way, and you can't invest in the market on an emotional basis. It's got to be a very thought out, deliberate, calculated, diversified, targeted investment strategy that gets you to where you're going to be.
So if the market goes up and down, and your emotions go up and down, it's too hard to time that. So they line up. It's
exactly
not going to happen.
Exactly. And it's great because I always, talk to the people in the community because they know what we do and stuff. I'm like, oh, well, I bought so-and-so, or I bought so-and-so, and I've done this and that. And you can feel it. It's out of the emotion. And that emotion wave, it actually has very specific psyches. Think about it. You got to get a part of it. It goes up. It gets at the top. You're thrilled. It starts to coming down. You're going, well, it'll go back up. And then it drops a little bit further. Crud. It's got to go back up. And then it goes down a little further, and you're like, crud, I can't get rid of it because now, I've lost money, And so that's the emotional side. If you hear it on the news, or you read it in a magazine, or if it's true and it's on the internet, I'll qualify it for that. But if you're hearing things there and you're trying to react, you're already too late.
Behind it.
Exactly, because we don't have any, nobody has insider information, anything like that. But what we're looking at is, a diversified portfolio. We're looking at the technicals. We're looking at the PE ratios. We're looking at the fair price estimates. We're looking, it's public knowledge that companies will be, what they're doing in the future. It's like, that's why we listen to the quarterly earnings, but more importantly, we're listening to their future guidance, because they'll tell us where they're going. And so when we're looking at all of that, really the moves happen way back over here before you ever get to the actual event. And back to what we talked about earlier, it's really, really important to work with a financial advisor. It's really important to work with a financial advisor that understands the market, that's actually managing things, that isn't pulling something off the shelf to do. So
years ago, there was a band called 10 Years After. And one of their songs said, tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are no rich no more. Right? And it's like that became a mentality. So on the news, I hear them saying, we need to tax the billionaires, right? And then apparently there aren't enough billionaires. So now they're going to tax millionaires, right? Pretty soon they're attacking and taxing the thousandaires, right? And so, but nobody talks about the trillionaires because there's only one, and so they really can't quit. But I'm just trying to say, look, it's like they come up with all these ideas based on money, taking it instead of thinking, we actually live in a nation where you can make money.
Right.
There are actually ways you can go to work, you can make money, and then you can end up with some money that you can give to somebody and say, would you invest this? Help me reach my goals. That's the truth. That can happen. Mm-hmm. The idea of I'm just going to go take somebody's money, that has never worked. And it's like at some point, it reminds me of when my boys were young, Dave, I didn't want to just give them everything. Even though I didn't grow up with anything. I left home at 15. I worked my way through high school. If it were not for the military, I'd have probably been a lost boy. I think I was anyway, but but that at least helped. So it's like I wanted them to understand there's a real joy in two things. One, go to work. make money. And then number two, begin to look around and see who's up higher on the ladder and go learn from them. I don't care whether it's your job or your finances, and I'm sure there's a lot of, but they're not really sure what to do with it. And they could end up, to your point, where they just emotionally say, oh my gosh, this just happened in the stock market, I'm going to go grab that. And then they end up in a bad situation because they're not high enough on the ladder to see what needs to be seen. I do think it ends up being a trust issue. For whatever reasons, people trust 93Q. They trust us to try to get the best information out that we can, which makes me wonder why I have you here. But, did I just say that publicly?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to pay for that one. And so, no, but it's like, I want that. I want people to know what's available in our community. And I want them to know. That's why I ask you, when you're around all these incredible financial people who make a difference in the world economy, our nation's economy, and being able to even look at the state's economy and go, yeah, folks, I get it. I just paid a lot of money for diesel, but I have hope because I know everything doesn't stay the same. It's all fluid, and it's like I wanted to end on this point, and that is, you talked about we're in an unusual situation where normally we come out of a bull market and it levels off. And you made the statement, we're actually going back into it.
Exactly.
Can you touch on that just for a minute?
Yeah, typically when you have the cycles of a bull market, you have the early bull market, then you have the peak of it, and then you have late bull market. And typically late bull market is where things start slowing down, and it just may be a slowdown, and then it goes back into another bull market, or it could be a slowdown that goes all the way to a recession. So it's that's where we were about 18 months ago, maybe 2 years. That's where we were. Again, what the economy has done with all the expansion that's been led by this administration and getting manufacturing going, looking at clearing the obstacles, and this is huge because we see all of these companies, and some of the media tries to really distort how important this is. But they talk about all of the capital that is being invested in companies and manufacturing and stuff. That is what leads to a resilient economy and better jobs, better wages, everything. It all gets there, but you have to have the investment first. So with that, with all the mechanisms that's gone into place to bring down unemployment, bring down inflation, get everything back, our market cycle, there is a clear-cut case that it has moved from kind of late bull back more to the peak of the bull cycle. And so very optimistic, as I always am on the market, but at the same time, it gets into those rules. You have to be very diversified. You got to be very purposeful. You got to know what's in that portfolio and why it's in there. And but I think we've still got great days ahead of us. We do have the pain of oil, and unfortunately in California, oil and energy, we're not because of really what's going on in the market and the economy, but because of California, we're probably going to feel that pain longer than the rest of the nation.
Yeah. All right.
So,
like I said, I'm not borrowing your truck. Unless I get your gas card with it. Dave, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Fish.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in
Shaw & Associates.
I'm Dave Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And we're grateful for the support for community radio. If you'd like to support community radio, you just go to 93qradio.com and hit the donate button. Well, this morning, my 9 o'clock interview is with Chris Matthews, and I have found a fellow soldier in Let's Help Other People.
That is what I wake up, live, eat, and breathe. Honestly, that is the goal.
It's like I want my life to be good, but I'd like the life of everybody around me to be good, right?
Why not share the love?
Yeah, and then there's just certain things that we can do to help others. So, Chris, it's called Sutter Butte Social Club. I have no idea what that is and how I become a member and what are the dues.
Well, first off, there are no dues. It's just showing up to help. So, yeah. A while ago, about 15 years ago, I joined a group that was called the Active 2030 Club. It's a national organization, but most importantly, it was only 20 to 39-year-old men. They formed a women's club next to us, but as we were aging out, as we were running out of members, and as the women's club and the guys' club were separated, I realized that we needed to make a change. And the way that changed was very simple. We make our own thing. We go completely on our own. We created the Sutter Butte Social Club. There's no age limit. There's no gender. All are welcome. Anyone that wants to help kids. And that's our primary mission, is helping the underserved youth in the Yuba Sutter area. We've raised a lot of money over the past couple of years, but it took us 3 years to finally get to go back to doing what we were doing long ago, before COVID, before all of that died. But that's the Kohl's Back to School shopping spree, which we just got to do just a little under a month ago. So we partnered with Kohl's and also the Early Risers Kiwanis. So they provided breakfast for us.
Folks.
Oh, they're amazing.
Folks.
Yep. Once again, Tom and all of your people, thank you so much for your help. They even brought 2 bikes to raffle off to our kids. But we had 53 kids, local kids, and I'm talking, we had 14 different schools in our area, all the way from Linda to Colusa and so on.
Wow.
And we took them through Kohl's. They each got about $125 worth of merchandise, and we're talking clothes, backpacks, shoes, underwear, jackets, things that they needed. Whatever they needed. So they had a personal shopper wandering around with them. We were there for about an hour. We had 70-something volunteers with 53 kids, so we had too many volunteers, which, I mean, what a magical experience that is. So we had couples, married couples, walking around with a single kid, and what an experience for the kid too, because then they're probably walking around with their brother on the other side of the store and their sister, near them, but they get a personal shopper or two, and it's all about them, and it's the things that they need. And a little personal anecdote. It was about 15 years ago that I did that. I volunteered for that event. I walked a kid through. I was a little verklempt walking back out with handing him off to his mom with a bag of clothes. And I thought I gotta join. So I joined back then, and then that stuck with me now, and I have to continue being part of it for as long as I can.
I know people think it's a cliche, but there is a Bible verse that said it's more blessed to give than to receive. And the experience of seeing somebody's life changed by a simple act of giving, it's a mind boggler. And some things we give to, it's not actually you're a participant. Maybe you give so much money a month, right? Or maybe even it's an organization like Compassion International where you're supporting a child that lives in another country, right? But when you are in a place where you're actually seeing that giving, and we've got a lot of stuff in our area that does that, where it's literally you get to see it, and it just changes you. It just changes you. It's like, that was so awesome. I want to do that again. So you ended up doing it again and again and again.
And again and again.
You're addicted. Chris, you're addicted to giving.
I've been told that I have an addictive personality, so I guess I'll take this one as opposed to some alternatives.
If you're going to be addicted, be addicted to giving.
Yeah, it definitely is. The magic, it bleeds into your everyday life.
Yeah.
And we left immediately to go on a vacation the very next day. But I got to feel that giving spirit, for the whole week while we're relaxing in Hawaii, and I'm thinking about how fun that was that we helped all those kids.
You're like tipping bigger than normal.
It's like, those Hawaiian servers really need it.
Oh, all right. So you guys were part of the East Nicholas Labor Day Parade last year. And was that a fundraiser, what you did there? Were you,
it was a fundraiser.
What were you doing?
Yeah, so it was a fundraiser, but we were primarily labor and logistics. So they have a beer garden down there. By the way, the Labor Day Parade at East Nicholas is one of the most fun things that I have done in our area.
It's going to be my first
big plug
time.
For them.
They've asked me to MC it.
Oh, even better.
And so, those girls could talk me into anything.
Yes.
You know, they could have said, you know, we want you to come and wear a chipmunk costume. I'd have probably said yes.
You could be Chip and I can be Dale. I'm in.
There you go.
Yeah, no problem.
God, I remember those guys.
Yeah, right?
So how did you guys get involved in that?
Well, so luckily Megan Reese, who's one of the people that handle all of that, we were lucky enough to have her join us. She is a whiz at a lot of different things, but she's now part of the Sutter Butte Social Club. And I guess technically her awesome husband, hopefully counts. Anyway, so she asked us for help. And basically what we did was the Sutter Butte Social Club paid for the... we partnered with Happy Viking, and they give us cost on the alcohol itself.
Oh.
So we use some of our funds for that, and that goes to the event, and then that event is, they sell the alcohol, and the profit goes to them. And that helps the 4 schools. I'm not as skilled to know all of them. I know Markham, I know East Nick High School, and so on. So there are 4 schools in the East Nick area, and they split the pot 4 ways. I don't have the number offhand, but I know it was a lot of money for those schools, and we believe it fits our mission statement because if there are kids that are helped in that school that are underserved, then we did our part, and our small amount of money turned into a much larger amount of money just from our labor. The Happy Vikings amazing beer trailer. Thank you, Chris and Sandy.
Yeah.
And then the volunteers that were provided to us by the East Nick people. So
okay, wait.
Yeah.
So Happy Viking has a beer trailer?
Oh my.
Come on.
Well, they have 2.
How could I not know that?
So they have one beer trailer that is very fancy, pretty nice. It's got a bunch of tap handles. It's beautiful, but it's small. Chris wanted, let's say, a couple TVs. What if you want to watch 2 different sporting events and maybe have some music? So of course he had to get a bigger one. So he has an immensely gorgeous beer trailer that he uses for catering or volunteer efforts like this. You'll see it at the U.S. Sutter Brew Fest. You'll see it at the East Nick Parade. 2 TVs, as long as the signal isn't interrupted by a tree in the way. 2 sporting events. We'll watch golf and football. It's pretty magical. He's got a bar that comes out next to it, and so you can belly up to the bar of the Happy Viking remotely. From a golf course, from a wedding.
Idea.
It's a great idea.
Well, he's a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
That guy, he just, he's not just, I'm the cook. He's like way beyond that, right? Yeah, what a great guy. So you guys, we do the announcing for the Freebirds games out at Bryant Field, and Bryant Field does other stuff, and you guys are actually having an event. Now, is that a fundraiser for you guys?
This one is our only true main fundraiser that is just us. That we're partnering with no one else.
What's that called? How do you do it?
Yep, it's called the U.S. Sutter Brew Fest. Hopefully, many in the area have heard about it, but we partner with several local area, California and its surrounding area breweries, and then a few restaurants locally. And one ticket gets you the tastings and some food options, all covered, all part of the thing, all basically unlimited. And that's our primary fundraiser. Last year we made almost $10,000 after the 2 years prior was not great. So,
yeah, anything you start, it's like, and then people have to, get used to the idea of, okay, this is why it's fun.
Right. And there was a 3-4 year hiatus due to COVID. And we had to recalibrate, rejigger. We used to do it at the fairgrounds, but they were full. We understand. So we went elsewhere, and luckily the people that are running Marysville right now could not be more interested in helping out the community.
Isn't that cool?
And helping an events like this happen. I wouldn't say rubber stamping, but they are definitely opening the doors to this town, which is great because it's where I was born and raised. So I love seeing our town be open to this. So the way the the Yuba Sutter Brewfest works, you buy a ticket. That is your only time you ever bring your wallet out. Right now, tickets are on sale for $60. You walk in. Last year we had 14 breweries, plus the Happy Viking had another 8-9 taps on display on pour. We also had 2 cideries, and then we had, I think it was 5 restaurants last year, maybe it was 6. And you're there for 4 to 5 hours, depending on if you buy that extra hour to help us out a little bit more. It's a great time. It's really fantastic. We also have a DJ playing music, so you have a little ambiance there, and it's a great time. And the most important part is it all is to charity. So
it's a lot of different beers.
A lot of different beers.
So you'd have an opportunity.
Yes.
Like if you were like, I drink beer, but yeah.
Well, let's take a journey.
I haven't really tried different. So now if I go to that, I get an opportunity to try a lot of different beers.
I dare you to try them all. I don't think you have time. So there are generally 2 different beer drinkers in the world. Those that really want to try a bunch of different ones. I think you can see by the screen that I'm that category of beers. I'm down to try anything. Rarely have I found a beer that I won't agree with. This is my dream come true, right? To have a list that I can read you out. But then there's the other type, call it my dad, the Coors Light only drinkers. Well, he still goes to this event and he still loves it because the breweries understand they're trying to break into the Coors Light market here, or in Sutter, call it the Coors Yellow Belly market. They're trying to break into that to get people to try something new. So you go to this brew fest, unlikely you're going to find Coors Light, but you're going to find a lot of alternatives that I believe are better. And so people can expand their horizons in that way and go to find something that they end up enjoying and buying in the grocery store next time they see it.
At a point when I drank, right, I was in the Philippines and they had San Miguel, and San Miguel wasn't regulated, whatever they call that, so the alcohol content from one beer to the next,
does it fluctuate?
Could be quite different.
That is a whole new level of Russian roulette there.
Yeah, just weird, right? And so then when I came, but it was so hot over there, they'd give them to you, they like had ice in them, they were so cold. And but when I came back to the States, somebody introduced me to a beer called Lucky Lager.
I've heard of this.
And it had on the cap was something you had to decipher. It was pictures, but it was a saying or something. And so and you could always tell when you drank too much when you couldn't read it anymore.
It's like the golf course. Every hole is a little bit worse. I get it.
You gotta. And so, but I think this is really awesome. So this isn't wine.
So
are there wines available?
Wine is usually available only, and there's a VIP section that we have as well. So you get an hour early entry, and then depending on who we have working the VIP section. So our years past, we had the Wood Butcher milkshake. Took great care of us.
Yeah. She's awesome.
She's amazing. This year, Lambert House is going to take over. So she's got a lot of great ideas. One of which might be a mimosa bar situation. But that's in the VIP section. That comes with an hour early entry, a special section, and exclusive access to Lambert House, their amazing food, and their offerings that are inside. Plus, it's all tinted, places to sit down and hang out. For instance, all of the sponsors usually sponsor so they can be part of the VIP section. But lucky for everyone else, you could just buy a VIP ticket and you can get in that way.
Yeah. Well, my thought is the name Brewfest. The obvious would be I'm going to get to try all different kinds of beer, including probably dark beers, right? Just the whole gauntlet. And it's just a great opportunity to hang out with other people. Just really, it's got to be just a cool thing. But I talk about this all the time, Chris, and that's win-win.
Oh, yeah.
And so I get something, I'm winning. I'm having a good time. I'm having some good food, some good people to hang out with, and some good brew. The other side of that is I'm helping a cause where kids are getting something out of my being entertained. I'm having a good time, and the kids benefit. That's called win-win. I love that stuff.
I'll give you a win-win-win.
Whoa, okay.
Because the third is our people that have bought tickets and gone to Brewfest for years.
Yeah.
They have won. They have won by experiencing it as well as helping out. And then they show up to volunteer for our Kohl's Back to School shopping spree. And they get to see the circle complete. They get to go spend the money they gave us on a kid that they're walking through the store. And we got to see, it was at least 10 or 15 people do that this year. And they bought tickets for this year on that day. On the time that they walked out of the store, they said, now I get it. Now I see why all of you are so dedicated and why you're doing so much work, because it's a lot of work to pull off an event like this. And they got to full circle. So win, win, win. Yeah.
So you guys are going to be at the East Nicholas Labor Day Parade, and I'll get to see you guys there.
Yep.
And so you'll have brews there.
Yes, those will be for sale, and those will just be helping out the East Nicholas schools in the area. So all we're doing there is kind of volunteering our time, and Chris volunteering his trailer.
But it fits what you guys do to help kids, because all the money that's raised in the parade is to, obviously they have to pay for the parade, but it's to really, it ends up going to 4 schools in East Nicholas one more time, doing stuff to help kids. And then I'll be there doing whatever they have me do. Those girls, man.
Yeah, I know. Chippendales. I mean, if you find a large Chippendales, one of the two, I'm in. Let's go. I'll be pouring beers. It'll be hot, though.
My nickname is Fish. I'm not going to be a chipmunk.
You'll
I
be a
shouldn't
fish,
say that. They'll come up with a mackerel costume or
I think Megan's already doing some searching on Amazon.com right now.
As we speak.
As we speak, yeah.
All right, so that's Labor Day weekend out at East Nicholas.
Yep.
And you guys will be there. Just one last thing. How does somebody find out more about the social club? Is there a web page? Is there a place they can go where they can say, hey, I'd like to find out more. I'd like to be part of that?
Yeah, so first off, if you want to buy tickets or learn anything about the Brewfest, it's just yubasutterbrewfest.com. No hyphens, none of that. yubasutterbrewfest.com, that's us. You'll see a list of current breweries, which I'd love to run through super fast if you have time. Sure. But if you want to learn more about the Sutter Butte Social Club, we meet the last Tuesday of every month in the back of the Happy Viking, because Chris and Sandy are nice enough to give us that beautiful Sierra Nevada room in the back of the Happy Viking, and we make all of our plans and spend all of the money right there. But speaking of, just to run through, here's our current list, and it's growing daily. Figueroa Mountain, they won the Brewers Cup for us last year. Belching Beaver, Crooked Lane, Ramble West, Sierra Nevada, Jack Rabbit, and Urban Roots, plus the random spattering that Chris Drown always has on the Happy Viking. And then for those that are not beer drinkers, we understand that maybe you're dating or married to a beer drinker, but you're not one yourself. Well, we have Golden State Cider, and then we have Surfside Lemonade and iced teas. So those two are
that's cool.
Those are and I've never heard of Surfside, but one of my friends is he's doing the slinging of it now, the sales stuff. He says it's great, and the women in our group are very happy that it's coming. So, and then on the restaurant side, we're happy to have most of these guys back. Slew House Social, they won the Grub Cup last year. They're the best food. Lambert House, Sopa Thai, City Cafe, Pluma Street Pub. We have 2 more that we're finalizing to do to join us, and all of that is one ticket price. You get access to all of their beers, all of their food.
Wow.
Yeah, one ticket, one price. And right now, if you buy in the next, I think it's week and a half, tickets are only $60 for general admission. So you try to beat that.
Well, I'll make a suggestion. I hate to do this to you. I hate to do this to you. But when you leave here, go over to Got Cakes and get them to bring desserts.
Roger that. I did hear you say you were a big fan of them. Okay.
I was blown away.
Always need a dessert, right?
It's not that. Well, it's not. That place is not that big, and the variety they have of dessert stuff, and that's like. And so I tried a couple of them, and I was like, okay, I need to leave now. I need to leave before I end up on a sugar high I'm not coming down from. Right.
Yeah. I don't know if I need it, because I'm like, how many cameras are on me right now? It's 10 pounds per camera, but I feel like there's like 8 hidden around here somewhere that nobody knows about. Hidden cameras, that's it.
All right, Chris Matthews, thanks so much. Glad I met you. You actually told me we had actually met before.
That's okay. I'm a forgettable guy. Don't worry about it.
So you'll be at the East Nicholas Labor Day event, and then in September, your Brewfest event is at Bryant Field on September
19th, Saturday.
All right, so you can get it at yubacetterbrewfest.com. You can find out everything you need to know.
Yes, awesome. Thank you very much for having us today.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And if you'd like to support community radio, just go to 93qradio.com, hit that donate button, and everybody's happy. Mostly me. So this morning, I love it. I'm going to contain myself, Dan. I promise. I'm going to be respectful to Chief Nevada.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
You, on the other hand, I'm working on it.
He has a gun and handcuffs.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Flores from Economic Development on this side of the river,
yes,
and a supervisor on the other side of the river.
That's right.
Who loves the whole community.
That's right, the whole Yuba Sutter community.
Everybody. But he does favor 93Q radio.
100%. 93Q.
And then Chief Nevada, I admire you because you came out of retirement. I do wonder about you because you came out of retirement. How did they talk you into that, Chief?
Well, they just needed a lot of help, and they asked if I would help them. I happened to be in the right place, and I decided to do it.
It's hard to not do that, isn't it? When you know you can see that I can help, it's hard to say no.
I know.
Probably that's why all of us were around. It's like I could be doing something else.
Yeah.
I think one of those RVs through the Tetons would be good. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, Dan, tell me what's on your agenda today.
Great stuff happening. Of course, all around Yuba Sutter. Today is the Veterans Stand Down over at the fairgrounds. So we look forward to going out there and being with all the veterans and all the people who will come to the stand down. Starts at 12 o'clock today that we're going to be out there. So looking forward to that. But here in town, you were talking with Chief Nevada here. My excitement right now is the community policing project that he's starting to work on. He can share a lot of those details about what's happening with the police and what's happening here downtown. Then we've got a lot of good construction projects still happening. A lot of straight momentum. I'll tell you just to give you a few highlights. The grocery outlet plans to open November 1st. We're going to have a grand opening, and we look forward to having ribbon cutting. And I don't know if you've had the new owners here yet. If you haven't, we'll set that up and have them come out.
We should do that because today I have the gal that runs the holiday market. She's coming in after you guys.
Oh,
because we got that new market out there, and I just think this is great stuff.
Yeah, we went from no choices to now we're going to have lots.
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for them to, put literally a mom and pop grocery store right down on D Street.
Oh, I think that would be
so
wonderful.
That when people, move in all these new apartments we got, if they want to get something from the grocery store, they don't have to do DoorDash. They can take a nice walk down D Street, right? stop in, get, which my suggestion is an RC Cola and a bag of peanuts.
Those are good. That sounds good.
I've done that. And I tell people that, and they go, what in the world? It's sweet and salty. It's really good,
It's good stuff, yeah. But
so, Chief, you got a plan for community policing. Okay, so what is that?
Well, we actually did it back in the 90s at the Marysville Police Department, and back then it was a dedicated team that went out to certain sections of the city and engaged with the neighbors face to face. And so in those days we would park our car on a street and we would knock on everybody's door and ask them, hey, how's your day going? What is your concerns today? And we would write it down, we'd take notes, we'd try to come up with what their problems were in that neighborhood and try and resolve those issues for them, in addition to the regular calls for service that happen within the city. But that caused the neighbors to interact with each other and get to know each other and became kind of crime resistant.
Yes.
When we were gone, because they started looking out for each other. And so some of the calls, because of that, they would call their assigned community police officer to resolve issues before calling into the police department for a call for service. So it kind of helped regular patrol for their calls for service, and the community policing folks took care of the more non-emergency calls for service, so to speak. But it was a great program. It also involved problem-oriented policing, which, not just their problems, but if there are drug houses or if there are traffic issues, we try to tackle those, analyze the problems, and take on those issues head on. And it's more visibility. I think it's just a more engaging way for us to interact with the community and gain trust and kind of break that line between police and citizens, where we're working now together.
I love that. I mean, when I grew up as a small boy, we were told, if you're in trouble, where do you go? You find a police officer. And that was the way, until I got to be a teenager. And then
and then you ran from him. We get it.
Okay, but that was a long time ago, Chief. I'm a good boy now. And but I love that connection. I've gotten to know a lot of the police officers on both sides of the river, and Sheriff's Department, CHP. We just have some really good men and women who care about the community. But I really think what you're talking about, it's like, okay, I may know that, but I may not feel like I know them. But if I get an opportunity, that's why I like the National Night Out and, the coffee with a cop and the different things that they do. Because if people will go to that, they will find out, look, they're just like you. They go home, they got a family, maybe they just got a new puppy and they're up half the night because that little guy can't figure it out, or a new child or a new whatever, right? They have real lives. And I think that's part of the community connecting. So, man, I think that's a brilliant idea. So you got a plan to start that?
So we're going to have to phase it in a little by little, because we're still battling staffing issues. So we're on right now a heavy recruitment to fill all of our positions. Okay. But we've already started forming a unit, and we have the people designated to start all of this. So it just takes time, but we're hoping maybe in about 6 months.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You're going to set up some focus groups down the road here too, right? Is it planned?
Yes. Probably that in the next 4 weeks or so. Well, we're going to start focus group, different ages, different walks of life, to kind of find out how they feel about the city, what their concerns are, the improvements they would like to see, and what they like. We want to kind of get feedback on what they feel about the city and the police department.
So are you telling me that there are full-time positions currently available in Marysville PD?
Yes.
Okay, what about reserve officer positions?
We don't have a cap on reserve officer positions.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. We have 12 right now, so it's a good number.
Yeah, 100 would be awesome. Except for your job. It might be a little too much.
A
But
little more responsibility.
it's just great having, I've always felt this from the day I came in here. We just do not have enough law enforcement. We just don't. We need them. There's so many different areas that they could impact because if they were there. And it's just, and so I'm always like, what do we got to do to get more, right?
Well, right now, even at full staff, if we were full staff, it's hard. We have a lot of calls for service. But on any given morning, there's only 2 officers until early afternoon, 2 o'clock. Then we get 3. And so 3 officers for the whole city is still difficult. So we're trying to figure out that situation.
You mean 3 officers out on the street? That doesn't include like dispatch and admin or other.
Yeah, 3 officers.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. See, I just think that should be more. You know that thing, defund the police. I've got mine is defund the criminals.
Yeah, right? I like that better.
You know what I mean? Defund them. Start. Get more officers, and because I think it's not less, it's more. We need more, and people feel safer knowing there's an officer around.
Absolutely.
I mean, unless you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, then you don't like it. But if you're your average citizen, you're like, man, I'm glad they're there. I love seeing them go down my street.
Yes.
And this fits into the larger strategic plan for Marysville overall, right? Because we're improving our walkability. We're trying to make the town safer for people to live. We're building out over 100 new residential units in the downtown, but eventually 150 over the next 2 years. These people who want to move here want to feel safe. They want to be able to walk down to the Brick or go down to Got Cakes or wherever they're going and enjoy that and feel safe around it. I just want to add a little bit to what the chief said, because he not only talks the talk here, he walks the walk. And I'm going to give you an example. So we had a complaint the other day. I won't mention business name or anything, but we heard from the business owner that they were having problems with some of their transient population doing some things that they shouldn't have been doing, and that it was getting out of hand. Well, the chief actually went out, met with the business owner, sat down, had coffee with her, talked to her about the issues, listened to what she had to say, gave feedback, but then he took action. It was really cool. So now the police, they're having their briefings in the morning at this particular, shop, and now, so they're at 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's great.
I love that.
Yeah,
that's clever.
Yeah, but it's right. It really leads to that's community policing. It's listening to the problem, and now you have the presence. And if you have the presence that you're talking about, and then people feel that trust, right? It's not only about, hey, public safety, that's important, but it's important to all of us too, economic development and expansion. And nobody's going to come to a community that they feel unsafe in. They're not. They're not going to move their business here, and they're definitely not going to move their families here. But if you get this feeling of, hey, I feel safe because I'm being watched over and they're responding to my needs, and they can act, and they actually do it, then they're going to come. They're going to come to this town, and that's what we've been seeing. And that just warms my heart. But it's just a great deal for the city of Marysville, because it's the direction that we are going. It's part of the overall strategic plan that the city council has put us in charge of implementing. And that's what the city manager has given us direction to make it work. And just to add that one more bit, it's really exciting to be part of a team in Marysville where there's a lot of passion. So it's not just about, hey, we come to work every day. We're back from retirement, but you know what? We love being here, and we love this community so much that we want to see it succeed. And it hurts when people are say some negative things, and there's still some out there. But we work that direction. We have to listen to them because it's their point of view and it's what they're feeling, and we need to change those feelings about the community overall. And I love being on this team because from the city manager to the police chief to the finance director to public works, we are all really tied into what's here. And we have every time we hear a complaint, we take it personally, and it's such a small town, small community that we want to react and make it better.
So the easiest way to resolve that, Dan, is you go get a bunch of gift cards for Greyhound. And the next time somebody complains, you hand them the gift card and go where you think it's better, or be part of making this better.
Thank you.
Right?
I like that. Yes.
And
it's funny.
You know what's going to happen? Yeah. I'm going to leave here, and somebody's going to give me a gift card to go.
We're going to give you a gift card so you can expand, Fish, because you're part of that. You're part of this whole strategy as well. You're helping create that strong momentum here. You have everywhere I go. I was at a Kiwanis meeting yesterday. I heard Willie Willisey talking, but he was on the air with you. He mentioned it in the Kiwanis meeting yesterday. So everywhere I go, people have come to your show and they're sharing things about the community. But this is how we work together. Yuba Sutter working together, Marysville, Yuba City working together. Live Oak's part of that too. We're not leaving you out. But all of us are together as one, and we need to focus on making this a better place to live, work, and play. We just stay there, right? We got to stay focused on that strategy.
I saw you the other day. I sat down with you and John Nicoletti at Got Cakes.
Yes, that was great.
So I would love to volunteer for the police department, and my beat will be...
Going to Got Cakes.
You know that thing about cops and donuts? Guilty, buddy. I'd be living there, Chief. You'd be like, okay, get him to at least walk outside once in a while.
Bring him a uniform. Let's go. Sign him up.
Oh, my gosh.
We're going to change it to Fichetti's beat. Blevins beat. We'll change that to Fichetti's beat.
We are thinking about starting another downtown foot patrol in the next 3 weeks or so. We're looking at our staffing.
That would be awesome.
Trying to get some.
That'll be really good.
Yeah.
I think so much has already changed. I see less of the activity than I used to see in this area. Now, I don't go far, right? I leave here, I'll go to the Brick, or I'll go to Casa Carlos, right? Mostly places to eat. Unless I need, some butcher stuff, then I run over to Double Z. But it's like we've got so much down here, but I've gone down and shot video in a lot of the little shops and that, and this is such an incredible area. I want people to know that. And honestly, I've seen precious little. I think the things that people are concerned about happen at night. Right? I think those are happening. I'm not saying things don't happen during the day, but I sure do see less. Right? We used to see a lot when that hotel was standing.
Oh, right.
I think there was a lot of transients living in that hotel, because I used to come in the mornings and I'd see it, and now the hotel's gone, and I come in that back way all the time. I never see anybody.
That's good.
And so so I know there's been change, right? But again, get that pack of bus tickets.
Send them running.
I don't know if that's legal or not. It's only an offer.
It might be legal for you, but I'm not sure it's legal for us.
Go see Fish if you want to live somewhere else.
Hey, you're giving them a choice, right? It's okay.
But I just love the downtown area. So the idea of having an officer down there, it's great for the community, great for business owners, great for kids.
Yeah.
Right.
Kids love to see. Make sure that officer's got a pocket full of those stickers. Because you know he's going to get hit up for that on a regular basis, right?
It's great for people who come from out of town as well, because they'll come and they'll see this presence. They're like, oh, this is a great, safe place, Last weekend, I came to the Thai restaurant on 4th Street, for instance. I came here to eat on a Sunday, and I thought, I'm going to try that Thai restaurant on a Sunday. I'd never been there on a Sunday to go to the Thai restaurant, right? Because I live in Yuba City, or pretty much around the block from you, Fish. But sorry.
Yeah, but I don't have a sign in my front yard anymore, Dan.
You used to, though. You had my sign. But I came here on Sunday, and the restaurant was packed.
Yeah.
And there were people from all over. And I'm like, who are these people? So that particular restaurant has an attraction on Sunday, and I've been to the Brick on Saturdays when it's crowded in the mornings, and it's just great to see people like to come into this community. So we want to continue making them feel good about it. And if we have this connection with the police and there's somebody walking around, can you imagine just the friendly, what is that, the Hallmark town that
that's
we've
what Don Blazer told me. He was I think he was running for office, or he was going to run for office, but he was selling the Brick.
Yeah.
And so I was sitting in there with him one day, and I said, Don, why would you sell this? And he laughed. He said, I've done this for a long time, right? And he said, I said, but why would you run for office? And he said, look down D Street, what do you see? And I went, D Street, but here's a guy with vision. He said, I see Hallmark. And ever since then, I can't help it. I look down there and think,
see Hallmark.
And so it used to be the old proverbial potential. I don't see potential anymore. I see momentum. I see things changing all the time. Business owners, new businesses coming in, right? And great little downtown stuff, and I just think it's awesome. Right?
Yeah, that's
so
great
now
stuff.
adding to that an officer,
it's awesome.
This is
And you mentioned
what's
Don
next?
Blazer.
Get a fireman to walk next to him.
Hey, what we could do. But you mentioned Don Blazer.
Yeah.
That guy hasn't given up on Hallmark. I'm telling you. So he comes to, and he holds us accountable. Like I actually have a whiteboard in my office. You got to come see it, but there's a square in there, and it's the Don Blazer square. And so it has a list of items that he has requested. And we're working closely with Public Works, PD, Fire, everybody to kind of follow through on those lists, because it's his
Is there
image.
a fish square?
I haven't done that yet, but we better get that one. Come and visit. We'll get that together. But he is he's an official ambassador for the city of Marysville.
Yeah.
So that's his job now. He's official, and so is Judy Mann. So
I see Judy all day. She should be.
She is. So both of them have taken on the title of ambassadors of Marysville. And so they wear the swag and everything, and they go out and they do great things for us. Judy does, the first Saturday walks, and then she set up the information center. She gets out there and talks to people, but they're both really good eyes and ears for us too. They go out and hear feedback, and then they bring it into City Hall, and then we react. We try to improve the situations when we hear those problems. And they're well connected to the business community. In the Marysville Business Alliance, right now, their chairperson is Lauren, and she's just doing an awesome job.
She's an awesome girl. I've interviewed her twice.
She's wonderful. I mean, and talk about energy. Tons of energy, way more than I have. But it must nice to be young, I guess. But she's got all this energy, and they've got these ideas, and the MBA has been meeting with a good number of people now. So it's sort of the downtown businesses are really reactivated together. Love to have you come, maybe even to the next one, Fish.
So I told them it's on Wednesday, and I've got Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
Oh, right.
So I have to make a choice between downtown business and John Cassidy. Wait a minute, that's not hard. I would have
gone to downtown business. That's an easy one.
So, Chief, I have to ask, did you grow up here?
Yes. Yep.
Did you go to Marysville High?
I did. I went to Kynoch, McKinney, Marysville High School.
You're an Indian.
Yeah.
Come on. It's like, I love that. I had somebody here the other day. They were a Blazer, right? And it's like, it's great to actually, he said that you guys were pretty competitive when he was younger, the two schools.
Oh, yeah.
And I love that, right? But it's like, so you were with the PD before then?
I was with Marysville from 93 to 2003.
So this is old hat to you. Well, a lot of new stuff, but I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find out something new. I'm surprised Dan didn't give me a little list. Hey, this is what you need to know. That is amazing.
I actually meant to do that, but sorry.
Well, this is.
But he's a wealth of knowledge. That's the thing. Like he brings all of that knowledge of the past here. I think the good question, even for me, I haven't even had a chance. So what do you see that's different now from then to now? I mean. I guess I can ask. Can I ask a question?
Well, it would be.
Dan, you can do whatever you want.
Thank you.
Remember, I'm being nice today.
That's right.
Take advantage of it.
I just think the growth, the construction going on and the kind of the revitalization of the downtown area is exciting.
Yeah.
to me, that's the big difference.
You know, I really appreciate Chris Gill. I met him. He's just genuinely a nice guy.
He is, yeah.
I'm not saying that publicly. He might hear it, but I like Chris. And so it could not have been more perfect for him to get that location he's got for the training zone.
Yeah.
So I just thought, well, he'll just sell that, his old building. Why would he need? He's going to sell it. But he's not.
No, he's not.
Making it into offices and apartments, and he's got all these plans down the road. I mean, he likes it here. So it wasn't like Chris moved away.
No.
Right?
No.
And I want his business to succeed beyond his imagination.
We all do, yes.
He's
Absolutely, yeah.
just a great guy doing a great job. But at the same time, he didn't leave Marysville proper, the downtown area. He loves this. And he's willing to invest his time and energy and apparently money, because it's not cheap to do that stuff, to make this nicer down here. I don't know who the guy is that built those apartments across from that, right across from the old Marysville Hotel.
Oh, that's Nick Fan. He is very dedicated too.
You can't drive by there and not go, that's amazing.
It is. Yeah.
It's just amazing.
And they look amazing inside too. These are all quality apartments that Nick did. They're really quality that Chris Gill is putting together. If you haven't toured through there yet, Fish, it's a really good place to check out. But he's got all those apartments, and then he's got shared office space down on the lower level, and then he plans to build more apartments too over on C Street.
I just think I've told this story, but I'll tell it again. I grew up in U City, which was right at the St. Louis line, right? And I hung out in a downtown area called the Loop. And, places like the Pool Hall, Guccione's Market,
nice,
Tivoli Theater.
That's what we need. Right? See, we need a market like that.
So it was kind of a rough neighborhood, right? And then I went off as in the military. I was overseas for 3.5 years. So I come home on leave, and my family says, "Hey, let's go down to the Loop," and I'm like, what happened? What was different? So what happened was they permitted business owners to live above their business.
Yeah.
And they revitalized the entire downtown area. And it was like one business owner bought 3 buildings, and he connected them together, the lower floor you could live in. And it was a bar called Blueberry Hill. And Chuck Berry would show up unannounced and play because it was a place for him to do it.
That's great.
And it was just, I was just shocked. Now, they did keep things, Guccione's Market and the Tivoli Theater, because they kept the old theater was still there. And they kept Martha Washington's, which was just a little ice cream parlor. And it was like, but the rest of it was all new. And these people were living down there. It was thriving. I remember going, I will tell you this, though, with a tear in my eye. The pool hall was gone.
Oh. They need to bring that back.
So I see that when I look downtown Marysville.
Yeah.
What an incredible opportunity to actually be able to own a business and live above it.
Absolutely.
Or if you don't own a business, all these new apartments, the opportunity to live in an apartment and within walking distance is all kinds of stuff, right? And it just keeps new businesses keep moving in. I really love Quincy's and Munchies. Get out there, get a turkey sandwich.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They do great sandwiches and lemonade and all the stuff they have there.
Yeah, I used to just be brick only, right?
Yeah.
Because quick walk, go to the brick, get back here, go to work, right? And then it's like, and then somebody said, there's a Mexican restaurant over here called Casa Carlos. I said, really? Is it any good? Man, I bet I've been there 100 times since then.
It's great
And then
stuff.
I got Quincy's and Munchies. And then the other day, I meet this guy. I'm over at that Got Cakes, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man.
Got Cakes.
Yeah.
It's a problem. It's a problem having all this food available. Yeah.
Well, you move from something to eat to something to buy, right? Next thing we'll have, a clothing store down there and grocery store. I just think this is just an awesome area.
It is. We feel the same way.
I appreciate that you were willing to come back, but I appreciate more that it really wasn't coming back. You were never gone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You grew up here, so it's like
That's
this
right.
old
That's
home
true.
week for you, right?
Yeah.
And then now, Dan's right. Having the experience of things that you did before and knew that were successful, you're able to try to institute that again to make it better for our community. And I just think that's awesome.
Thank you.
So get that fireman to walk down there, because nobody believes fire and PD can get along. Break that barrier.
They get along really well. Yeah.
I know they do, unless they're playing baseball against each other.
Or that tug of war.
Tug of war, right? I just think I love the fire department. They have the thing where they hold out the boot and you put money in it.
Yeah.
I think the PD should do it with a holster, a big holster.
That might actually work.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's holster day, right? Gosh,
I love it.
Well, Dan, thanks so much for all you do and keeping us abreast. And Chief, if I haven't welcomed you back, welcome.
Thank you.
And I'm grateful that you're here and the ideas that you have. And we'll always do anything that we can do to promote the PD, and because we recognize how valuable it is to the community. And so again, with the naysayers, I say get that pocket full of gift cards. Get the city to buy a bunch of bus tickets.
The Greyhound bus tickets. I
And
love it.
it's like I appreciate you. Thanks for living here. Now go somewhere else, right?
Well, Fish, I just want to add, we appreciate you. We appreciate you getting the message out and keeping that positive attitude and really helping us move this community along. And, you're getting the word out, and that's what's really important. And so, we just want to thank you for your continued support that way and what you do with the station, because it makes a huge difference. Sometimes I know you probably don't feel it, but out there, it is making a difference.
Oh, we have our
Thank you.
naysayers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But
And,
it's all right.
and I am thinking
Give
about
them a Greyhound
mailing
bus
them
ticket.
a bus ticket.
There's a few people like that. No problem.
Oh my gosh, and it's probably illegal at some. Chief, will you look into that so we don't make a mistake handing out bus tickets, right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, thank you, Fish. Appreciate it.
All right, so once a month you're gonna, Dan, you'll be in. You'll let us know, keep us up
Absolutely.
on all the new
Yeah.
construction and
Got a lot of
that's
good
going
things
on.
happening, and next month I'll share with you some real strong progress on other things that are going on in town. Great grant opportunities that we've applied for, and they're looking successful. Some road improvements that you're really going to see. I mean, we're just hitting the roads hard and on the improvements, and then some businesses and some new buildings that are coming in. And I'll tell you, the permits have quadrupled from just 3 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, the number of permits, and I can go over that information when we have more time next time. It'll be fun.
I do want to catch this before we get out of here, and that is the two things that I know have been talked about, and if I understand it, that are already funded. One was those bullards, the ability to block off 4th Street.
Yes.
And then the other was the lighting.
Yes.
Are those in the mix?
Yes. So finally, we were able to get it through the environmental review issues that had to be taken care of. It's no fault of anyone. It was in Caltrans' hands. Had to go through all of the rigmarole, I guess, that they had to go through. And then now we have it where we're getting the bids, or actually we have the bids from the contractors, so they've ordered the materials. So the contractors have ordered the materials. I'm told it takes 12 to 16 weeks to get the materials. Once they're here, the installation is just a matter of a couple of weeks. So I'd say early spring, we'll have new lights, bollards, right on D Street between 3rd and 4th, and we'll have you out. Maybe you lead it for us, but we should pray over that, because it's going to be an amazing ad for this community. But more than that, we should also have, or not more, but also with that, we should have a celebration about having that in the downtown, because it's going to be really nice, and it's going to open it up so at night you can walk around downtown and have lighting. So
I could have saved you guys the grief. I was over at Sam's Club yesterday, had to pick up stuff, and they already got Christmas stuff out.
I know, yeah.
And I
it's
thought,
crazy,
I
isn't it?
Marysville shouldn't have gone through that. I'd have gone to Sam's Club and I would have emptied their Christmas light aisle.
And just put it up.
And then I'd have put it up.
Yeah.
And then you guys could say, well, we can't take it down. Fish put it up, and it's for Christmas. And, the guys, working hard. So we just kind of allow the lights to stay there.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying, that we would oppose that.
Dan, this is why nobody's ever voted me in for city council.
You just ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
okay, you know.
Next thing you know, you'll come and there'll be lights all around the Hart building. It'll be like...
It would be beautiful.
Oh, it would be.
All right. Thank you, Fish.
Thanks so much,
Yeah.
Chief. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you. Yes.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
Associates is proud to support community radio.
And we're grateful for Dave Shaw and his support for community radio. And this morning, for my 9 o'clock interview, I get to have Kayla Parker. And you say, well, what's so great about Kayla? She runs the new holiday market out in Plumas Lake. Come on, Kayla, where'd you grow up at?
I'm actually from the Yuba Sutter area. So my family's been here since the late 90s, before all the developments, before all the houses went up. So my family's been here for a really long time.
So how did you end up with Holiday Market?
It's a great question. I'm about ready to hit my 5-year anniversary with our company. And I started off, we actually have 2 sectors, a part of our umbrella. Our company's North State Grocery. And they have 2 umbrellas of Holiday Market and Save More Foods, all in Northern California, with a store also in Southern Oregon. I worked for a billion-dollar corporation that didn't satisfy what I wanted to do. My growth was capped out, and I wanted something different. And so I applied for North State Grocery with Holiday Market and Save More Foods, and I was selected, and I've been with the company ever since.
You gotta love it.
I do.
Right, because you're home. I mean, this is like your area, right? So were you surprised that they were going to build a market in Plumas Lake?
No, we've been scouting Plumas Lake for many, many years, and when we grabbed that opportunity, as soon as it came available, and we've been gung-ho ever since.
It didn't take you guys long to build that, did it?
No, we actually broke ground August 6th, 25, and we will be opening our doors here next Friday.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing.
Are you a little nervous about that? That's a big deal. Grand opening. It's a lot of work.
It has been a tremendous experience with opening our doors to all of the employees that are working there, to the excitement of the community.
They love it.
I am just so excited for the opportunities that we're going to have within this community because we have a lot of support.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask the dumb questions now, but you're going to be okay with that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm assuming Holiday Market is not like a little quick market where you just get a few things. Nope. It's a regular grocery store, right?
Full-on grocery store.
And so I'm assuming it's got meat, dairy, all that stuff. If I need, paper towels and toilet paper and, all the stuff that we standard go. So the people of Plumas Lake, it's like you realize they own you.
Absolutely. And I'm ready for that. I'm so excited to be owned by the
They're
community.
Like, you're our market,
Absolutely.
Right? So, are you doing anything special for the grand opening coming up? What did you say, the 28th?
Yes, on the 28th, we grand open. Our doors will open up at 6 a.m., so the store hours are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. We will be doing a ribbon cutting at 10 a.m. on Friday the 28th, so we can welcome any and all of the officials that have been helping us out, Hilbers, who's helped us break ground, and a lot of other supporters. We will also be having a community live DJ. We will also be having some kids face painting later on in the afternoon when all the kiddos get out of school. Saturday, we have a live band that will be playing, so we're really excited about that. And then also Sunday, we have another nonprofit organization coming out for additional kids activities.
Isn't that cool?
That's amazing.
It's a great little community. Very supportive of one another. I've gotten involved with them on multiple occasions, like fundraisers for the schools and stuff like that. And I just love it that they actually get their own grocery store, right? Because think about, you got to travel a long way to get stuff. When something moves in local, it just changes everything.
It does.
You're like, wow, because they had a gas station. I think they had 2. And it's like, okay, I can get gas, but maybe they got a little quick mark, so
But
I'll get some ho-hos and a Pepsi or something.
That's all they've got. They have to travel into, the Marysville area, or to go into town into Lincoln, and this is literally their own grocery store.
Now they get to go and say, oh, we need this. Well, get on Alexa and make a list, and then go over there and shop away.
You're cooking dinner and you forgot an ingredient, you ran out of something, you can literally go quick drive over to the store, pick up what you need, and then dinner's not ruined.
Yeah, that can happen. More than once. I've been there. Yeah, this is really good for for a couple of reasons. One, because of convenience in that, but local business wise, it's great to have another local business, right? That the community can support, and they can thrive because we've got that. And next thing you know, you're going to be a district manager or whatever they call the next step.
That'll potentially be someday, that's for sure.
Yeah,
with the potential of this business booming in Plumas Lake, I don't anticipate it's going to be one of our top stores in the company that we have.
Isn't that great?
It's mind-boggling just to see what the potential for the future holds for us here in Plumas Lake.
So when you think a holiday market as a business, okay, so like you said, you love it because the potential for advancement, everything's there. Now I'm going to flip it around, Kayla, right? You're a shopper and you're walking in the store. What's going to impress you most?
Our employees. So we have a vision for our company that long ago we had asked hundreds and hundreds of shoppers why they shop where they shop at. And the top 5 reasons is what we made our vision. And the number 1 item on that vision board is to be world famous friendly. And that's exactly what you're going to get as soon as you walk into the door.
See, I go to a grocery store that people have said to me, Fish, you could save money if you went to this grocery store over here. But I've been going to this grocery store for 20 years. And the reason I do is because they see this old man walking down the aisle and obviously don't know where the mayonnaise is or whatever. And they come up and they say, are you looking for something, right? It's the people. And that really does make a difference. I believe that. So that's awesome. That's awesome. So that's the first thing they're going to notice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What about selection? How do you decide? Like if somebody came in and they said, well, I appreciate all the different sodas you got, but you don't have mine. Can people actually talk to you guys and say,
they sure can.
I would like you to carry this. Is it possible that you can carry this?
We have a wide variety of selected items, but yes, there's also those items that you're used to buying at a competitor and you want to turn your business around and shop at our holiday market. We actually have the availability to reach out to our vendors that we work with and do item requests. So if you shop at, say, Trader Joe's or Sprouts and they have a specific item.
Sprouts? I haven't heard anybody mention that name in a long time.
In general, any item. Obviously, we'll have to work with vendors and see if that's something that we can bring in. And if we can get our hands on it, absolutely we will.
See, I love that. So do you have an actual butcher there?
We do. We actually have a whole shop.
Come on.
I'm so excited. We'll have our butcher on staff. We have an assistant to his department as well, and everything's in shop.
I gotta go out there.
You have
so
to.
When do you actually open? Have you already opened?
We haven't. The doors physically will open on the 20th.
Oh, so that's everything.
That's everything.
All right, I was going to come out and shoot video, but I'll have to wait till the 28th. Right?
If you want to come on in, I can give you a tour.
Do you have keys?
Yeah, we've been in building, putting together shelves, putting together product, moving things around, setting our registers. We've been in the stores for the last several weeks, putting it all together.
Maybe we'll do that as a preview if you're open to that. That'd be really kind of cool, And then I can find out if you carry my favorite items.
It's a little chaos right now because we're still putting everything together, but it's coming together very nicely.
That. So I know some of these, like I said, they might be dumb questions. How big is the store?
The store itself is about just over 30,000 square feet.
Wow. Mm-hmm. That's big.
It's a big thing. So we have all the departments: meat, produce, bakery and deli.
Bakery?
All core grocery. Yes. And we have our number one selling item in the entire company is our deli sandwiches that are handmade to order.
Whoa, wait.
Number one selling item.
Oh
our
my
deli
gosh,
sandwich.
I love stuff like that.
It is
You
so
can
good.
literally, okay, all right, I'm sold.
Perfect, bitch.
I'm
Come on
sold.
over.
So when you think about being there and serving the community, and it's a community you know, I mean, it's like this is not your first rodeo.
No.
But being with the company 5 years, it's also a business,
It is.
And so you mentioned the employees, and we recognize that in a way you're the only game in town, but that doesn't make it work, does it? It's beyond that. You have to do beyond that. So when you think about the Plumas Lake community, tell me what you think the connection between Holiday Market and the Plumas Lake community really is.
As far as North State Grocery and the Holiday Market, we own and operate and are in small towns. That is our goal, is to be pretty much the only competitor around. We want to serve our customers with the best possible, world famous friendly, a cleanest environment, freshest product, the fewest out of stocks to make sure that our customers get what they were looking for, and to have the most knowledgeable staff. So that is what we live by. And that is what we want to portray to our community.
You're going to kill it. You know that, right?
am.
You already know that. I can
am.
see it on your face. You already know we're going to do good here. We love this place. We're going to do great. I love it. I love it. All right. So have I forgotten anything? Kayla, is there anything else you'd like to tell people?
We have filtered through thousands of applications, hundreds of thousands of applications, and we've selected, I think, the perfect crew for our store. And we are just so excited to be this facet for the community to partake in and to thrive and grow. And I'm so excited to meet each and every one of my customers, because I know there's going to be a lot of people who are repeat customers who are going to come in. I'm excited to learn about their lives and learn about their families and their kids and hear about all the exciting things that they have, to be invited to community events. We just went to the Plumas Lake Block Party this past weekend, and it's the first time I've ever been, and it was fantastic. I just love the community involvement, and us at Holiday Market are very heavily involved in community.
So since you mentioned that, I have to ask, you got an ice machine? You sell ice?
Yeah, so like actual
the bag
bags.
ice? Yeah,
We have two of them.
Okay, I was going to say, because people in Plumas Lake, they love doing get-togethers. And you do a get-together, you have to have ice, right? It's got to be available.
Fish, that's a great idea. So I will make sure that we do not run out of ice for all of these get-togethers.
The people be going, I got to go into town for ice, right? So, yeah, I love it. Kayla, thanks so much for coming on, and we will connect, off air and find out. We can get over there, maybe shoot a little video of, hey, this is what's coming. Well, it is already in Plumas Lake, but the grand opening is coming up. I want to remind everybody that it is August 28th, and you're going to open at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Oh, then I have one last question.
Sure.
Coffee.
We will have a Pete's coffee machine that will have hot coffee. We'll have cold brew coffee as well. Wow.
Yep, Holiday Market. Sounds like anything and everything that you would like. They're at 2257 River Oaks Boulevard. That is in Plumas Lake. And then, I forgot about this. You guys have a rewards program.
We do.
Those are always cool. I'm part of a rewards program for the store. Okay, so tell me a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So you will go to either your Apple or your Google Play Store. You will download the Holiday Market Rewards app. You will create an account, and from here until September 22nd, if you apply for this rewards program, you will come in and we will give you 2 free reusable Holiday Market bags. But also the rewards program, it will actually help you save money in stores. So every single week we have an ad that drops, and it allows our customers to purchase all of their items that they frequently shop at discounted prices. All you have to do is utilize the phone number associated with your Holiday Rewards app, and for every $1 that you spent, you get a point, and you can convert those points over time to percentages off of your basket.
That's smart. That's just
there's coupons
smart.
that are in there. There's a whole bunch that goes along with that holiday market app. It's not just the rewards program. There's manufacturer coupons that go on there. The app will actually kind of sort of track your purchasing history, and so it will download coupons into your actual app.
Which
so
makes it so easy. If you're buying the same thing over and over again, and the store you go to says, well, since you're buying that all the time, let me give you 20 cents off or whatever, right? And you're like, okay, this works.
People got a budget, and why not clip some coupons and get some rewards while you're at it?
Kayla, I got a feeling that Holiday Market is going to spoil those folks out there in Plumas Lake.
We are.
And don't be shocked if you end up with customers that don't live in Plumas Lake, but you know what I mean?
We want people to travel in to see us.
I love it. All right, thanks for coming on, Kayla. Appreciate you taking the time, because you're busy.
I am.
Yeah, you're getting really ready to be real busy. Even
Down to
more
the wire. 1 week left.
All right, again, Holiday Market's grand opening August 28th at 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's at 2257 River Oaks Boulevard. You can go by there, say hello to Kayla.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in
connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Imagine bringing the golf course anywhere you want. Introducing Smash Golf, California's premier mobile golf simulator, bringing the green to your scene. Perfect for corporate events, parties, fundraisers, weddings, and golf lovers of all skill levels. Compete with friends and experience pro-level golf simulation without leaving your event. Make your next event unforgettable with Smash Golf. Smash Golf, bringing the green to your scene. Visit smashgolfca.com to book your event today.
It is so vitally important that the citizens of Yuba County understand the importance of this watershed. This place is magical.
When you are done drawing the picture of something that you can touch in the watershed, hands on shoulders, so I know which friends are ready.
Each grade has a different topic, and we are just really trying to emphasize and get them out and being able to experience that watershed that we all love so much.
If you are a teacher who's really excited about certain things, your students become just very excited about it. It just gives them something to look forward to and that they're interested in.
What did you find in the watershed? What are those called?
My pre-lessons, like how to get kids to actively participate in science discussions, how to ask questions. They feel like they're scientists and they're smart.
We talked about what we can touch in the watershed.
My experience has been like 5 years of loving science because it's fun and I get to learn new things each year.
Whoa, that's a good one.
I went to school here. My dad taught in these schools, and I just get part of something that is helping to make the community better.
What can you hear in the watershed?
Year after year, it will build on itself so that by the time they graduate from high school, we have students who not only have just rock solid science, but they will have a deep appreciation for the Yuba River and the benefit that it brings for this community.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Coming to you from the historic Hart Building in Marysville, California, in Studio 93, in the Tank with Fish, with your host, Bob Fischetti.
I'm out at Yuba County Airport. I love this place. When I was a kid, I grew up in St. Louis. I used to go out to Lambert Field and hang around the airport. All of us kids did, because it's just such a great atmosphere. But today, we're out here for a particular reason, and that is that Marysville Joint Unified School District Office of Nutrition Services. I knew I'd botch that. I just knew that. This is going to be on the blooper reel. And then, and I forgot your name now.
Nick Dramus.
Yeah, Nick Dramus. So Nick is in charge of that, and this is a food giveaway. I'm going to let him explain it, but this is such a one more time where the community is helping each other, and in this case, it's Marysville Joint Unified School District. So go ahead, Nick. How did this come about?
So this is it's called a non-congregate meal program, and so essentially what it is it kind of covers the summer as far as the children of the community to be able to get meals to kind of supplement what we would normally provide during the normal school year. So what we're offering is each week we do a meal distribution, so the children, anybody 18 and under, can get 7 days worth of meals. So they get 7 days worth of lunches and 7 days worth of breakfast. So we have two different distribution days. So today is Wednesday, so we are distributing from the Yuba County Airport, and then we'll be doing it again next week. So next week, next Wednesday, we'll be out here from 8 a.m. to 11:30, and we'll be distributing meals. So they can sign up on the website. We have flyers posted on our social media, and just come on out. You don't have to sign up to come out. We'll sign you up when you get here, but it's open and it's completely free.
So I just want to mention, because you notice he said you had to be a certain age group, right? Which, Kurt, you and I, neither one fit that category. However, if you give him the age of your animals, this is really great, though, because when you first talked to me, you came on air, and I didn't realize, because I did wonder, so the kids that are getting help with food during the school year, we think about that because, I mean, they know if you don't eat breakfast, you're not as good.
No, that's true,
and
100%.
So providing that food has been a huge thing, but this, being able to do it over the summer, because it's not like the kids go, oh, school's out, I won't be hungry again until, it doesn't work that way.
Most definitely.
So this is just an awesome program. And you and I did talk about the 4 food groups, and this is like, it's the pyramid, right?
Yes.
And so it's changed, but it's healthy. I just want to make that clear.
Yes.
You guys working in nutrition, you're doing everything you can to make sure that whatever these kids are getting, you can't guarantee they'll eat it or like it.
Correct.
But you can guarantee it's going to be healthy for them.
Most definitely, yes. We strive to do clean label, organically sourced in some instances, a lot of local procurement. We procure a lot of local produce, but we try to do as many things fresh and nutritious as possible, yes.
So I had a couple of tomato plants, and I was trying to talk Nick into letting me be a provider, except for my tomato plants. 2 plants, I got 1 red, 1 green tomato. That was it, and they were little. So I split them with my wife, and there was no food available for your program.
Next time.
Sorry,
No, that's fine.
Yeah, we're going to be growing it for the booth, right? But this does support small farmers as well. Not small farmers, small farms.
Yeah.
Maybe they're a small farmer.
They could be small farmers on a small farm, yes. That's true.
They can be 4-7 and have 5 acres. But I love this. It's the community. There's something about the community taking care of itself. There's something about the school district not being an us and them. And I've talked about this over and over again. Marysville Joint Unified School District, and my connection with it, they are not, we're the school district and you're the rest of the world. They are constantly getting involved with the lives of the families in the community. It's just an amazing thing, but I did not know that they did this until Nick sent me an email or something like that.
Yes, I did send you.
Came on. So anyway, so I brought him on the air, but I thought, oh no, we're going out there.
Yes.
So we're gonna. They're waiting for more food to come. There's quite a few people here, but this is something I just love when the community. We have a tendency to say, well, that's a government entity or that's this or that, and we forget the people not the organization, the people. And so I appreciate Nick and his staff, and because they're not just people that don't care. He wouldn't be. The man is sweating out here because he cares.
I'm out here for you.
That's it. If he didn't care, he wouldn't do it. He even wore his Elvis glasses. Come on, he's cool.
They're having a good time today.
I'm having the best time.
The produce is fresh. We actually partnered with Spork. It's a produce hub out of Davis, and we use them during the normal school year. They procure a lot of local farm produce and bring it to us. So we partnered with them for the summer, and they're making the produce bags for us. So it's pretty awesome. So all the produce that everybody's getting in the meal bags is all locally sourced produce. So it's kind of cool.
These guys are like, hey, did you put that in there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then this week they have pluots from Wild River, actually. So Wild River's in Marysville.
No.
Yeah. So
are these students?
No, these are staff.
What?
Yeah, I know.
There is no way that there's. What is that girl? 12 and he's 14.
They get younger and younger, right?
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
So some of them are just they help us for the summer. But the rest of them are mostly our staff that works during the normal school year.
So no summer off for you guys?
Nope.
He goes, nope.
Okay, we get like a small break at the end of summer. We'll probably take like a week off or something, and then that'll be it. So then as soon as this is over next week, which is the last week, then we will transition to finalizing everything that we have to do for the normal school year. So we still have to pivot and then get everything else ready that we need to start, because we start the second week of August. So that means bringing all the product in, bringing all the food in from all the different manufacturers and vendors, and then making sure that we have it for the sites.
So I noticed the way they do this, Kurt, what they do is when the vehicle pulls in, they literally can count the kids. So I'm assuming they have to bring their kids.
They don't, actually. They have a sign up. So what we do is at the front, they check them in and make sure that they're confirmed. Then when they come around, they're given a number. And so the number corresponds with how many kids they have. So you see the number that's right there on the side of the window? So they have
Kurt,
2.
We're going to drive down there. I'm going to get 1, and then you're going to scrunch down in the seat.
There you go.
You're pretty tall. You're going to have to really scrunch, because I'm pretty sure he's going to know it's you.
Right?
Well, this is great because a week's worth of groceries. Why wouldn't anybody want to do this? And we talked earlier on air that because it's not like you got to prove how much money you make.
Correct. So, it's open for everyone.
Yeah, and so all you have to do is come by. So let's just say that you have a PG&E bill that's really high. So here gives you opportunity to, instead of taking food money for the kids and paying a PG&E bill, which I can respect, you'd want to do that. But here's an opportunity to get food, and that gives you extra income. Then you can pay another bill.
Certainly.
And that's why, even though it's not based on income, if you have a need, you have a need.
Yep.
So you don't have to question that. But I love this. I wondered how you were doing. I thought you were just counting kids.
Oh, no.
But
it's a little bit faster. So we're a little bit backed up because we had to wait for some meals. But even though we're out of meals today, like we're going to be able to serve most of the folks that are here, we will have plenty next week. So if you miss it this week and you get a chance and you see this, please come out next week. We'll have more than enough meals.
So we came by and everybody's waiting in line, and we drove around them.
You did, yeah.
And I thought
they followed you in. Is that not what?
I thought they were going to be, hey, get in line, right? And it's like, I was hoping they'd see the big blue van and be able to go, well, if they're in that van, maybe they're not here to get food. And he's way too old to be my kid. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Do you know about how many packages or how many cars come through at any one? Whenever you do this, do you have a rough number?
I think it was anywhere from a day, about what, 300-400? 300-400. Yeah.
So you're here all day then?
No, only a few hours.
Okay, wow.
We're fast.
So a couple of hundred cars in a matter of 2 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for you, honestly, you've been able to see this program work because you see it during the year, and now here you're seeing it during the summer. And so I have to ask you, kids obviously see you when they come through here.
Yes.
If they see you at school, do they know who you are? And they're like, it's the food guy.
Somewhat. I mean, they know me as like the staff. There's a lot of kids that will, once they see me or meet me, they'll want to ask me a bunch of food questions. But I try to go out to the sites as much as possible. So they do see me, and then they recognize me sometimes. Yes.
So what you guys do is for all the Marysville schools.
Correct.
During the year. That program.
We have 15 actual serving sites, and then we have another 3 or 4 satellite sites that we bring food to and serve. So we go as high as Yuba Feather, and then as far over as Arboga, and everything in between.
So that's why you got to have these young people.
That's right. You got to keep up.
Because I noticed you get a little gray there, bro. I don't want to say nothing, man, but the body doesn't move as fast, doesn't recover as quickly.
Yeah, just don't tell them. But yeah, that's true.
This is great. This is great. So I understand. But normally, I'm assuming you still have a line. Maybe just not this much of a line.
Not this much. Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with keeping the line down. Like we've probably the most people have had to wait is probably 8 or 10 minutes now. That's not counting right now where we had to wait for more food. But for the most part, anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes at the most is when they've had to wait. But we've had a pretty good stream, so it's not been too bad.
So I noticed the lady that came in. Was that the lady that came in with you?
Yeah, that's Amber.
Yeah. So I noticed she avoided us.
She's just busy. She's got other things. She's doing her side out there. So
it's like you're on the air. I'm gonna go work. I don't have time for the shenanigans. Right? All right, well, thanks for watching 93Q TV. We appreciate it. We're going to continue to try to do things so the community can see the parts that they don't always get to see. Thanks so much, Nick, for being willing.
Awesome.
You're willing. He's going to be a star. Come on, look at him. He's already star quality.
Yeah, right?
You don't get this everywhere.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Since 1984, the Christian Assistance Network, CAN, has been a powerful reminder of what happens when churches come together to serve their community. What began with 7 churches has grown to over 28, all united with one mission: helping people in Yuba Sutter with compassion and care. At CAN, we keep things simple, but effective. When someone is in need, they come to us. Our volunteers, they listen, they assess, and connect with them with all the right resources they need. Whether that's food, diapers, clothing, or financial help paid directly to landlords and their providers, every dollar, every donation goes exactly where it's needed most. Guided by our board of directors and fueled by the awesome volunteers, CAN makes sure no family has to walk alone, especially during the holidays. We provide Thanksgiving baskets and turkeys so families can gather around a nice warm meal.
We can't do it without you. Your generosity makes this possible.
Every gift, big or small, helps us reach more neighbors in need. And together, we can make a difference.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
The water education program at Yuba Water, it's really awesome. It's just a beautiful, beautiful project that is a gift to the students of Yuba County. We have the salmon expeditions.
You see a live salmon, you're going to go, there's a salmon.
We have the salmon in the classroom program. And then we have our curriculum program.
It's really important to make sure we take care of our waterways.
This is the salmon expeditions program. They float down the Yuba, learn all about Chinook salmon, why salmon are important to our ecosystem, and then they also get to explore in the water, and so many of them tell us, it's my favorite field trip ever.
My rafting trip was amazing. It was the first time I'd been on the river. especially exciting when we get to like the bumpy parts.
Students learn best hands-on, and it's a very hands-on experience. I really think this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for many kids.
One of the very important things that these salmon eggs are going to eat are what?
As for the students, that is something that they will remember for the rest of their life. Yuba Water Agency supported us the entire time.
We go to the Feather River Hatchery. We help with the eggs and packaging them in their cute little gauze packages. And we get to the classrooms, and as soon as we knock on the door, the kids just, the eggs are here! And it's just so much fun from that point on.
It was really cool. They were in this box because they had to be dark for the eggs to hatch.
We get to go on a field trip, we go to the river, and we release them. But the learning doesn't stop there. It's like we just continue learning.
We've had 6th graders who always check in during this time and go, are the eggs here yet? Are the eggs here yet? And I've even had high schoolers come back and go, oh, you still doing those eggs? So it's something that almost changes their lives and they don't forget about it.
What can you touch in our watershed?
This curriculum project is definitely a labor of love.
What did you find in the watershed?
We hired local teachers. They developed curriculum that was based on the Yuba River watershed that meets that grade level's science standards.
All kinds of stuff you can see.
The state of California has implemented the new science standards, and how do we get kids out there to be able to do the new science standards? We wanted them to get out in their natural resources. They will understand how this very important part of our community, this watershed, plays in their lives every single day.
I think it's super important for our youth to be exposed to what makes Yuba County special. I hope the kids take away the fact that there is something that they can do in their life that will affect their environment around them.
They will have a deep appreciation for the Yuba River and the benefit that it brings for this community.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93Q community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
93Q Radio was an opportunity for what's called an LPFM to give the community a voice.
The big part of what's happening here is it's us. It's the community of us. There really is no other media group in the downtown Yuba Sutter grids that support and are active and are enthusiastic, and we can bring our message to more directly than any other source that's around.
We see the value. I really feel like this is a foundation for our community to build on and to thrive and to create that connection that we need.
They have the pulse of our community from the nonprofits to the local governments. If you want to find out what's happening in our community, get on board with 93Q.
And 93Q does so much to help our community, helps us promote our local events, as well as local businesses, and tell our story about what we do here in Yuba Sutter.
The folks that work here, they're part of our community, so they understand our needs, and that's important. But secondly, they report on things that are going on in our community.
Local radio is so important during times of emergency. They're there. We lean on them to provide information to our public.
And I know that one of their goals is increasing their signal power and their reach, especially up in our foothill region. So the more support we can give them, the broader reach they can have.
My wife and I are glad to support 93Q. We're going to do it on a monthly basis, but I really recommend that if you want to make your community better, it's a great place to take a first step right here.
So if you can, reach deep into your pocket and give to 93Q.
It's our turn to support 93Q. They're a nonprofit, so in order to keep growing, they need our support.
We need to support them the way that they support us, and so I would ask that if you can, please give during this time.
93Q is a great partner for law enforcement, and they're a great partner partner for the Yuba Sutter area.
We're really asking people if you can give $10, $15, $20 a month, and then that enables us to continue to put small business spots on the air, nonprofits, organizations that are they're using every dollar they got just to operate, and they don't have extra money to spend on really promoting their cause. And that is why community radio, to me, I'm grateful to be part of it, and that's why it's important.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
And it all.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
We're grateful for the support for community radio. If you'd like to support community radio, all you have to do is go to 93qradio.com and hit the donate button. Not difficult, really, but it's like anything else. We have so many different nonprofits in our area, and it's always a great opportunity when we get to be involved. I like the win-win, where you get to support something that's a nonprofit, and at the same time you get something back. Having said that, from the acting company, I have Foster McManus this morning, both director and I found out this morning actress as well. I mean, do you do lighting?
No, actually lighting and sound I don't. I get too wrapped up in the storyline, and no, I don't.
I thought you'd be back there, set decoration, costumes.
That yes, but not light and sound.
All right, so we're going to be talking about, you guys got a fundraiser coming up. You got different productions that are right around the corner.
Very busy fall, yes. Yeah. Starting off with our fundraiser on the 29th of August, 2x2. It will be a concert of duets, famous duets, songs that have been made into duets from 1937 to 2016.
Wow.
We have 5 wonderful performers that will be with us: Kelly Scott, Sam Madrid, Matt Demerit, Kadrina Davis, and Melvina Bradford will be our headliners. And then we also have 2 wonderful dance productions by Amanda Stencil from Rising Stars Dance Studio and Christian Della Torre. So I think we have a wonderful afternoon planned for you. We decided to go early and make it really family friendly.
Yeah.
It'll be at St. Andrew, and the doors open at 3:30, and the show will run about 2 hours, and we have some wonderful concessions, really fun things that our production team put together. They're very inventive because it's duets. We're doing milk and cookies and coffee and donuts and wine and cheese and popcorn and soda. So we have some really fun things.
That's very clever. That's really good.
We have a very clever group. I mean, it's always fun to go to these meetings. And we have a wonderful live band. Steve Shepard and Dave Kaminga, Darren Shearer, Caitlin Warwick, and Rob Hilton will be performing right there live for you.
So it's different famous singing duets from when?
1937. Well, that'll be the dances. They started. We pulled two songs from two Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire from the 30s, and then all the way through. We did, however, miss a couple of decades, and we apologize, but we just ran out of time. We had to stop it somewhere.
Well, and everyone I know that loves music looks beyond even their generation and of the duets and look outside it and see others. My wife loves old movies. I mean, I don't think there's a Fred Astaire movie she's not seen, and if there is, then nobody else has seen it either, right? And so she loves that, and then I like that people early in acting and that, man, they could sing, they could dance, they could do serious acting, comedy act, they could do everything. And it was just amazing to me when you watched the older movies, just how talented they really were. And
well, speaking of older movies, coming pretty close on the heels of our fundraiser will be our production of Arsenic and Old Lace, which of course is one of the iconic old films. And I mean, who doesn't love a good Cary Grant movie?
Yeah.
And we have a very good Cary Grant injection. Hans Knightley offers a wonderful performance. I think some of you saw him in Dial M for Murder, which was also an old movie, a classic, which we opened our season with early this year. So Arsenic will open, dates and times for me, September 18th, and it'll run through October 11th. And our shows are Friday and Saturday night at 7:30, and our Sunday matinees at 2. And
no,
those
are at the acting company.
Yes, they are.
I just wanted to say that because the fundraiser is actually at St. Andrews.
At St. Andrew.
Which is right next to Winco. Got it.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't want people to get confused because...
Two different places.
Yeah.
And so if you like old movies and you like old songs, and what I realized, going through and picking out these songs, that these songs really, I mean, music really accompanies us through our lives. It's always there to play the background for whatever we're doing, especially like in the 60s. For me, it was the Beatles. And
same here.
Yeah, I mean, and every time I was in a new phase of my life, they had a new album. It's just like, oh, okay, guys, thank you. So, and I think all the way back through the 30s and the 40s and 50s. 50s were a very popular time as well, as far as, wonderful ballads.
Yeah.
But then also all of these old songs are being redone, repurposed, repositioned with new talent, and it's so exciting. And I think you'll agree, we have some pretty talented folk up on the stage. They're pretty amazing. I was at a rehearsal last night and just goosebumps and tears.
We play 8 decades of music here, and I do that because a great song, one of our liners is, a great song's a great song. And Little Eva did Locomotion in the 50s.
Exactly.
Grand Funk Railroad brought it back in the 70s. And then Kylie Minogue did it again in like the 80s. Each time that song went to #1. A good song's a good song. And they last. And you're right, I feel like it's a soundtrack of our lives. And I think about certain songs, and I always ask people this: what song, if you heard it, would take you right back to high school?
Well,
because things are imprinted in us.
Exactly. I was going to ask the audience.